Wow, it's the aforementioned stream that I said I was going to do. I'm not in a call with Zajef quite yet, but he is, I believe, waiting for me. Okay, making sure things are working. I read, this is dangerous, I know, but I intend to turn this stream into an edited video. So I just wanted to start quick before I bring Zajef in and make sure, like, game audio is working. That you can hear game audio, because I tweaked my audio settings again. I know, that's risky. Yeah, we're gonna have a conversation with Zajef about Escoffier, and how we can rebalance her kit is the intention. So if you don't want to hear literally anything about Escoffier's kit, you might not want to watch this stream. I do not personally consider this leak content because I'm not going to be sharing footage with you. We are going to be talking about specifics of her kit, yes. But if you go and Google Escoffier Genshin, you should find public websites that are hosting information with her kit that will probably have some disclaimer saying it's like oh, this is future information. But the point is, like, you can Google this character and you'll find this information, is my point. What we're discussing is going to be, like, some nuances of this as it relates to existing characters in the game. We're really going to be talking, well, I don't know exactly, but I suspect we're going to be talking more about how existing characters work, more than specifically Escoffier, and what it represents as far as, like, a balance shift for how they balance supportive off-fielder damage-dealing units that also buff for some reason. Anyways, yes, this is a Voldemort stream. So if you don't want to hear anything about Escoffier, aka Voldemort, maybe this isn't the stream for you, but that's fine. I plan to have an edited version coming out later after they actually officially show off Escoffier's kit, so that I can include some, like, B-roll footage from Mahoyo while we yap about things. If she's Voldemort, if she's Voldemort, who's Harry Potter? Ayaka? I don't know. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Anyways, my audio works, right? Okay, I'm assuming my audio works. No one said any problem. Cool. Let me give Mr. Zajef a call. Also, actually, wait, I want to lower my game audio a little bit, just personally. Actually, I'll lower it in my control board here. Oh, Discord is already at 80%, or Genshin was already at 80%. Okay. You know, this is a vibe area, but we can be here. I like the vibe here. I might go somewhere else to vibe somewhere else. Okay. Okay. Let's give Mr. Zajef a call. And watch him not pick up. By the way, he's had no sleep. Mr. Zajef has had no sleep. And I'm gonna disable streamer mode. Oh god, it's so loud. Jesus. I'm sorry for disabling streamer mode. It's so loud. Oh, cool. Here, I'll make it not hurt your ears. Hello.
Hello.
It's
What's up?
Nothing. We didn't have any plan, did we? No. Sorry.
Let me turn you up a little bit.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I should also check your
How
levels.
are you, man?
Good. How are you? This is technically the second time we have chatted. I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I trolled you on your birthday. I don't remember what I was doing. I called
right.
you for like
okay, yeah, I was wondering why I had your user volume not at the default thing. But yeah, now I remember.
Okay, tweak your
Are you
volume
streaming
a
right
little
now?
bit. Yeah, I'm streaming to YouTube. Yep.
Alright, hello YouTube chat.
Okay. Alright, I think I've got your levels okay on my end too. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think you're good too. Do you want to introduce yourself to my chat?
Ah, yes, that makes
I can
sense.
do the same after.
Hello, Zajef's chat. I am Saluna. You may have heard of me as a paid suggestion, but I make mostly YouTube videos and I do streams with Genshin, whatever content, of course, but I like to focus on doing shenanigans with whatever kinds of characters. So, you know, like Superconduct Sitlolly. We'll probably be trying Superconduct of the character we're going to be talking about today in the future.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's now a thing that I'm apparently known for, so I can't not try it. But anyways, recent shenanigans other than Superconduct, you know, involve like DPS Lanyan, physical Moika, whatever, DPS Eon Son, yada yada, all kinds of things like that. I do what I can. That's what I try to engage with Genshin is do what I can to try to make whatever silly idea I have work and evaluate how compelling of an idea it is. Some like DPS Lanyan is actually a surprisingly compelling DPS. Some like Superconduct Sitlali you probably shouldn't do, but yeah.
Sorry, I had to take a deep inhale of copium for that one. But yeah, hi Saluna. For your chat, hi, I'm Zajef. How am I even supposed to introduce myself? Like, I'm barely even a theory crafter anymore. I just yap. I'm a yapper.
Yep.
Yapper extraordinaire. That's me.
That's all you're gonna say? Yapper extraordinaire and half your time in spreadsheets?
Yeah.
Makes sense. I think you're discrediting yourself a little bit to what you provide to the community, on the English community side at least. But, you know.
I'm like a theory crafting communicator more than a theory crafter.
I can agree with that assessment of yourself, yeah. Like for context, much of my like foundational knowledge on Genshin for how I learned to do the things I do in Genshin chat, so like, you know, the origin of ideas is ultimately from Zajef. He taught me about much of the mechanics of the game a few years ago.
That's true.
So,
I made you.
Yeah, exactly. You made me.
That's exactly how that should be interpreted. Yes.
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, exactly. So anyways, I don't know. I feel like we should go in co-op, although I don't know if it matters much, just so we can run around each other or something while we. But if you don't want to, give me your UID.
In such a long time.
Oh well, co-op is a great experience. I tried co-oping on my casual account that has like 2 built characters, non-Natlan characters, the other week with the new boss, and it was awful trying to beat that boss in co-op. I carried with Bennett.
Wait, which boss?
The new Natlan weekly boss. Like I did that in co-op. It's so bad. If you don't have like very specific invested characters.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I almost definitely just pasted your UID before blanking out. Here, turtle.
That's no exaggeration.
I'm assuming you don't want your UID shown. I don't hide my UID to people, but.
Oh, I don't really care about hiding it either.
Okay.
My Spotify is where it is just because it fits well there, not because I'm trying to hide my UID. I don't care.
I see. Well, it's now hidden. I already hid it. Except I can't get it to paste. Why? Okay. Okay, there we go. Wait, I should just request to join. Ah, crap. I sent a friend request, but I didn't click request to join, and now I have to type it again. Let's see, accept. There we go. Okay, cool. Wonderful. We're officially friends, everyone. We're Genshin friends.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oops, I blinded my chat. Alright. Oh, Abyss. Yes, this is where 90% of your content is.
It is indeed.
I try to purposely not walk around too much here.
Okay, unironically, I've been addicted to, like...
jumping up and...
doing this.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do various forms of acrobatics around Abyss, too. At the end of my videos, in particular. Yep. It's just, they should add more platforming things here, honestly. That'd be the best quality of life they could add.
Agreed.
Alright, so, where to start? Escoffier. So we're talking about Escoffier today.
Yeah. Truly a character of all time.
Yeah, so, I want to say first thing, as someone who likes shenanigans, I plan on having fun with shenanigans with her. We should probably make sure we're on the same page somewhat. I think we are, relatively speaking. In that we both think she's a fairly imbalanced character and is a little bit concerning for future kits for character balance, for supports and off-field damage
for
dealers.
context, for the people that are new on my stream, or the people on your stream that don't know at least my thoughts on her. She's basically, you take Chevreus's buffs, you combine it with Emily's damage, and you also give her healing so she can be the healer for Farina on your team.
Like she does a lot, and for very little downside is what I've been trying to focus on. And as soon as you
also, and importantly for you, she provides non-conditional cryo shred for superconduct.
This is true.
You know, Citlali's only hydro and pyro shred.
Although
she doesn't increase that superconduct damage.
Yeah. So I don't know what the best superconduct team looks like, but she probably is better for superconduct than Citlali technically, which is funny.
I don't know, because it's basically a question of like which element should be your trigger. If you're doing electro trigger, I agree, but I don't know if electro trigger is better than cryo trigger.
Yeah, that's true. They both consume the same amount of aura. By the way, as far as superconduct goes, one funny thing happened on my casual account when I was trying to clear this abyss cycle. Floor 11, chamber 3 was a bit of a challenge actually to get through, because I didn't have AOE teams. Like I had Sucrose, and my best way to like actually do AOE damage was to use Rosaria and Kuki and Sucrose together. I did superconduct to clear the chamber with 3 stars. Unironically. Because it was my best option for AoE damage dealing without having to invest more in teams. It was ridiculous. But anyways, I think one of the problems with superconduct, we're so super off topic immediately, but I think one of the problems with superconduct Escoffier is just that Escoffier's damage makes it less a superconduct team. Your same argument than when I used Fischl the first time, right? So now I've since gone out of my way to use Kuki and trying to swirl with or infuse Kazuha or Sucrose Burst in order to make it more superconducty. But obviously that's worse. So anyways, that's a whole other topic. Point is, Escoffier is a very strong character, and I think the easiest way to see this is if you start comparing what Escoffier's numbers look like, and yes, relevant matters, yada yada. But Yai is a good comparison. Chiori is also a good comparison to talk about. But Yai is easy because she's an attack.
Yai is a sad comparison, though.
That's fair, but I think she shows the gulf. Of these units, right? In a few years' time, of progression in this game, and yes, Electro is sometimes more relevant than Cryo. Cryo is sometimes more relevant than Electro because they put shield mechanics in Abyss or whatever. Or your team, or the element interferes with what your team wants to do, of course. But just on looking at the raw multipliers, Yai has at a baseline, because you burst every other rotation on her, at a baseline, and she has energy needs even if she could burst every rotation, but she doesn't. So, I think it's probably 3,000% motion value, if I recall. You'd think I would know this because I play Yai all the time, but I think it's about 3,000%-ish, maybe a little bit higher.
Her skill is, what was it, 160, 180?
It's when it's crowned, it's 170%, and it hits 14 times.
It's 160 at town level 9 and 170 town level 10, and it hits every second.
Yes, basically. So 14 times 170, it's 2,500%, and then the burst functionally is 2,000% every other rotation, so 1,000% if you average it out. Escoffier at a baseline, before we talk about anything else, she has 5,000% at equivalent investment, and has higher uptime, no movement mechanics required, literally no.
I don't know if that's a fair comparison though, because
you're
looking at only 14 seconds of uptime on Yai versus 20 seconds of uptime on Escopier.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it would be more accurate to talk about the motion value per second, because they hit at the same frequency, right?
Yeah, if we do talk about that matters. Yeah.
Escopier hits for 200. That's the easiest way to compare them. Honestly.
Well, yeah. So just get C2 Yai and your problems are solved.
True.
God.
You still have to make up for the fact that you don't have the 55 shred or the healing.
Oh, yes,
but, you're one step closer.
That's a little bit more of the important part that we were actually going to do. Yes, having the on just moving past just the motion value comparison. Yeah, if that's relatively similar, she also is a team-wide healer and also gives a buff, a variable buff, depending on how many cryo hydras are in the team. And for starting numbers, just to establish this, so we don't have to talk about the specific numbers too much outside of when we need to talk about if we're going to reduce these values. With 4 hydro and cryo units, Escoffier gives 55% red shred, which is a lot. There is no single character in the game that can give that much red shred currently on their own. And
is that true?
Is it true? I thought it was true. Generally speaking, it's capped out at 40%.
I'm pretty sure you can get 55 from Animo MC too.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so
or is it 52? Wait, I gotta double check.
Wait,
no, it's 60. Oh my god.
Okay, so we should actually transition to talking about how Animo MC is the precursor to all of this.
That's the real hidden OP character.
Yeah. Tars is in my chat, and is probably gonna start talking about it. Animo MC. Anyways, so sorry, misinformation. My bad. I apologize. Oh, good lord. So 55% hydro cryo res shred to the whole team. Just automatically. I believe her skill has to be up, or is it after her skill? I don't remember if there was even any condition to it, or was it just permanently up?
It's after either your skill or your burst hits for 12 seconds.
Okay, yeah, there you go. And she has 21 second uptime, if I recall, with 16-second cooldown, I think.
15, I think.
15.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's up permanently, essentially. There's no condition to it like Chevreuse, of triggering it every 6 seconds. It's just you use your skill and you'll be fine as long as you're not doing the worst rotations of all time. And so that's obviously a freeze incentivization. And I think we can probably both agree that what she does for some cryo units, I think Ayaka obviously is what a lot of people are talking about. Although I think some people are underestimating someone that's carrying Ayaka a little bit higher than she otherwise would be, which is Shenhe. I think Ayaka's non-Shenhe Escoffier teams aren't nearly as good. If I recall, Yelan is 80k DPS versus 100k, but I might be wrong on that.
Should be a bit on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going off of someone else's calcs. I didn't do it myself, so don't even need to calc anything anymore in this game, man. Half the time.
Fields crafting has taken over.
Anyways, Shenhe is I think Shenhe being much more relevant again is one of the coolest aspects to this kit. With that 55% red shred, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. The whole thing with Shenhe is that her kit is designed to be much more powerful if you have multiple cryo characters doing damage.
Yeah.
So the fact that Escoffier is a support that is also doing damage herself is very valuable because she can take advantage of the quills that you get as a byproduct of giving quills to Ayaka.
Yes. And in the context of Escoffier, it's notable that Shenhe's total buffing value that she provides to the team would be the same if Escoffier did less damage. You could reduce her multipliers, and that doesn't change the value that Shenhe provides. It would reduce the team DPS somewhat, but not as much as some people might expect. But anyways, I think there's cool things with that. I plan to do stuff with Chongyun, because I think Chongyun has struggled to find reasons for his cryo infusion to be relevant. But you know how you can take advantage even more of Shenhe buff is if you have Chongyun in the team. But
have you seen any of the Sus Kirk stuff?
Yes.
I was so excited for 10 minutes in between 2 leaks.
Oh god.
That Chongyun might be good. Before we knew that it had to be cryo characters dealing cryo damage.
Yeah,
or hydro characters dealing hydro damage.
Yeah,
I was
really
excited about the
too.
possibility of using Chongyun in a Melt's Kirk team,
so
that you could get all of your stacks from Bennett and Mawika cryo infusion through Chongyun.
Yep, I immediately started having those ideas too. I thought it was going to be really cool, but
and then it was fucking gutted instantly.
It seems
Like
like
10 minutes after that leak, we got another leak that said, no, it has to be a cryo character, actually.
I mean, no, surely it's just some really good troll that is somehow has information that sounds exactly like how Hoyo words kids. I don't know. I believe the information, but it might be not true. We'll see in a couple weeks. Actually, I have a tidbit of information I can give you about Skirk. I don't know any insider information, but I have minor information that probably indicates. Actually, I'll just DM you right now and see what your reaction is. Yeah, that's the information.
I see.
Which should probably tell you what the power level of this character is, which we were kind of expecting. So, I am more concerned now, but yep. Anywho's, where did we leave off? Oh yeah, so Escoffier I think is going to do cool things for the freeze arc. Well, okay, I don't know if okay, just like we call Chevreuse teams and not overload teams.
Yeah.
I sincerely hope we're not going to call Escoffier teams freeze teams, because let's be real, they're Escoffier teams, not freeze teams. She doesn't do anything for freeze, and she doesn't even like incentivize caring about freeze at all in any form. Like Chevreuse at least, you know, technically buffs the reaction because the reaction does damage, but that's not that important. At least you have to like think about doing the reaction to do your setups and whatever.
So basically what you're telling me is that Escoffier should also shred physical resistance.
Honestly,
so that
yes.
you've got Shatter too.
Honestly, yes, because then you could do like mono cryo with Mika.
That's not where I was going with that, but honestly, I like that train of thought. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I was considering going for C1's Escoffier and polearms only because of Mika C6 and his 60% crit damage.
God.
Except for nope, her C1 is only 60% crit damage for cryo damage, not for just cryo units. So you don't get any value from her C1 for physical damage. It's only for cryo damage, which is so lame. Anyways, so
Cooked. Completely cooked.
yeah, pretty much. It'll save me Primo Gems on that account to have mech constellations, but actually polearms only, by the way, is another case of like, I don't think I'm going to use Escoffier in Hydro Cryo teams in that account. She's going to be an incredibly strong character for an account that is limited to polearm characters.
Okay, buddy, we get it. You like Emily. Calm down.
No, we could talk about Emily, but
Are you not going to use her in burning teams?
I use Emily in burning teams all the time, but you use
Escoffier
in burning teams? Oh, I mean,
yeah.
Probably I'll
feel
test
like
it.
If you're not in burning teams, that's probably where you'll end up using her.
Yeah, so like,
I was looking at it, and she's like 90% of Emily's damage in Kanish teams.
oh
It's
god.
so fucking. It's disgusting. Man.
Yeah. So
it's so cooked.
so Escoffier is going to enable Melt Arlecchino on polearms only, which is not a thing before, which is disgusting.
Wait, what do you mean?
Escoffier should enable Melt Arlecchino, where I couldn't really do it for real before on that account. And also the account.
Oh, well, you have Rosario now.
Yeah, but I must admit that having C2 makes the melt setups annoying enough that I just don't bother. Versus like the Chevreuse team power level. I should actually melt, but I haven't messed with Melt Arlecchino. And a big problem was Melt Arlecchino didn't really make sense before relative to Overload. Because I didn't have any like, attack buffer outside of Chevreuse teams, right? So before Eon-Son, it definitely didn't make sense to do Melt. I actually haven't tried it again since Eon-Son, which it wasn't a thought I had. I should probably do that before Escoffier comes out to see how much difference there will be. But anyways, like the point being with polearms only, and also the fact I'm going to pull for her on my casual account that currently only has 3 limited 5-stars, and none of them are Farina or units that have direct obvious freeze team synergy, Escoffier team synergy. For her full utility, she still is going to make more sense for me to pull on that casual account because generic enough sustain unit plus good damage dealer, that's just more of a valuable pull than most other off-field damage dealers in the game. And that I think is the imbalance, wherein she covers too many bases and essentially invalidates reason to get a lot of characters or use a lot of characters, and she's going to create a likely problem of a lot of characters' best teams being like Farina Escoffier teams. I haven't looked.
I think the fact that like she knocks Shiloden out of a lot of carries teams,
Yeah.
even when you don't fulfill her requirements, is just not okay.
Yeah. And like, yeah, Shiloden has her generic versatility, but then they made Escoffier pretty generically versatile too. So it's just, and like, there's the new upcoming endgame modes rumored with 3 bosses or 3 teams that are required, and like that might be part of their intention with making this character so versatile. It's because we're gonna need more versatile characters for this mode, but also it's just like it's increasing the chance that people have like a minimum DPS threshold, which is gonna like, I don't know, it's just gonna worsen. Like if you felt like you've noticed the problem in Abyss with the HP thresholds increasing or whatever, and notably also more and more specific
This
mechanics.
chamber 2 is kind of cooked.
I
was doing some viewer abyss yesterday on an account that like 3 abysses ago would have cleared with like no problem, and
Yeah.
I couldn't get that last star on chamber 2, man.
Yeah.
It's too much.
yeah, it's ridiculous. I hate the way obs. I honestly think the way obs are my most disliked thing, funnily enough, but
I don't know how if
It's-
I hate them that much.
I think they just punish like they force me to do weird rotations with certain teams that I bring to Abyss. Like it's fine in the like making you like need to understand enemy mechanics kind of thing, and I don't know. I like them initially, and then I've grown to hate them. I don't know. Whereas like the
Personally, I don't like the way up in this abyss, not because I don't like way up, just because there shouldn't be 3 fucking waves. Like
Yeah,
you
that's
gotta
true,
remove
that's
one
true.
of the waves.
yeah, especially with
It's
the
just- it's
automaton on the
just
first half.
HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, like to me, it's not a problem of the enemy design of way up. It's just the balance of.
That's fair, yeah.
There's just too much HP in this chamber. Like this is the most HP we've ever had in an abyss chamber.
Yeah.
And you can feel it.
Oh yeah.
But I don't mind way up when it's not the first enemy in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
First enemy way up fucking sucks though.
Yeah. I don't. Well. Yeah. No. I agree. it's a whole mess of a conjunction of different things. But anyways, the game, as far as like power creep, because this is a power creep discussion. My perspective on power creep is heavily that power creep is not just a problem of character kits. It's a problem of what content do we have to play with the characters we want to play.
Yeah.
And we only have Abyss. Then there's theater, and like, but we can't like do anything with intentionality in theater. So like, theaters embrace the RNG or don't have fun. Yeah.
Yeah, theater is just such a missed opportunity. Like it could have been so cool
Yeah.
if the enemies were significantly tankier and you didn't and your characters had more energy and you needed less of them.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can't actually choose your characters based on the buffs you're getting, like you can't go for a specific build around a reaction because you're gonna run out of characters for that reaction after 3 or 4 chambers. It's just so sad. Like it makes it not feel like a roguelike. It's just a fucking like you're going to the supermarket and you're
Yep.
checking every item off. That's just it.
That's a good metaphor. I usually have fun with it just by purposely like picking my first jank team I feel like using, and then if it's really bad, I just stick with it to try to clear it, even if it doesn't make sense. It has been interesting, by the way, how I've been able to every single time I've been able to challenge it on polearms only, I've been able to clear, including I didn't level enough characters to do it, but I had one that only had 6 characters available that I could have cleared visionary mode on polearms only. I would have had to abuse getting certain like refunds on Vigor or whatever, but that, in my opinion, polearms only actually showcases the flaw with the game mode. like
Yeah.
even on a polearm only account, if you have enough characters to challenge it at all and limit yourself to only on fielding the polearm characters, because I still have to put the non-polearms in the team, but I just don't switch to them is what my rules are for it. I can still clear, and it's like an interesting puzzle, but at the same time, it almost shouldn't, for how the game mode is designed, to require all these characters to be built for it, it shouldn't be that possible to do. I feel like it just feels like a fundamentally flawed design. Anyways, we're getting off track. Hopefully they add more content. We're bad for each other. We both yapped way too much. This is predictably a problem, but hopefully they add more compelling content. I'm optimistic.
That's why everyone's here. They're here to listen to the yap.
Yeah, I am optimistic they add more content in the future. I don't know if I'm necessarily optimistic after theater that they're going to nail the actual balance. We'll see.
And I really hope that the leak that the new mode is going to be starting at 0 energy was fake.
I sure hope so. I don't understand that decision.
If it's not fake, I'm not even gonna bother going into it. Fuck no, I'm good, man. No, thank you.
That would be a crazy decision. How many that'd be an interesting conversation in itself. How many characters in teams does that just kind of break using, or just arbitrarily?
It depends on how much time you have. If it's content that's designed around let's say it's balanced, so you need 100k DPS to clear it.
Yeah.
If it's a 1 million enemy, or if it's a 10 million HP enemy that you have 100 seconds to clear,
yeah,
versus if it's 100 million HP and you have 1,000 seconds to clear,
yeah.
If it's the latter, then starting with 0 energy doesn't matter as much. It's still going to be annoying, but it's not going to be that impactful balance-wise.
Yeah. It all depends on the numbers for sure. So it's kind of pointless to argue the specifics of that right now, but it's worth being aware of as it just depends. I think you don't know anything about Deadly Assault, do you? In Zenless?
No.
So if they're going to balance that anything like they did in Deadly Assault, trying to I don't know they have buffs and whatever that go on that matter a lot, but basically getting the max rewards, getting the Primogem rewards in Zenless is not hard at all, with 3 usable teams, and half the time you can get literally 1/3 of your points required to get the maximum rewards for Primogems. You get a little bit of extra more equivalent rewards for 3-starring versus 2-starring, but 2-starring is max Primogems essentially. And literally just interfacing with whatever gimmick they have with the boss mechanic. So for example, Zenless has a very dodge parry focused combat system. So if the boss gimmick, if you go read the text, it says you get points for doing dodging against this boss. Well, guess what? Do dodging, bozo, and you'll get 1/3 of the points. And then that other bit of points you need to do is probably equivalent to maybe 10% of the boss's total HP technically. And it is possible to sometimes kill the boss, but extremely hard. Only the strongest teams in the game at C0 investment can kill some bosses, and it's only when you're using teams that are very specifically good against that kind of boss. I am stuck on the rock, really? Oh no, I'm still stuck. All right, well, this is where I live now.
Where the fuck is...
Oh, as soon as you came over, I got unstuck. Oh, no, I'm stuck again. All right. Oh, thanks. I'm free. Anyways, so that was what I was trying to say with Deadly Assault. If Zenless is any indication, which to be clear, they're different teams, and I've seen very, very different development philosophies with these two teams following Zenless, and it gives me some optimism if they purposely copy some of the structure of Zenless's Deadly Assault, because it has been very enjoyable. I was skeptical of it when they added it in Zenless because it was introducing oh, now we need more teams. This is just a game mode that's making its pull for more characters, right? And instead it kind of became the game's best game mode.
Yeah.
And replaced the Abyss equivalent for what people tend to care about the most. But anyways, and it has helped the game for having.
You're
more
getting my
games.
hopes up for something that's going to end up being.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. So, anyways, Escoffier. So we're on the same page that she is a relatively imbalanced character. I have a couple ideas for what I think we could do for rebalancing her. One of the specific conversations we could have that I figured would make sense is if you want to do some calcs. I think we can start with the simple conversation of should she just get multiplier nerfs or not?
I don't know, because, like, right now, she is a good generic character and a broken freeze, like, archetype-specific support.
Yeah.
And I guess you first need to ask yourself, do you want to nerf her in freeze? Do you want to nerf her in general? Do you want to nerf her everywhere? Do you just want to force her to only be used in freeze? Like, if you want to reduce her power, you'd want to do it with a specific goal in mind.
Yep.
And I don't know which way would be the best way.
That's been my problem too in trying to think about this problem. In like how I've said to my chat how I wanted to see a kit rework, but I gave like different ideas for what the kit rework could look like, but I didn't know exactly what it could be. In my mind, I think her damage potential and like ability to, I don't know, uplift cryo hydro teams and make that an archetype is kind of cool. So I don't want to completely break that, right, by having her.
Okay. You want to know the real talk take?
Oh boy.
On Escoffier, okay. If they want to make a freeze specific support, instead of just being another fucking boring ass, ooh, you get to have more stats and deal more damage if you have only freeze on your team, make it so that it works more similar to Nilo, where it actually changes the way the reaction works.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this, but I proposed doing something like when she's on your team, your freeze reaction is replaced with chill.
Okay.
And chilled enemies are slowed down as if they had a cryo aura on them, but they're not frozen.
Yep.
But when you hit chilled enemies with a blunt attack, it triggers shatter, and it does not remove the chill aura.
Nice. Okay. So you could
so you could effectively have shatter function in a somewhat similar way to aggravate and spread, where you don't care about the underlying aura. But because blunt attacks work pretty differently from elemental attacks, it would still feel novel.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you're not gated by ICD. You're just gated by the actual
how much
speed of your blunt attacks.
Yep, so you're saying Mawika would be the best shatter DPS in the game. I think all of her attacks count as blunt. I actually haven't checked. I haven't checked if her normal attacks have blunt coating or not.
I don't think she'd be better than Chongyun.
Oh, you think? Okay. Interesting. I guess he does give attack speed to him to.
And like I do think that incentivizing.
It's just so much. Would that be a buff to Eula? Someone in my chat asked.
I mean, it could be. Because shatter is physical damage.
I know.
Gets physical shred and benefits from physical shred.
I think it might be a buff.
But like,
That'd be
give her something like this, and give the kit scaling buffs for those like pseudo shatters.
Yep.
Based on the amount of cryo and hydro party members you have.
Yep.
Kind of like she currently has as cryo and hydro shred, but instead it's like maybe if you have only one, it reduces enemy physical resistance by 10. If you have like one on top of her, I mean, if you have two on top of her, it makes your shatters scale with damage %, and if you have three, it makes your shatters scale with crit.
Oh yeah, that could be really cool. I really wish they actually did more things like that. It feels to me like, they tried it with Nilou and then it didn't sell very well, but it didn't sell very well because of various factors at the time. And they're just like, oh, it didn't sell well because the idea wasn't good, and that's what I feel like happened internally, but I don't know. That's just me theorizing internal development decisions at MiHoYo. But I really like the idea of that kind of thing, though, and I think that is one of the better ways to rework her kit to be something more interesting, that has relevance in making new teams a thing. Because I think there's lots of ideas you can have like that introduce new team ideas in Genshin that aren't just Omega buffs as much as possible, right?
Yeah, like I don't like that pretty much ever since start to middle of Fontaine, Genshin has moved away from reaction-focused characters
I've
and
noticed, yeah.
heavily leaned into just carries, where the best characters you can play with them are just the ones that give them the bigger stat buffs.
Yep.
And as much as Malika is a cringe-ass character balance-wise, it is nice to get a fucking reaction carry.
Yeah, I can agree
And,
with
like,
that.
Molani was also a nice, like, breakaway from that.
Yep.
But it... I don't know. Escoffier kind of brings it back to cringe.
Yeah, and like I think some people that might be thinking, oh, what about Kanich? But like Kanich isn't the class of character who is like the reactions is a team building restriction, not like an actual meaningful.
And it's not even really that much of a team building restriction. It effectively just makes it so that he scales a little bit better.
Yeah.
When you have burning on your team.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really provide him with any sort of reaction synergy. It just effectively makes his numbers better. You get one more E, basically. Two if you're really good.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of nuance, with different characters. Yeah, Mulan has her own problems. I don't know. But yeah, at a design level, I think it's super cool that they made Mulan with, like, the fact that they made a forward vaporized DPS.
Yeah. Like, I shit talk Milani all the time because she's really cringe to play, and she makes me angry whenever I play her.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, kid design-wise, she's one of the best characters that we've had in Natlan for sure. And I also think that balance-wise, she's actually a balanced character.
Yeah, I agree. One thing I was surprised by with Mulan is just how many, like, options you actually had, mostly thanks to the burning reaction existing, funnily enough, for making her work at different investment levels, which is, I thought, really good and representative of good design, outside of her clunkiness, particularly on release. Yeah. And then they released the best fidget toy character in the game, Veressa.
Agreed.
Do you think Veressa's again off topic? Do you think Veressa's the best Natlan main DPS they released as far as overall? Okay, so I think she's the best one they released as far as overall enjoyment level on all facets of the game, including exploration.
Oh,
is my vibe.
In terms of fun, and it's not just Natlan. Veressa's the most fun character in Genshin for me.
Oh, in Genshin. Wow, I didn't know you liked her that much.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I like her, but I haven't liked her that much. That's interesting. What specifically, like, summarize like without being too distracted maybe, but I don't know.
I really like how her, like, gameplay loop is fairly straightforward, but you're presented with a lot of decisions.
Sure.
Pretty much after every plunge, you have the option to swap out to do something, and very often it is worth swapping out to do something.
Yeah, that's true.
And the flexibility and rotations, with the fact that, like, her default rotations kind of end up having, like, 1 or 2 seconds of free time, where if you, like, swap out, you have to wait for your buffs. It gives you a bit of flexibility of, like, sometimes you want to do charge attacks, but sometimes you can't because the enemies are about to hit you and her charge attack is ass. But it just feels a lot more dynamic. It doesn't feel like you're adhering to strict rotations nearly as much as other characters, and I like that. Yeah,
I like that a lot too. I think that is something they're lacking in a weirdly high number of units, because they did that very early on in a couple characters, well, mostly Noelle, I think, but more characters
Noelle,
that can more characters that can. Arlecchino technically can too. It's one of the things I love about Arlecchino is she is free to do those kinds of things, even though she tends to be better in her strict rotation teams. I wish they would do more quick swappy units. If they want to make me happy about Skirk, regardless of her overall balance necessarily, make her quick swappy. let me swap off of her. We'll see though. And keep her uptime on whatever her ability is. It's also, I mean, it's more important than just, like, it has to be quick swappy, and you're not super punished with uptime, because if there's a timer going down that lasts 12 seconds, you swap off for 3 seconds, well, you lose 25% of your uptime. Whereas something like Varessa, that's not
Yeah.
as much of a problem because of her whole skill usage thing. Anyways, so yeah, I think we're both on the same page that just a multipliers change is not necessarily what Escoffier needs. It would be some kind of kit rework, or other outside change.
If you're gonna change any numbers on her kit, I would rather see nerfs to the shred than nerfs to the damage.
Sure, yeah, I would be fine with that. She'd be mostly the same character with a little bit of changed shred. Would you rebalance the shred at all to be higher at the? Because there's some people that think like she gives too little shred. If you remove like a unit kind of thing, like losing 40% for removing one Hydrocry was too much.
I think you could, but the problem with that is that she's already kind of too good in teams that are not freeze teams.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't.
But I guess if you got like 3 units instead of 4, you're kind of still forced into freeze teams, so it wouldn't be, well, not even, actually that's not even true. You'd do like Hu Tao with that. You'd do maybe make it so that like if you have 3, the cryo shred is higher but not the hydro shred. Something like that.
Okay, yeah. That'd be an interesting split, yeah. A different ratio.
Because otherwise, in my eyes, the biggest problem is that Escoffier wheelchair with Farina Yalan is better than wheelchair with Shilonen.
Great.
Even when your carry isn't cryo or hydro.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, that's a bit silly.
That's not okay.
I agree. Is that even the case with like a Geo unit like Ito? Which I don't.
Maybe.
Yeah, that I'm not confident either. The fact that we can't confidently say no is bad.
Yeah.
If Ito's best team becomes Yelan, Farina, Escoffier, I swear to God. Anyways,
if you trigger Shatter with a Geo character that's on Cinder City, do you buff Cryo and Hydro? I don't actually know this.
I have not checked. I guess we can check.
We gotta coordinate.
Yeah. Well, I got Moika on Cinder City already, so I can use her to trigger.
Okay, yeah. I'll get freeze.
Okay.
Actually.
Oh, I just remembered. I did calcs yesterday for how this is on specifically on my account. I wasn't. Don't expect this to be the same results for everyone. I think I was calcing with C1 Sit Lolly, so like take 25% off these numbers. I think, but crit Kokumi, I can get like 40k normal attacks in Escoffier team. Just wonderful.
Alright, come to Lua Pool and the Ruin Guard there.
Okay. Freeze is considered cryo, or it must be cryo. Oh yeah, one thing. So when you were discussing the something might not be something the chat was not aware of. You were discussing like the Escoffier rework of causing chill. Bosses can't have a freeze aura on them, which is part of the reason that could be relevant. Oop. Okay. I see nothing. Yep, triggered nothing.
Yeah.
Sad.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
That's so tragic.
Yep. Oh well. All right.
Dreams have been shattered.
All right. So, one rework idea I had, which I think is, shows my Emily bias. Oops. But I think a simple rework that could help with her balance. This would not change her freeze teams at all functionally. Her main Escoffier teams.
Yeah.
But add an Emily conditionality, like where freeze has to, for her to keep up her full multipliers, freeze has to be happening every so often. So that way, if you throw her into teams that aren't triggering freeze with some regularity, she's doing less damage. And, you know.
But are there any teams where she's not triggering freeze?
I mean, in an Arlecchino team, I don't know. But.
Oh, yeah. Like the melt teams. Sure.
Yeah. I think it's a bit weird how compelling she could be as a melt enabler with her overall strength in other contexts, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So like it's a very simple thing. It wouldn't fundamentally change much. It's like, but it still would make me feel more fine with her power level if she's forced to be a little bit more niche, but still has some versatility. Right?
I will say though, the fact that she doesn't have front-loaded application means that some teams won't be able to do setups that start with a cryo aura without using her burst. And if you have to use her burst in a melt team where she's the only cryo unit, her ER requirements are really high, so her personal damage is going to be pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of like Arlecchino, if I'm going to use her there, I'm going to be doing double cryo teams. So, you know, I'll be comparing how she compares to Chungyun with Arlecchino. But anyways, I think some kind of rework is what either of us would have liked to see. In some form, but it's clear they obviously are not intending that. They have a specific thing they're going with Escopier, which is most likely to make it so that Skirk has a very high DPS team. Is the overall vibe I've gotten from her balance.
Don't get me started on the fucking Skirk bullshit. It's fucked up. Like, right now, pretty much the only thing we know about Skirk is that she has a passive similar to Neuvillette, where it changes her motion value based on a specific like team building thing. But whereas with Neuvillette, you want different elements. With Skirk, you want same elements, right? You want only freeze characters.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have 3 characters, including Skirk, her multipliers are all multiplied by 1.2.
Yep.
But if you have one more, like if your team is full of them, it's times 1.7.
Yep.
So she basically gains almost 50% more damage just from getting that last cryo character or hydro character, which means that using Shilon or Kazuha is going to be worse than using Charlotte. And using Charlotte versus Escoffier, obviously it's a massive difference because Charlotte provides significantly worse buffs and has pretty much no personal damage.
But it's a Charlotte buff. Not the Charlotte buff we needed, to be honest.
Like I was looking at it and like pretty much no matter what I inputted as like Skirk's damage, with the assumption that it's like 1.2 at 3 and 1.7 at 4, the Shilonen teams were like doing about half the damage of the Escoffier teams.
Oh boy.
And the Charlotte teams were doing like 60% of the damage.
Oh boy. Were you assuming Shenhe in those teams for Skirk or not?
I looked at both, I think.
Both Shenhe and...
I looked at Shenhe and Yelan.
Okay, interesting. Because one funny thought I had is that depending on because Shenhe forces 20-second rotations for one, and based on the cooldowns...
Arena does too.
Well, I mean, kind of. Well, not really. You can burst every 15 seconds with her. And she has 30-second uptime in her skill. Like this is part of the reason I run high ER for Arena. Like
okay, the thing with like 15-second rotations with that is that I mean the rest of your team doesn't fit 15-second rotations, and you can't really do 18-second rotations with high ER for Arena like that. Like it's just kind of too scuffed.
Sure. But okay, so ignoring the rotation thing though, I had the thought, and I haven't done calcs with this because we don't have Skirk's baseline multipliers. But I figure if Skirk's baseline multipliers are high enough, there is a chance that Sitlali TTDS, so scroll buff, plus an attack buff, because, you know, if she's in an Escoffier team, she's not going to have necessarily a lot of options for attack buffing. It wouldn't surprise me if Sitlali just on TTDS plus scroll buff is better than Shenhe for Skirk team DPS. Which sounds insane to me. Like, the niche cryo buffer should be really good in Escopier teams, but it might not be the case for Skirk.
Yeah, I mean... Shenhe just kind of sucks unless you get 2 E's per rotation.
Yeah.
That's just an unfortunate reality of her.
Yeah.
And I doubt we're ever gonna get another character like Ayaka that lends herself as perfectly to 2E rotations with Shenhe.
Yeah. I mean, Rosaria works quite well, but I don't think that many people care about that. Oh. Anyways, so this is one thing I've seen chat talk about. Do you think you would remove healing from her as a potential option? Or significantly reduce the healing, I suppose, as part of that conversation too. From Escoffier, of course.
That's a good question. Like, the main thing that you do if you remove the healing is you effectively gut Farina and cut her out of those Escoffier teams almost entirely.
Yep.
Because if Escoffier basically prevents you from using Shilonen, and your healer options for Hydro and Cryo are ass, other than for Neuvillette and Kokomi teams, I guess.
Yep.
But I do not want to see changes to Escoffier that make her like not really change power in Neuvillette teams, but make her a lot worse everywhere else.
That's fair, yeah.
Neuvillette doesn't need more, okay? He doesn't.
What are you talking about? He needs everything. He's a dragon. No. Yeah, I agree. I don't think I don't think changing her healing fundamentally changes that much. Like, I think her having healing is a problem of they've not done a good job with releasing compelling Hydra units over time, and they wanted to have this character have her primary intended niche of Hydro Cryo teams.
Looking forward to Dahlia. That's
yeah, no, right? Oh boy. What? Do you see the freaking art for the next patch? It's all Mondstadt, and Dahlia's a Mondstadt character. Why is he not coming out next patch? What are they doing?
I feel like we're gonna meet Dahlia next patch.
Oh man, I don't know. It's gonna be another freaking like the gulf between what Aoife looks like as a kit balance and what Escoffier's balance is so funny to me. I'm of the opinion that at minimum, C6 4-stars should always be of the level of a C0 5-star. For how expensive C6 4-stars are to get.
Well,
but I don't know.
C6 Aoife is a lot better than C0 Yumek Lord Glor.
That's true, but she's a 3-star. So
fair.
Man, I was gonna make a video on her about like, yeah, this character's bad, but here's ways you can still enjoy her if you like her. But like, I couldn't figure out a way to like use her where she uniquely felt like she was doing something better than other characters were doing, and I felt like making the video was just lying to people if I was trying to be overly positive about the character. So I just chose to not. I was just like, what a character. Anyways, so yeah, as far as the healing goes, I think yeah, it's a Farina problem. Farina exists, and they decided to make Escoffier the niche she was in, and Farina therefore necessitates her having healing. Otherwise, her team options would be pretty limited. I do think there's something that could have been reworked, but I don't know exactly what it would look like, because I think one problem with her is the fact that on polearms only, I don't really think I have that compelling of a reason to use Candace with my other cryo units, right? I could do Rosaria, Escoffier, Candace, and Shenhe, of course, on a polearm only account. But like, that's just going to be worse than using Xiangling instead of Candace, right? Like, substantially so. I haven't done the calcs on that, so I guess I'm not 100% sure, but I'm quite confident that it's the case. And like, not that it's not fun to use Candace, but I want an actual reason to use Candace, right? That doesn't require getting C1 Escoffier. So I don't know, man.
Sorry, someone in my chat said something that's really funny. Escoffier is balanced because nobody has TOM Farina.
I'm actually gonna moving her to have you checked calc-wise? Like, I'm like 95% confident TOM Farina is almost always better in Escoffier teams.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the only team where it's not really better is
Neuvillette.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so I'm trying to farm a, like, when I've done testing before, I was surprised because I my tenacity build for my Farina currently is not up to par of my golden trope build. So I powered down my I did a stream where I did like 4 hours of testing in different teams where like you can consider TOM Farina, and anytime like you can like say, oh, is the attack buff relevant for other units with Farina on tenacity? I basically found that with a very, very similar like substat value, so this is a lower investment golden troop build versus a lower investment but still decent builds on tenacity, I was getting significantly better clear times, like noticeably, consistently with every single time I tested it. And I was just like, oh crap, this is so much better than I thought it would be. Like better enough that a low investment tenacity build is essentially better than a high investment golden troop build if the attack buff does anything
But
at all.
here's the problem.
But
okay? I don't have 273 ER on my TOM build. But I
yeah,
do
exactly.
have 273 ER on my golden troop build.
Exactly. Just yeah. But don't you need Pale Flame artifacts? Just spend 20,000 resin in the Pale Flame domain. Yeah, I plan to spend more resin there. I'm working on it. So.
Really? Even though Elizabeth's slot set is the fucking Long Night's Oath set now?
Look, we ignore that. Hey, at least the Escoffier now might every character's best team is, instead of being plunge for DPSing them, is going to be Farina Escoffier technically. Maybe not all of them. I think a lot of them are still going to be plunge because of how Cloud Retainer's buff work, obviously. But it's going to be another situation of that. Where it's just like, yes, this character's best DPS team, not in Escoffier teams, and not in not Farina Escoffier, and not Farina Shanyun. It's just, oh god. Maybe this whole problem is just Farina. Was Farina a mistake? I don't know. I have a, like...
I mean, Citlali, too.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
And Citlali, Shanyun.
Yeah, man, it's again back to, like, the whole...
I mean, fucking Nahida Raiden 6-0, like, it's a problem as old as time.
Yeah, I know. It's the problem of they moved away from reaction focus, their reaction system, and just buffing. So I don't know. I still like Farina for how much she has enabled characters to do better, but you know, the balance of Farina is how balanced are the healers in the game in conjunction with her.
Yeah.
And they're making characters like Escoffier who are not balanced healers. So I don't know.
I mean, let's be honest. Okay, like, I'm fully expecting a Hydro character that just gives a bigger buff than Farina and has more personal damage.
That's Dahlia.
True! Can't wait for the ×3 attack speed buff.
God. I wish Dahlia was a Natlan unit at least. Like, he could be the poopy unit as long as he applied Hydro and had the Natlan buff. That would have been a nice alternative, like a 4-star alternative to Farina. But, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. They've not released a Hydro 4-star in a long time, so let's not doom post before we have any actual real info. So I have a couple ideas though. This is probably near the end of our discussion of rebalancing Escoffier, which is to rebalance her without changing her kit, but rebalancing other aspects of the game. And one of these, I think I'm really proud of this idea. Maybe you'll just hate it immediately, but the first one is a complicated one, which is something I would be personally very open to at this point, because, you know, you and I both like the reaction system in the game, but they've moved away, especially since Fontaine, like you mentioned, from reaction focus. Would you be open to the idea of them, like, substantially reworking how most reactions in the game work? Like, this would probably include nerfing Melt and Vaporize significantly, in my opinion, particularly Melt, forward Melt at least. Because, like, I think there's way too often... Like,
I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't think so? Okay.
There are too many characters that are heavily balanced around how Vape and Melt works.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you can do pretty significant reworks to every reaction except Vape, Melt, and Hyper Bloom.
Okay, sure. The problem is, like, if you do substantially rework how Vaporize and Melt work, you have to rebalance a lot of character kits, because, like, you rebalance Vaporize, and sure, that might nerf some really strong characters a little bit and rebalance them relative to Yai, but, you know, you then need to also buff Hu Tao, right, in order to not murder her. Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. Like, it's way too complicated of a problem that I don't think we'll see it. But just on an idea level. It's something like I'm open to the idea of it, but I don't think it'll ever happen. But I do think I think there's a problem in like just using the reactions that have absurd scaling properties. Like Tars Blamo informed me. I don't know if you've seen Tars's content, but
No.
he has a ridiculous amount of knowledge. He's like in line with you've heard of Furu, of course, and so
Yeah.
he you know, he's a Furu type. That's what I will describe Tars as. And he informed me that in Genshin's original beta, so before 1.0, Crystallize used to deal damage. It used to be a transformative reaction. And and people apparently in the closed beta were worried it was too strong relative to like Melt and Vaporize.
I see.
So they left Melt and Vaporize as it was and removed the damage component of Crystallize.
That's very funny.
Like, oh my god. Can we at least add Crystallize back dealing damage? Please. So yeah, I at least I think if they don't change Melt and Vaporize, I think significantly uplift. Like they already did it in 5.2, right? They did it a little bit with buffing Superconduct, Shatter, Overload, Electrocharge, and that was very needed, I think. But it's
I think though that that's the sort of change that can be achieved through releasing characters that work with those reactions rather than reworking the reactions themselves.
Yeah, like you were talking about with a rework of like what Escoffier's kit could have been for incentivizing using Shatter in a new and interesting way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but you could also just have a character that doesn't explicitly change a reaction, but that just synergizes well with it.
Sure.
Like,
yeah,
we still
fair.
don't have a character that actually works well for Hyperbloom. The reason why you use Raiden for Hyperbloom is literally only because she hits every second. That's it.
That's true.
She doesn't have any synergy with Hyperbloom whatsoever outside of that.
I mean, they clearly intended for Kuki to be that, but her hitting every 1.5 seconds so crazily reduces her theoretical output. Like,
it honestly, in my eyes, it's less the hitting every 1.5 seconds, and it's more the 15-second duration.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I when I've done Kuki, Hyperbloom,
so much of the Hyperbloom stuff lines up better with 20-second or 22-second rotations.
Yeah. There's a lot of core pileup. You get cores that are just not triggered at like times, or they get you get trigger 4 simultaneously, which means you only get half of the damage value from those 4 cores.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's unfortunate that they haven't done that. So yeah, I agree. I feel like they think they've done that with Kuki, and they didn't actually do that. They just did a good 4-star version of it.
But like, we still don't have any like Hydro or Dendro units that are good in Bloom.
Yeah. Like
outright Bloom, not like Nilo, but like Bloom by itself, non-bountiful, is a pretty worthless reaction. They haven't leaned into any sort of fridge synergy at all since Dendro release.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Burgeon has gotten pretty much no support. The only support that like Hydro, Pyrodendro teams have gotten is vape teams with burning.
Yep.
But that's it. Overload has gotten a little bit of support, but from the like Overload as like damage from the reaction, not Overload as Shovelers giving you a big stat buff.
Yes. Yep.
Has gotten a little bit of support from the recent reaction buffs. In some Shovelers teams, the best channeling build is actually now full EM. And that's a really good thing. I'm really glad that it is. I think that's really cool.
Yep.
But I don't think it's enough. I wish we had more.
I agree.
Taser still does most of its damage through characters like the talent value. Barely any of your team DPS is actually coming from your reactions. What else? I mean, we still don't have a fucking Shatter team.
Nope. We don't have. I mean, we do have Burning, which is interesting. Like I think Emily was actually really well designed in that regard. But
I don't even know if I agree with that.
Oh, really?
It's not even Burning. It's just
I originally agreed, to be clear, like that I wasn't satisfied with Emily properly incentivizing Burning, but I found enough things to like utilize the Pyro Aura for something else that still work, and also utilize her being a Dendro unit and keeping up whatever Dendro things that, and the nuance of trying to keep up her damage multipliers. Like if you bring a Hydra unit,
But like,
it's hard.
Is there a single team where Emily being Dendro is significantly, like, meaningfully different from using a character that has fast pyro, like Shanglai?
I mean, if I want Aggravates and Clorind or Sino.
Yeah, I guess.
And
I guess there's Burning Load.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then there is the context. I do think like there's a little bit of an annoyance in that like Emily's strength I think truly starts to shine in AoE. Like if there was more AoE situations, there'd be more reason to do like energy focus builds on Emily. Without her signature weapon, I mean, so you could do more burst focused playstyle, like with the catch. I tested the catch on an emblem build on her on release, and that was an Abyss that was somewhat AoE as an option, and it was just really good. I was like, oh, nice.
I liked playing Emily in Air Fryer a lot.
Yeah,
That's World Buff Abyss.
Mm-hmm. So, anyways, I liked Emily for making me like you can do some things with the burning reaction, to be clear, without Emily, right? Emily just made me appreciate the burning reaction more, and adding Emily's off-field damage in conjunction with trying to do something with the burning reaction has been not that hard, but, you know, she's a unit that if you didn't invest into her meaningfully also isn't necessarily as valuable, so, you know, I'm not saying she's a perfectly designed unit or anything. But anyway, what are the reactions that don't have... I mean... Let's be real. There's not a character.
Superconduct has the Ollie now, so
yeah, Superconduct has it all. Yeah, of course.
Very true.
We don't have. I mean, Skirk does not count for freeze, or Skirk, not Skirk. Escoffier does not count for freeze. She doesn't do anything for freeze.
Yeah.
So we don't even have anything for freeze. I don't know. There's so many things you could get into, like of them actually doing something with the reaction system more than just fulfill a simple kit condition kind of thing. Yeah. So, anyways, the last idea that I had, and this is the one I'm curious, because I really like this idea personally, because we had a whole conversation about, you know, the healing with Farina existence, and it is significantly somewhat the healing in my mind that does make it like why is Siegeween balanced the way she is if they're going to release Escoffier? Like Siegeween was basically hard code. Siegeween is not as bad of a character as people make her out to be, in my opinion. As someone who hated on her before her release, and then someone gave me Primo Gems to get the character, and I was like, oh, this character has some use and it's kind of cool. But like, why does she exist now that Escoffier exists as she is balanced? Like, they were so concerned about Siegeween's balance because she was a Farina teammate, from what I could tell.
Yeah.
And now Escoffier exists, which is crazy. So
I think it's just Fontanian oppression of the citizens of the Fortress of Meropide.
Probably, honestly. Yeah, you're probably true. That's why Risley is just...
Risley writing out in chat, but let's be honest with ourselves here.
Yeah, like Risley is not in cryojail. Risley was just in his own jail by his own choice. No, but I think this is an interesting idea, but I haven't like explored it on like a calculation level or anything.
Yeah.
Prototype Amber for all weapons, like as craftables. Every single weapon type gets a prototype Amber, and like the substat on the weapon would maybe vary by weapon type, but like I think Polearm should get an attack percent substat with the prototype Amber passive. What do you like of that idea?
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think Proto Amber. I don't think providing as much value as you get from Proto Amber should be something that you can do without having to sacrifice meaningful personal damage on those supports.
Okay.
Or those.
Sure.
I don't think it should have an attack substat. I'd be fine with it having maybe an ER substat.
Okay. Yeah.
But I think attack substat is
So yeah, like I think there's nuance. Yeah, what the subsets would be. The reason I suggested like an attack subset on the polearm is because of the fact that there's no freaking craftable polearm that has an attack subset, which I think is a dumb problem when they're releasing units. Like,
it's like you gotta look at it and you gotta compare it to like Torch, for example.
yes, yeah.
If
you didn't play,
like you compare it to Torch, if it's an attack substat that has the same passive as Proto Ember, it's just gonna be better than Torch, even on the characters that use Torch.
I mean,
and it's gonna get healing.
Generally speaking, it shouldn't be, right? Is what the balance would be, hopefully, right? And why like you're suggesting it maybe shouldn't be an attack subset.
Yeah, but that's because the Proto Ember like energy restoration passive is too good.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm fine with the idea of them being like completely utility focused. So if we want to go with them just having energy substat, whatever base attack, and
actually, just make them 3 stars.
Make them 3 stars. Sure. Okay. Yeah, that'd be fine too. But yeah, the idea.
I think that would actually be pretty good. Making 3-star weapons that have utility passives.
Yeah.
That
Plus,
you can use.
Theoretically, we wouldn't need freaking billets to get them then, or they'll introduce new billets for 3 stars.
You just need to explore.
Yeah.
Aware.
Hopefully, people don't throw them away. White tassel incident, but
Aware.
The idea though is like, okay, healing is one of the differentiators. Like, it's the healing in conjunction with all the other things she does, and like a prototype Amber series existing for all weapon times wouldn't invalidate the fact that she's an ideal healer for Farina, but it would uplift some options such that I feel like there wouldn't be as much of a gulf between doing like Farina Escoffier combo versus other combos, right? Because depending on what like the balance of these weapons would look like what of the idea of like what happens if you put this prototype Amber bow on Fischl with Farina, right? And put Farina on the prototype Amber weapon at the same time. Like, you lose Fav on Farina then, which would suck. Like, there'd be downsides to it. But then you wouldn't have to force a team-wide healer like Jean or whatever when you're doing Farina Fischl. Is kind of the idea, and that could help bridge this balance of like how Escoffier is going to be such a universal,
I do think
core.
That Farina shouldn't have access to it, though.
Sure, okay, so Farina just says it can't be equipped to Farina. No swords, okay. But then Chiori can't have it either. And like Chiori being able to be a team-wide healer.
Sorry.
I mean, Chiori should have had, now 1 year later, Chiori clearly should have had team-wide healing. It was like, why? Whatever. Yeah, Farina would probably be a little bit too broken if she could have a prototype Amber weapon. So I don't know how you make a sword that can't be equipped by Farina, but can be used by Chiori. But yeah, so I don't know. I like that as an idea for an outside thing to do that. Just add something to the game that uplifts characters without really uplifting Escoffier at all. Is kind of the idea, in some form.
Yeah.
I don't expect they're gonna do that, but we'll see. I don't know. Any other ideas?
I mean, to be fair, we already pretty much have the exact sword you're describing.
Do we? What is it? What?
Traveler's Handy Sword. It's a defense substat 3-star weapon that restores HP when you collect orbs or particles.
Oh, okay. Isn't that only the on-fielder though, if I recall?
Yeah, it's only the character that wears it.
Yeah, okay.
On-field, but we don't talk about that.
How much healing is it? I don't have it in my inventory right now.
1% HP.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. Big number.
Oh, perfect. All right, Chiori is now the healer we needed. Mono Geo Farina core with Chiori is better than Escoffier Farina core. Let's go. Well, all right. Closing. Do you want to summarize any closing thoughts on how to rebalance Escoffier?
I don't have any thoughts. My head is completely empty.
Head empty. You have no sleep. Yeah. Well, my summary would be, it's clear to, I think, most people who understand Genshin's combat to a significant degree and are, looking at the overall context, not just the hydro-cryo context for Escoffier. It's cool that Escoffier enables hydro-cryo teams as, like, an archetype, right? Like, what Chevreuse did for Chevreuse teams as new kinds of teams, Escoffier does to some extent. her balance for at least us two is not right there. And there's various ideas they could have gone with, but what I guess the last question in my mind to conclude this is like, what is their intention, right? Which we discussed a little bit, but what is their intention? Clearly, if this is their direction,
It's to make everyone feel like shit for not getting every character once they get Skirk and realize she's dog shit without Escoffier.
Yeah, that's kind of my suspicion too. It seems to be yes. Let's release hyper-specific units to make more money. Is a simple answer in my mind. And I'd love to have more optimism than that, but for me, characters like Escoffier's balance, like it's not like it's just Escoffia on her own, because it's been a slow crawl of, you know, whatever. The straw that broke the back was, I think, Mawika for me. You know that I've pretty much committed to not using Mawika Q other than accidentally or right. And to be clear, I'm saying that from a position of I got Mawika C1, although the reason I got Mawika C1 was so I could use her Q without having to use extra Natlan units with her. So now it's just giving me some attack percent and increase your duration and fucking up my rotations and some of my ideas. So it's annoying actually sometimes. But anyways, get screwed over by getting constellations.
Can't do the GC Sim Warlottie rotation.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, like Mawika was the straw that broke my back. As far as like character 5-star kit balance, not like the only problem, because like Mawika is a problem of Sitlali was released, yada yada, and like Natlan design direction also indicated this direction too. I just think they had a significant jump with Natlan in particular, and Escoffier, because of her being an off-fielder, healer, support, damage dealer, everything all in one unit, and you know 3 of your 4 characters are off-field at any given time in Genshin. So like I feel that off-field character balance is much more representative of like how they're balancing characters and the health of the game than anything for new characters.
Yeah.
And that she's not the straw that broke the camel's back for me. She is the bricks being dumped onto the dead camel to bury it, and like that's what she feels like to me. So it almost feels like it's going to be really hard for me to care about any 5-star character kit balance if a year later they're just going to release, you know, whatever other, like increase the DPS ceiling even more. Like I sincerely hope Escoffier at least doesn't beat Mawika's DPS ceiling, but the fact that I'm not confident they're not going to do that and just make it hurt Escoffier.
Okay, honestly, I don't think it'll beat Mawika, but I do think it'll beat everyone else.
So
maybe not Gumming. Maybe Gumming will still be the
yeah,
undisputed second best kind of.
So well, one thing is like,
kinda.
So I would expect that. I'd be surprised if Escoffier Skirk teams with Frina are less than 120k DPS, right? Would you agree with that?
I could see 110.
You can see 110? Okay. Do you think, like, on an easy... Because Mawika, to give her some credit, requires some mechanical nuance to, like, get her to melt properly to reach her full DPS threshold, right?
I think you'll be able to play Skirk with your eyes closed.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I feel like as well. So I feel like as far as ease of getting an omega amount of damage, Skirk is going to probably feel a lot better than someone like Mawika if you don't understand how to, like, do the Mawika setups properly. Mm-hmm. Even though Mawika still feels perfectly fine if you just melt the burst and don't do anything else. So I don't know. We'll see, right? It's concerning for me. I'm kind of almost going in the direction even more than I already was of just embracing 4 stars, because they tend to have more cool ideas in 4 stars, even if they tend to be balanced in like ways. But then units like Escoffier get released, that and the way Abyss ends up being balanced makes me feel like I need to always use Farina with them. Right, like I wish I had better non-Farina teams for DPS Lanyan, for example, and I do. Like I can do Bennett, Eonson, Farazan. Yeah, I can do Mawika. Go figure. But like, it doesn't feel quite the same. And like Eonson instead of Farina gets similar Lanyan damage as Farina does, but then I'm losing the Farina damage component, right? So it just like, I don't know. Against the Tulpa, it's perfectly fine. Tulpa Hydra immune, but anyways. The overreaction to Escoffier is pretty silly. So I just read my chat. I've been mostly ignoring my chat because yapping. But I don't know. Like, I don't think it's an overreaction. Like, I don't know. The point of this whole discussion, like, for you, Jason, was that there's nuance to this. Like, me and Zajef were on the same page that we like what Escoffier does for enabling some new teams, right? We're not overreacting, I think, and saying like, no, it's terrible that Ayaka has a 100k DPS team. I don't think we care. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just, could you know, she have been more beneficial on a mechanics level to make new teams and, you know, uplift Ayaka to a much more usable level without also being concerningly
it's not
imbalanced.
just about Ayaka, it's also that, like, Escoffier being as fucking powerful as she is effectively means that any freeze character released in the next 3 years is going to be significantly worse if you don't own Escoffier.
Yeah.
Which is really sad.
Yeah, which is kind of what's happened with Chevrolet's teams, right? As an example, with Electro.
But Chevrolet is a 4-star, and while her C6 is good, the teams still very much function without that C6.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, and they're rerunning Shivers relatively often now, it seems like, which is thank God. Because it seemed like for a while they might lock her to Ryan Banner. It'll be actually.
I'm glad they didn't. Man, I got so fucking lucky with that Veresa banner, man.
What happened exactly with your Veresa banner?
I went from like C2 to C6 Travelers and I got C6 Yonson.
Nice. With I think you have C1 Veresa, right? So yeah, not too bad. I got 3 5-stars in going for C6 Yonson, but it took me 150 pulls to get C6 Yonson, which was very lucky for me too.
Yeah, that's around the same amount as me.
Oh, do you know how many?
But I only got 1 gumming, and I was already C6, so that was pretty pog.
Yeah, that's some fortuitous luck for 4 stars in both of our parts. My Lanyon, C1 and C2 Lanyon took 200 pulls for me. I'll never not be salty about that. But now I can just make a joke that every Lanyon constellation is equivalent to 100 pulls.
I mean, listen, okay. As much as, like, I got lucky on this banner, it's been, like, 3 years at this point, but I will never get over that fucking Kokomi banner.
What Kokomi banner?
The Kokomi banner that had Rosaria, Beto, and Singto.
Okay.
And I went on that banner hoping for Singto, Beto, and cons on them. And it took me over 100 pulls to get anything other than Rosaria. I got C8 Rosaria before I saw Singto or Beto.
Nice. That's wonderful. It really frustrates me that they haven't implemented anything to change the 4-star acquisition system. And it's clear to me it's because the vast majority of players don't care. They're way too focused on 5 stars, right? Is my overall vibe. But I've said ongoing. I made a video about this a long time ago, but over like a year and a half ago at this point, which was the worst aspect of playing Genshin long term is trying to acquire 4 stars, in my opinion. It's kind of since abated a little bit, mostly because I've played for long enough that it's not as hard to justify wasting resources when you played for a long time on 4 stars. But it still feels bad. It feels bad. I had 2 guarantees in a row, and like I initially didn't care that much about Veresa, but I'm glad I got her anyways. So that was like a nice upside. But like I ended up with 2 copies of Cloud Retainer because I was gonna go with the idea. Like there was a possibility of me if I got unlucky with getting Eonson copies. I was considering going all in on Shunyun Banner to illustrate like the possibility that with 2 guarantees in a row like I had, I could have gotten C6 Cloud Retainer before C6 Eonson. Just getting slightly lucky with Cloud Retainer, like not abnormally crazy lucky, but slightly lucky with Cloud Retainer and slightly unlucky with Eonson. The fact that that can happen, that I could get 5 constellations on a 5-star before possibly getting the 4-star at C6 is insane. That didn't happen, thankfully. But like I ended up with freaking C3 Cloud Retainer, dude. Like, and because of my 2 guarantees with capturing Radiance, I had lost 3 50/50s.
Deserved.
I know, honestly. I'm glad C2 Cloud Retainer can be turned off, though. It's very easy to turn it off. So, you know, I was fine
What
with
do you
getting
mean?
it.
Just by like nerfing her attack?
Yeah, half her attack. I just put a level 25 on her. She's fine. She has half the attack total. So I can never be a normal Cloud Retainer. One interesting thing, by the way, I've noticed is that, like, you and I both understand, like, breakpoints in any given situation matter a lot, right? Whether or not you kill enemies in less numbers of hits is actually what results in lower clear times, regardless of, like, whether or not you see a bigger number. In my testing with Cloud Retainer C2 versus non-C2, I oftentimes don't get substantially better clears with her C2, which is interesting to me.
Whom?
With
Which carries?
various characters. I think I noticed it to be clear with Veressa. So like the characters like Shunyun is best for. But when I'm doing like what I like to do with Shunyun, which is doing plunge on other characters, like plunge Yai, for example, I see a significant upgrade in Yai's damage for the plunge damage. And it definitely helps with more consistency, but when I'm like optimizing things, I haven't noticed that much the uplift.
Yeah, because most of your damage isn't coming from plunges in those.
I mean, it's probably about half damage from plunging, I think. In the team that I'm playing.
Like a lot, you notice the difference the most in like the reaction teams.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm just mentioning it as like something that for your audience maybe, but also for my audience. I don't know if it's gonna be in my edited video, but in like as someone who has considered getting various strong supportive constellations, whether by choice or not, like in the case of Cloud Retainer, it's just been Farazan was the first banner that I wished for, and then now Eon's on, so I wound up with Cloud Retainer constellations. And it just hasn't, when I've actually been able to like properly test things, it hasn't necessarily made that much of a difference, which is illustrative of like you probably shouldn't go for constellations, especially if they're going to be power creeping at the rate that they have been. Like, what's the point of getting constellations if they're just going to be releasing way more powerful units in the future? Like, I don't know. This is one thing I yapped about with like C2. Ooh, we're going to a domain. How exciting! C2 Shilonen, right? Like, I got C2 Shilonen because I like the shenanigans with the Electro buff, which is you shouldn't get C2 Shilonen. I want to emphasize this for the Electro buff alone.
Yeah.
It's just like a fun shenanigan like team utility thing, but it was definitely not worth it. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, especially what's particularly funny is like, I haven't actually checked calc-wise. Is it even worth it to use C2 Shilonen with her cryo buff in Escoffier teams in place of a fourth cryo Hydra member? Like,
no.
Yeah, I don't think so. Which is funny, right? So like, don't get constellations if they're releasing units like Escoffier, guys. Use it as a reason not to get constellations, in my opinion. Are you targeting a very good Veressa build because of how much you like Veressa now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're here to give me luck. I need a good sense.
All right.
Right now my sense is 4 crit rolls, and that's it.
Only 4? Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
What does mine have? I use an elixir on mine because I wanted to be done with the domain, and it went very well. I think it has like 3 crit rolls.
How many?
3. So yours is better. Wow.
It can't have 3.
Wait, it can't have
3. If you
three.
use an elixir on it.
Oh yeah, you're correct. No, it has 4. Sorry. Yeah, so mine is equivalent to yours with an elixir. But extra EM rolls. 2 EM rolls though. Which is technically useless.
Big. So get those chunky overloads.
Yeah. The funny part is at the same time it jumped my Shao to top 1% build.
Oh fuck.
What happened? You're invisible.
I got interrupted.
Oh. Why the hell do I have this
wait
on?
43 seconds.
I guess it's fine. Whatever.
Wait, I crafted an electro goblet.
How did that go well? Because high risk, high reward.
I got 1 additional roll, so it's a 5 crit roll.
That's
it's okay.
for an onset. That's good. Yeah.
But it's a low roll on a crafted.
I hate variable roll values. Like, It's so annoying how often that just makes you feel
Yeah.
bad about a goblet.
Yeah.
What's my
Yeah.
Moika on? Oh, my Moika's on full EM right now.
My build is kind of cursed, honestly.
What's it at?
I have my feather has 21 CV,
Okay.
but it also has 21% attack.
Oh, okay. So a high stat value at least.
Except we call that light.
Yeah.
I mean, that
It's
sounds
a
like my
7 roller, but yeah.
yeah. That sounds like my flower a little bit. Oh, actually, no. Your that feather's better than my flower. The game has trolled me, by the way. This is why my Shao build got as good as it is when I was farming for Varesa. I have 3 40 CV feathers in this stupid set.
I wish.
I just like 2 of them are like carbon copies of the same thing. It's nonsense. They're both 14 crit rate and 14 crit damage. I don't understand how that happened.
Also, my Skirk build is like already pretty fucking
I
good.
didn't accept the prompt. Yeah, mine is 2. I have stopped farming the domain. That's why I used elixirs, because I wanted to leave the domain. But I might return to it eventually.
I have multiple cryo goblets on the Skirk set. It's ugh.
Wow. That's something I don't have.
Anyways.
Skirk's gonna
it
be
is
so
what it
strong
is.
that you can have no crit on her and she'll clear probably perfectly fine. Let's be real. Ugh.
Don't say these things.
Dude, I did a no crit Arlecchino video back when Cheek first came out. I purposely farmed Gladiator's artifacts that had no crit substats, which is a pain in the ass, by the way. It's a pain in the butt to purposely farm artifacts that have 0 crit. I might actually try to do the same thing with Skirk, because it'd be funny. And it was not hard to clear. I used the Candace Bennett Cosmo team back then. It was trivial to clear with no crit.
That makes sense, yeah. Anyways, sorry, I'm kind of dying.
That makes sense.
My lack of sleep is catching up to me, so I think we can wrap things up.
Yeah. I mean, I already wrapped things up, but we were just yapping about whatever at that point.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else to end off.
No, I don't think I have anything to add.
Wonderful.
So, thank you for joining me today.
Yeah, thank you
for the
as
yap.
well. Yeah, it was a good yap, I think. Hopefully, people got value out of it.
Yes, sir.
Have a good rest of your day. And maybe we can do something like this in the future, unless people hate us. I don't know.
Yeah, you can hit me up anytime. I'm always down to yap on stream.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, I will see you around. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Hello, chat. We're all alone. Sad. So, what do we do now? let's watch how many viewers it lose. Well, also 550 viewers. Jesus. Apparently, baiting people to join the stream with Zajef is a good thing. Yappers IRL is so annoying. I mean, yeah, I'm like such a silent boy IRL. I'm so much more of a listener. Like, it's crazy. Time to DPS Chi-Chi. Tars just messaged me. Oh boy. I mean, I am actually down to... Okay, should I go... Oh wait, I'm in Suggest World still. I am down to... Oh, he's on my list now. I could like request... Oh no. I didn't even think about that. So Jeff gave me power. He can be live streaming, and I can just request joining his world now. Anyways, came in at the perfect time, haven't I? Yep, right as we were done with our yap. Thoughts on live stream teaser art? I mean, I mentioned it briefly in that. I think it's funny that it's like doesn't include Escoffier at all. So, anyways, oh, you can't initial it. Oh yeah, he probably has just co-op turned off. That makes sense. That makes sense. I do the same thing sometimes, but I can use this function, which this he can do nothing about other than block me. So I probably shouldn't do it. Because if I message him regularly in game, it like appears like, you know, in game, and doesn't go away for like a while. So, anyways, came back to the game. You have decently built level 90 Kaching, got C6 shivers. Wow, is there a Kaching overload team that works? I mean, kind of like C6 Kaching gives her more personal talent damage. Like, I'm not gonna say it doesn't work. particularly because, you know, if you haven't invested enough off-field pyro DPS, you're going to want some off-field pyro in conjunction with it. It's probably enough damage to clear in a lot of situations, but you might also find yourself struggling a little bit. Like, I can tell you if I try to use my... I think I have a level 70... Oh no, she's level 60. Oops, my bad. No, she's level 70. I lied. If I go and try to use a level 70 Kaching, you know, I'd probably struggle a little bit. Your talent multipliers are going to matter. But like a fully triple crown Kaching, you know, with a good build, is she going to struggle? I don't know. I don't think she's going to struggle a ton. But, you know. Where is Zajef? He left because it was live stream. And he had to sleep. The dude didn't sleep. He said he did not sleep at all last night. So, you know, I wasn't gonna try to force him to yap when he's done. Hello, Kos. So, anyways, we could try. Let's go just see what my abyss buffs are today. Actually, I should use my resin first, but let's go see. Wait, I gotta check some things. Extract sanctifying elixir. I'll pass. I gotta decide if I want to do ley lines. This is not available today. That's fine. I farmed a little bit of it yesterday. My intention is to take Escoffier probably to level. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I think I might take Escoffier to level 6 burst because I think level 6 burst will be fine for me. As far as damage and healing value, the reason to level her burst higher for me would be to I want to get like a. I want to do a melt Escoffier team where I melt her burst activation kind of thing. Find any unique or new team with Eons on other than Bennett side grade. Yes. But I don't know. Go watch my Eons on team or Eons on stream. It's like an 8-hour stream doing stuff with Eons on. Testing her constellations for half of it and then testing her C0 for the other half. And I'd say a team where she's a notable upgrade, as an example for that I like, recently in particular, is Dia, Eonson Yai Chevreuse. Because the team dynamic there allows for pretty good uptime on her buff, but also her buff isn't super important to keep full uptime for Dia. So the rotation dynamic is, generally speaking, trying to Yai burst. It doesn't do Yai burst every rotation because Yai 22-second cooldown, right? But trying to Yai burst and then switch to Dia, do Dia bursting, and like take advantage of a little bit of movement from Yai to help keep up with the buff, but also Dia being half HP scaling, half attack scaling, means it's not really of utmost importance or crazily different if you don't have the full buff up from Eon's on for Dia's damage, but Yai can get the full buff up pretty easily. So I can get like, with my Yai build to be clear, which is a really, really good Yai build, especially for a Chevreuse team context. That's not Electro. Oh, she's in my team. My Yai build, which is this broken right now? No, it is. This is the correct build for. This is technically my best Yai build, although I actually have a preferred build that has lower crit rate because I'm fine with a little bit of crit RNG. But this Yai build gets like, with her burst, it gets like 450,000 damage just from her burst alone. So, you know, she's doing like 1 million DPR basically, or not, I shouldn't say million. She's probably doing like towards 800k if I'm being maybe conservative is my Yai build. And that's pretty cool. And then Dia is contributing and Dia feels nice to play. It's a comfortable team. Dia feels like she's doing satisfying damage. Yai feels like she's doing very satisfying damage. And the reason Eon's on is a lot better than Bennett there is because Circle Impact. Primarily, but also double Electro is nice. There's no need for triple Pyro over double Pyro, right? The Fab particles on Eon's on versus Bennett is quite nice, for Dia especially. Yeah. And then other places would be like plunge teams, generally speaking. Pretty much any plunge team is, I'd say, other than Xiao, because Xiao has Farina, Shun Yun, Farazan combo. Xiao's best team doesn't use Bennett anyways, right? But if you're not specifically doing stuff with C6 Bennett infusion, I prefer plunge teams with Eon Son over Bennett. So yeah. Yes, Eon Son buffs off-field units more too. Yeah, which is like that's part of why I'm noticing that, right? is the scroll buff for Shepard's team is noticeable. I don't know. I can go show that team, I guess, quick in Abyss. While we go there. Oh, wait, you distracted me. You distracted me from looking at what I was going to look at, which was checking what I'm going to farm for today. I think I should just do ley lines. Wait, actually, no. I should do, it's Wednesday. I think I can do Fav. I need to level another Fab Lance to 90 because I'm going to definitely end up using Shenhe more often. And like I was giving Eons on my level 90 Fab Lance, and like I use other Polemin units on Fab irregularly enough that it was fine. Like Candace doesn't have a need to have a fully leveled Fab, for example, so she was kept on that. But now that I'm gonna want Eons on, and I feel like Escoffier shenanigans, at least temporarily, I'm gonna probably have need for having multiple level 90 Fab Lances. It's time, so I should do that. Yes, I can do that today. Wonderful. And then other than leveling Fab Lance, actually shoot. Well, no, that weapon can wait till next patch. I was gonna say I should level Calamity of Eshu. I should have leveled that during the patch it came out, but resources. Calamity of Eshu. Bloops. Calamity of Eshu. Thanks for mentioning me during the app session. You're welcome. It wasn't Tars just mentioned me. You're welcome, Tars. It wasn't me intentionally plugging. It was just topical. To bring up. I forgot why I brought you up, actually. I wasn't intentionally plugging you. But yeah. Anyways, Calamity of Eshu. The reason I want to look into Calamity of Eshu, that's actually as far as like the Zajef conversation goes, regarding Skirk, and the whole thing with Sitlali being potentially better than Shenhe for Skirk Escoffier teams. Actually, I think part of that conversation that I left out that I maybe should have mentioned is Calamity of Eshu existing. This is going to be Skirk's best free-to-play weapon, probably not even close, if you have a shield. And Sitlali provides a shield. So, like, I get it. I think that's quite sad. If Skirk Escoffier teams end up having Sitlali be better than Shenhe, a Sitlali C0, not a Sitlali C1, Sitlali C0 ends up being better for Skirk team damage than Shenhe C0, that's super lame in my opinion. Because like Shenhe should have her, like one of the beneficial things about Escoffier, right, is Shenhe having value, like because having 2 units to buff, plus buffing herself technically, is much more valuable than only buffing 1 unit. Like doing triple cryo with Shenhe is how Shenhe gets more value. But if Skirk's balance is such that, especially with this sword existing, is such that you should just use Sitlali on TDDS, get scroll buff, get TDDS buff, get Calamity of Eshu going. Like, the point is, I think if you want Escoffier for Skirk, you probably, and you already have Sitlali, you really probably don't have to stress out. Even if you don't have Sitlali at all, to be clear, Skirk is probably going to be plenty compelling. There's cryo shielders that will enable, like, Layla might be better than Shenhe if this is your main weapon option for Skirk, right? Because this weapon might be really, really, really good for Skirk. Like, really good. It might be really, really good. So Layla is an enabler for it too. Anyways, point being, Sitlali might be better than Shenhe though, as far as buffing value goes for Skirk, depending on how Skirk's actual balance is, and we'll see. We shall see. Why don't you just use Yelan, who has off-field damage, instead of Layla? I mean, I agree. Like, Yelan will be better if you have her. Yelan is a 5-star. If you're saying Yelan instead of Sitlali, because you'd rather, if you're playing a Skirk team, I think you generally speaking would, and especially if you're playing a Skirk Escoffier team, you're probably playing that team because you want a brain off team that does a lot of damage. Why not focus more down into Skirk's damage? Even if Yelan is better than Sitlali technically, which I don't think she necessarily will be, because again, scroll buff, like Sitlali might be better than Yelan too, because scroll buff plus TDDS for Skirk. If Skirk has Omega multipliers, like just big baseline multipliers, she might be better than Yelan too. Even though she's like the buff that Sitlali provides to Skirk, maybe, and plus a little bit of Hydra Rush, right? So she'd buff your Freenal a little bit too. Might be more than Yelan provides just on a spreadsheet level. And then you have things like Calamity of Eshu being enabled, and you have things like the shield just makes the team more comfortable to play. And you have things like she might, depending on what Skirk's cooldowns look like, how things line up, Sitlali might be better for being a shorter rotation unit. We don't know, because we don't know Skirk's things. So I doubt Skirk will be that strong. I so badly want to tell you guys the thing I sent Zajef. I so badly want to... Look, I would love to say that I'm optimistic they're not going to make Skirk super strong. But I got... This is not like... I don't have access to the deep beta or anything. I didn't sign an NDA. But I have a tidbit of information that I don't want to share because I don't want to get yelled at if they somehow find out. But in case they... Because technically I'm not supposed to share things that was sent by this person, right? At all. Even though like I'm allowed to say that this person exists, which is my third-party Hoyo contact that, you know, it contacts me for if Hoyoverse wants to, like, this is the person that contacts, so here, this is how I can say it. This person contacted me for, if you remember back when Mawika released, I had a sponsored live stream for Mawika's release, right? Where I leveled up Mawika and played a bunch of teams with Mawika. That was a sponsored stream, technically. It was a stream that I probably would have made anyways. This was a win-win for me. They didn't require anything of me other than like, hey, Mawika's been released. Go check out this link. This is a third-party Hoyo rep, right? So this was I was sponsored by Genshin Impact, technically. I was not sponsored by Hoyoverse, technically, because it's a different team, so they don't want me to stay sponsored by Hoyoverse. But that video with Mawika, right? They asked me to do... right, I did a sponsored stream where I just played around with Mawika and it was like, hey, Mawika's out, blah, 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 blah. Here's me playing this character. They didn't really require anything of me, which is why it was like a great sponsorship opportunity for me. Low effort, low commitment, basically just gave me money for doing something I was going to do anyways. Wonderful. But why am I mentioning that? Well, in the last year, they've only asked me to do that for Mawika. Why? They probably that means Mihoyo was spending advertising dollars, right? That's what internally their company would do. If they're paying YouTubers to do, you know, hey, here's a link to be like, hey, check out new version of Genshin. I'm playing around with new character released today. That is Mihoyo spending advertising money, and because they want to make their money back on the character. So why do you think I'm mentioning the fact that they sponsored Mawika in the context of what Skirk's balance is going to be? Without me directly telling you anything. Because this isn't 100% anything. But guess why I'm talking about Farina, or guess why I'm talking about the fact that they sponsored a stream with Mawika. Anyways, let's go Fablance. Also, this team I only put because I wanted to be active with these characters while I was yapping. Put it back to normal.
You want me on your team?
Man, I so badly want to, like...
It's been a while since I've limited.
It's just like, it's funny how I've transitioned recently to care less about artifacts. This is just like an internal transition for caring about leveling more characters, wanting to build up resources, but unironically my resource priority in Genshin right now I think is building up more ley lines again, leveling a couple specific characters for future character synergy and videos, but then I also like want to like just level 90 characters like Farazan, because I'm using her enough now with DPS Lanyan that I want her level 90. I don't like have to have her level 90 or anything, but anyways, oh yeah, I think, you know what, here, commit to doing this, but like the one thing that I want to farm artifacts for right now, like it used to be like artifacts which is always the default, but now I have like so many priorities of like leveling characters and whatever that I'd rather do right now than build up artifacts, that outside of the context of, oh, they released a new relevant artifact set, but now I have like good enough artifacts in this set that I'm like, I'm not too concerned about going back to this set anytime soon. Same thing with like Skirk. I have good enough artifacts for Skirk, and she's probably gonna be way more than strong enough that I don't really need to worry about it, right? Unless I need to farm it for a no crit Skirk video, which I maybe consider doing. Should have gotten the other Abyss guy. Who's the other Abyss guy? For like, you mean like an Escoffier conversation? I'm down with talking to someone else about Escoffier. We can get more perspectives. Who's the other Abyss guy? You mean like TGS? I could reach out to TGS. I don't know if he'd want to do that, but anyways, I want to get a better tenacity build on my Farina, because like this feather is not it for her in particular. Let's see what I have if I do this. And the circlet doesn't exactly make me happy either compared to that circlet. But bam, 90 crit rate, 129 crit damage. This is what I mean, where I'd say my tenacity build is a little lower investment than my golden troop build. It's only 40% crit damage less. Well, it's not. It's 40. It's actually like only 30 CV less. It looks much worse than my golden troop build. My golden troop build, for reference, was 80, 85, 170. But having 5 crit rate more is 10 CV. So in practice, I only have 30 CV less, which is a lot. But, you know, it's fine. And I have more HP already, technically. So it's actually a little better in some ways, minorly. If I don't need the ER, I could switch to this piece, actually. Which has even more HP. Wow. You know, I'll stick to that. Hopefully 220 there. The moment I notice this not being enough ER, though, I'll switch to a different piece. But yeah, get a little bit better of a flower, and get a slightly better circlet that has like at least one more crit roll or HP percent rolls, and I'm very happy with this, right? I might, well, I don't know. The problem, I'm tempted to craft a double crit flower for Farina, but honestly, yeah, like I basically never play Farina Neuvillette, so for me, the vast majority of the time, tenacity is just better. Like, I shouldn't have spent as much resonance as I did in Golden Troop, technically. Anyways, I think 220 ER is fine. It's a very solid build, regardless. I just want to be able to more properly compare it to a very high investment Golden Troop build, right? And that can be done by... I really wish that had an ER substat. I don't think I need this. I really, really wish that had an ER substat. Because, like, if I lose 10 crit rate, right? Like, going down to 79.8 crit rate is slightly not ideal. Like, I don't think it's necessarily objectively better, but it would make me feel like it's better. Essentially. And also, I didn't look at whether or not I have a better HP goblet. I don't think I do, technically. Mostly because I like having some ER. Like, that has basically the same value, but worse. This is higher CV, but no ER. That has ER, but way lower CV. Oh, I forgot I had that. I forgot Benny Boy had that. I don't love the idea of removing some ER from Bennett. I forgot I had that. Okay. My Farina build might actually be better than I expect. If I use that. And then... Okay, let's level this piece. So this Farina circlet, to be clear, this is a Farina circlet. Through and through. I have found that I don't care about it. I haven't used it in a long time. I know I probably shouldn't throw it away in case I want to move her back to a crit damage circlet. I have found that even if I'm min-maxing her crit damage, I end up using like a different weapon, right? Not this. So like, I just don't think I need this. But I would probably advise most people not throw this away, but you know. And we're putting a good artifact in. Like, we put an artifact with crit and an HP, so we get a bunch of crit and HP out. It failed. Okay. Well, I'm sticking with what I got for now. I mean, look, it has 2 good rolls. It's not unusable, technically. I don't need this crap. Okay. Well, sorry. Like right now, I'm just like, do I farm tenacity? Because like, really, it is just like getting a better circlet would be nice, but really, it's mostly just getting a better flower that I want. Like having a low crit roll value, like 4 crit rolls with no other relevant substats makes me sad. If I had 4 crit rolls and relevant substats, perfectly happy with it. Like having 1 HP roll, 1 ER roll, whatever. Farazan needs tenacity too, not if they're on the same team. And if I'm playing Farazan, I can tell you most of the time, because I'm playing Farazan because I'm doing animo DPS and things, right? If I'm playing Farazan because I'm doing animo DPS and things, that means I have Farina on the team because one of the other main ways to buff animo is just giving universal damage bonus, because there's not many ways to buff animo units. So Farina has tenacity, therefore Farazan does not need tenacity. So hence why I think I'm actually going to stick with Scroll of Cinder City. Scroll of Cinder City on Farazan, even without the 2Ps doing anything, like in a team like this. I have a quite good Cinder City build. So, yeah. I could do Golden Troop Farazan instead, yes. But that is another alternative that I might mess around with. But I like the idea of buffing Lanyan a little bit more. So, main stats in this Farazan build. Since I'm using Fav and it's a double animo, I'm quite confident I should be able to get away with an attack timepiece. So, attack timepiece, animo goblet, and crit circlet. So, if I feel like I need more crit, I can switch things up a little bit. One thing I would kind of like is a crit rate circlet with crit damage and ER substat. Because, like, if I want to be super comfortable with Farazan, I would like a little bit more ER than this, but this should be fine. This should really be fine with Fav on her. But having more ER gives me more flexibility to, like, choose to do things like funneling the Fab particles to Lanyan, rather than having to make sure I catch the Fab particles with Farazan. But usually she catches her own Fab particles, so, yeah. Where's the Zajef? He left because he had to go to sleep. I'm sorry. You can rewind the stream. We had like a good hour and a half yap. Here, you know what? I should put a pinned comment for some of these people's, because I don't blame you for having that question, because I put that in the title. But we've just started doing normal Genshin things. Zajef went to sleeps. Rewind to beginning for 1.5 hour yap with him, or wait for edited video. There you go. Change stream thumbnail. What is my thumbnail? I don't remember.
100 years have passed, yet there hasn't been any change to those dumb
An old-fashioned concerned yap. I mean, that's a neutral enough thumbnail. I don't think the thumbnail's a problem. Anyways, can Skirk be a Melt character? We don't know yet, but probably not. She's probably going to be very bad at Melt because of how her passes work, if the information we have currently is to be believed, which it seems fairly believable. Alright, Shirley by Bennett can get away with less than 275 ER. So that Farina can have his goblet. Okay. I wonder, do I have a crit damage circlet? No. Okay. In tenacity. Because, like, that, well, no, I don't think I have the artifacts for a crit damage circlet. I'd have to, yeah, no, I'd have to have like an insane amount of crit rate substats. Man, why didn't this, if this had one more like crit damage roll instead of like the Dapper Flat Attack, would have been very happy with that. Okay. Okay. You know what? Screw it. We're gambling today. I should be doing ley lines. We're doing tenacity gamba. If you do Elegy on Farazan instead of Fab, I would probably recommend an ER timepiece on Farazan in this team, personally. But yeah, the weird thing with this team is that I found that like the value of the Fab particles with at least with 128 technically ER on Lanyan, the Fab particles just significantly improve the dynamics of like options for getting my burst up at times I want my burst up, and you know, Lanyon just doesn't quite get her energy back without having to do like annoying rotations that specifically funnel particles, like from Farazan charged attack to Lanyon. Like it restricts the rotation a lot. Like in idealized rotations, LG should be better than Fav on Farazan in this team, but I find that I prefer the gameplay with Fav substantially more. So yeah. Didn't crit. Sad.
See about that. Up and away. Hope and fly.
One skill killed. Nice. You can see. I don't know. Look. I might end up switching to ER timepiece anyways, because I don't know. I could just use like I have. What do I have? ER. First of all, I have the onset piece. That might be actually good enough to use it off piece somewhere else. But I have this for sure. That's normally a Dia piece, but Dia's not on that right now because of the challenge I've been doing. I don't know. Anyways, I have this or this most likely. So I don't know. That would lower her below 70% crit rate though, so that would not be ideal, I would say. I'd have to switch to like this thing instead, which would be fine, I suppose. And they lose 1 crit damage roll, lose some attack percent. Maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. This was not a showing of like what normal rotations look like because I didn't finish a rotation, right? That's why Farazan didn't get her burst back. Who benefits from flat rolls? I mean, let's say a character like Veressa. Your best artifacts are the best artifact you can get for Veressa is double crit, attack percent on like on your non-timepiece, obviously. Double crit, attack percent, and the best fourth roll is flat attack. That doesn't mean you want flat rolls in your upgrades, but your best last roll is flat attack. So, yeah. Do you need C6 Farazan for DPS Lanyon? Nope. I can't test without C6 Farazan on my account, so I can't tell you how like the exact same investment, but without C6 Farazan would look like. But I've had people tell me that DPS Lanyon works quite well without C6 Farazan because this is a team that allows you to switch to Farazan and you actively want to like do some like kind of quick swappy type gameplay where you swap to Farazan, use her skill, do her charge attack. You might want to do an ER timepiece, I suspect, without C6 Farazan, even with Fav. But like most of the gameplay you've actually seen from my Farazan has been with an ER timepiece anyways in the past. That right now I'm not using one, but point being, yes, because of the fact that you on-field Farazan anyways for a little bit. Okay, I should just whatever. Nice. That is more damage than I got my tenacity build. You know, you have inherently less energy problems on her. So, yeah. It is pretty much a dual DPS comp. Yep. Why bother with this team when TF Farazan exists? I mean, because... Okay. That's amusing. For a while, I've said I wanted an attack percent timepiece on Tenacity for Farazan, but now I've moved on to Scroll Farazan, so this is no longer very useful. I appreciate having it as an option. You know what? Thank you, game. But I really would just like a double crit flower. or a decent circlet. Max rolls, though, yeah, is kind of nice. If only Farina was an attack scaler. It's just not Farazan burst, it'll be fine. Yeah, these enemies are not tanky enough for it to matter. Just like the game, though. Just like the game to give me an attack percent timepiece after I have decided I no longer need an attack percent timepiece in Tenacity, but we keep it. We keep it because it's a good option. That could be a good Dendro Goblet. Oh, please roll double crit. I'd be so happy. Please. One of the leaks, they said you can swap and keep the infusion. So, theoretically, yes. I sure hope so, because yeah, not being able to do double E Shenhe would suck. We'll see. The Infusion on Skirk is a question, though, of not just can you swap out, but also what is the duration. Because if Skirk's like uptime on for however her kit works, and this is something we have no idea yet, right? If Skirk's uptime is nice. If Skirk's uptime is 12 seconds for her ability, right? She has like a Pyro Traveler. This character's uptime is only at most 12 seconds. Her special state ends after 12 seconds. Then swapping out to Shenhe and swapping back to... I mean, honestly, I'll try that too if it rolls crit the last line. And then swapping back to... What's her bucket? Will potentially lose a significant amount of damage from Skirk. But she also has her like weird burst damage component, so maybe if you swap off field, we don't know. Is the point? Like there's too many unknowns as far as specifics of Skirk's kit to answer the specific question of how well will she work with Shenhe for like quick swap utility. Yes, we get 12% damage bonus from Scroll for Animo damage bonus and the Hydro damage bonus, and so you know this is a way to buff Lanyan a little bit more. With Tenacity on Farina and her on Scroll. And I have good Tenacity artifacts to make Farazan do good damage, so I don't need to do that. I just need to... Oh, Farazan got level 10 Friendship. This is perfect. I like that name card. This is perfect. To fully transition Farina to whatever build. By getting... now it's minimum crit roll, right? But that doesn't matter if it rolls double crit, right? Ah! We'll try it anyways, but I'm sad. Okay, the problem is like I'm already low on crit damage, right? So it's just like it didn't have a bad roll. Like I'm not unhappy about it, but it also it's like crit rate isn't really what I needed, right? I don't know. And it rolled like because like in the reality that rolled entirely into crit rate, right? That could enable a crit damage circlet in the future. That's why it's worth checking that kind of piece. And now it's just in the weird middle ground of like, it has high enough stat value that it might technically be better than this one for sure. Like I think it actually is if it gets in a... Oh my god. I think the cat just tipped something over outside. But I think it technically is better than this one if it gets another crit rate roll in particular. And if the ER matters, obviously. You know what? Here, let's... Because of the fact that I have this timepiece available, normally I prefer an ER timepiece on her, but maybe there's a reality where I use this on her instead of an ER timepiece. Particularly if I end up in a situation, and I can switch to like this to get more ER, and if I get like a crit rate circlet with ER substat instead. So, you know, we'll continue leveling it. Show us the kitty. I think it ran away. If he, because I don't see him. A Thanos piece. That's not exactly what I wanted. I'm not gonna immediately throw it away because I don't have anything to throw it away into. But I'm not inclined to keep that for how my Farina looks right now. If that was a crit rate roll, yeah, then that's more interesting. Like it's not bad. I don't know. It's weird. But like, as it currently stands, it's not that much better than this piece, right? This piece has a whole bunch of ER. This is the kind of piece that, yeah, like, for example, let's do what I mentioned. Switch to this. Switch to HP. Switch to this. And then let's switch to a crit damage circlet that has crit rate ER, right? Yeah, like that. Actually... This is probably better. Let's see what this looks like. Does this have a usable amount of crit rate? Probably not. No, it's close. It's not that far away. But okay, let's go back to a crit rate circlet. So like, even with a crit rate circlet, what does that look like? It's still pretty usable, right? Now we're at 41,000. They don't underestimate that HP value, right? But anyways, I'd rather keep this over this is kind of my point. if the difference is the ER, that makes it relevant, right? So that's fine. That's fine though. Almost had a dream come true, but no. It's what it is. Plap. You know what, here, we can keep... Well, no, I don't need this goblet on her for now. Not until I get a different flower. Okay. Plap. This is still fine for now. One last shot, please. I would like to be freed from caring about artifacts for a while, because this is the main thing I care about right now. Okay. Wait. Okay, it's an onset goblet and it has 4 line with HP. In the... I don't think I'm going to level it, but in the reality that this rolls, like, 30% HP, actually could be a cracked goblet. Technically. I don't know. We'll level it to 4. It would be a very funny artifact to use on her if it rolls like that. What am I doing? Select Frida. Like, don't you might be like, oh, but it has no crit. Yeah, but it's an onset goblet. It enables me to use like my cracked off-piece circlet, right? Like, I'd gain 20 crit damage from the circlet, lose 20 crit damage here. I'd stay the same crit damage, but gain a ton of HP and lose a little bit of crit rate. But like the crit rate isn't that big a deal, right? This is actually, you know what? I'm convincing myself more that this is actually a good goblet. That actually makes me think I should level this piece too. Ah, man, onset goblets are cracked, right? Anywho's, you know what? I guess. No, we'll level it by 4 first. No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. This one is not the one. That is not the one. But this piece though. Or this piece though. I do have C2 Farina. Honestly, like, would I care that much if I have like, it's kind of the perfect piece if we pretend it's HP. Okay, you know what? If it rolls well. No, it didn't roll well. Sad. Okay. Darn. There was a dream there. Imagine like the 48 crit value defense goblet. I'd use it. If I had a 48 crit value defense goblet with an ER roll for her as an onset goblet, it's good enough. Not what I was aiming for, but good enough. How do I feel about this one? Maybe fine? It's gonna be done. Yeah, okay. I don't know. It's an onset goblet, right? I could do this and then do this. It's technically better. It's technically better. As bad as it feels, assuming the ER isn't needed, it's technically better, I think, which is like... Actually, it's not even really better, because it's the same CV, it just looks better. It looks better, it's better balanced, right? Because there's a little bit too much crit rate before, but the overall CV was basically the same. It has a little bit more HP. Like, one more crit roll was the difference maker in this really being better. If it is better, it's technically because of the flat HP, which is funny. So I don't know. I'll keep it locked for now, but it's in the... You know, I don't need to keep it locked. I'll just remember. It's in the probably throwaway pile, right? But I don't know. This is fine. Like, this is a perfectly fine tenacity build. It's fine. It's just, you know... I would like to hit like 8150 is what I would be really happy with. So, you know, getting a more crit damage heavy flower and one more crit damage roll on this. And then like my monkey brain is happy with the crit ratio, right? I'm low on resources. I know. I like this has been an artifact patch for me, so I've been in much more of an artifact mindset this patch. But like, I really want to transition to non-artifacts. It's just like it's just tenacity Farina that's on my mind right now. I have artifacts for Skirk. Why is there? Oh, it's a name card. I have artifacts for Skirk. I have artifacts for whoever. I'm good. I'm good with artifacts, but like, oh yeah, I just need to. I just want to
Thank you for
be done with tenacity Farina, right? Just want to be done with that. What is the rest of this? I think I'll wait to do more of this. There's only one more unlocked. Oh no, there's 2 more unlocked. Oh, I can do everything today. Oh, okay. If you guys want to join co-op, we can do this. If you're interested, I'm down to do this right now. And then we can do some stuff in Abyss. I can do the Dia Yai stuff, and I can also maybe mess around with my challenge of the Abyss or buff. Abyss. I can't speak. Abyss buffs are good. That 40% ER Skirk build laughs hard. Look. We don't know what Skirk ascends with. Probably crit damage, because supposedly her weapon is crit rate. Why do I scroll all the way? But like, look. This is a Skirk build. Without faffing about with different goblets right now, I gotta faff about with goblets a little bit, like probably this goblet instead, right? Particularly in an Escoffier team, are you telling me that a 233 crit damage, 87% Skirk build on Skirk, a character that is almost assuredly going to be quite strong, especially in an Escoffier team context, is not going to be good enough? And in a non-Escoffier team context, you know, whatever, maybe I'll tweak around the build a little bit, but we'll see how compelling she is in non-Escoffier teams anyways. So, I don't know. Like, yes, I'm being carried by the fact that I have this weapon. This is just, like, the EM buff is doing, like, basically nothing. This weapon would be better, theoretically, particularly if I switch to a crit damage circlet, and I will also, I plan to have this fully leveled when Skirk comes out, so I can do stuff with this, right? But, you know, so I have different options, my point. And I do have a crit damage circlet available. Would I like a better one? Sure. But ultimately, I'm going to wait to decide on what to continue refarming for when she comes out. I'm pretty sure this is more than usable of a Skirk build. I highly doubt I will struggle with her. And she supposedly is going to be a sword. But if she's not a sword, that might change things too. So, I don't know. And if she ascends with crit, that might change things as well. So, I don't know. Is Effie a must with Skirk? I mean, it's very possible that Skirk without Effie teams is going to be a very underwhelming unit. I suspect she will just be a usable unit without Effie. Like, that's my guess. But if they really want to make a lot of money on Skirk, it's also possible she's an absurd unit. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if she's, like, hitting 140k DPS, which is way... Skirk as Effie teams are going to be so much easier to play than, like Mawika C0 with, you know, C6 Eons on C6 Bennett, Lolly C0 can technically reach 140k DPS, but it's not... It's like... The gameplay required is a little bit more annoying, and a lot of people would prefer Shalonen for a lower DPS team for just the gameplay convenience, particularly for, like, moving between chambers, yada yada. Like, Skirk Escopier might be 140k DPS, but be brain dead. I hope it's not, because the fact that it's might be super simple, should be super simple to play, should mean she should get lower DPS, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's kind of a Mawika Sint Lolly situation. So, I don't know. You can wait to see what if you're on the fence about Escoffier because of her potential Skirk synergy. Wait until we have Skirk's exact numbers and until we know exactly what Skirk's teams will look like when you don't have Escoffier. I'm just prepping you that it seems likely that Escoffier or Skirk and Escoffier are how you will get a lot of Skirk team DPS. But it's also possible she's only slightly better than Ayaka because of how strong Escoffier teams is. Escoffier herself is. Like, the balance of Skirk might be that, like, she doesn't really increase the DPS ceiling meaningfully. She's just a slightly better version of Ayaka if you have Shenhe. But, like, Skirk will probably be better than Ayaka in that her Escoffier teams should be more compelling without Shenhe, is my guess for sure. Like her base multiplier should be probably meaningfully higher, but she still seems like she's going to be pretty team restrictive. So yeah, we'll see. Power creep Moika. I wasn't saying power creep Moika. I was saying like match Moika's DPS, but be easier to play, which in my opinion is functionally just power creep for most players. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what her balance ends up being like. We'll see. Right. And the stronger she is, to be clear, the stronger she is at a baseline with her base multipliers, without like the passives being added on, the more relevant she is going to be without Escoffier teams too. Right. And also the stronger she is in Escoffier teams. But playing, even if you can't do melt Skirk might just have enough raw damage output to be a compelling DPS without, right? It wouldn't surprise me if, like, yeah, Skirk teams are 130k DPS, but then Skirk Escoffier teams are 130k, but then Skirk non-Escoffier teams are like 80k DPS. And like, that's a giant gulf between those two, but 80k DPS for now is still pretty comfortable, right? So I don't know. We'll see. But wait and see. Don't pull on, if you only want Escoffier for Skirk, at least wait a week or two and watch the likes of Zajef or whoever, me, I'll yap about it, I'm sure a little bit, at minimum on my Discord. Wait and see at least a week before you throw all your Primo Gems into Escoffier for Skirk. At the very least, it's almost assuredly going to be a lot better to get Escoffier for Skirk than it is to get like Skirk Constellations or Skirk Signature Weapon. That's almost a guarantee, but yeah. We'll see. What's I doing? You distracted me. Oh yeah, I was gonna look through. Sorry, I was gonna finish. I want to finish looking through things here, and then we'll go to Abyss. What pieces do I not really need anymore? Because I'm coping and I want to I want to be freed from tenacity. Just want that flower. Just want that flower. That one flower was like so close that it got me in like the mindset of I can be done with this today, even though it's some pretty cope mentality. Wait, can I get an elixir? Is there any way I can get an elixir right now? I don't think there is. I think I've gotten all elixirs from whatever. I think I'll have to wait till next patch. Oh well. Exploration. I've done all the exploration elixirs. Now, all these pieces are weird. I don't think I need this crap. I feel like these HP circles would only be relevant if they're 4 lines, so get rid of them. I don't think I'm ever going to level them. This piece is probably not relevant. I have ER substat with EM pieces enough that I don't think I need this piece specifically unless it had like crit rate and then it was more of a compelling fab piece, right? I should maybe consider keeping that, but low roll, high roll, huh? With a 3-line piece. It's never relevant as an onset piece. Screw that piece. I'll keep this one because double high roll plus EM is interesting. It's like a Mualani off piece or something. But this piece, screw it. Screw that piece. Forgot I had that. Fab piece. Man, all these 4 lines. 4 lines muddle things so much. Dang, 4-line pieces. Yep, lovely def. Ooh, look at all them double crit 4-line def percent. Fab piece, fab piece, fab piece. I think. Do I have a good? I don't remember if I have a. Okay, one more. And we can get 3 pieces. EM with ER and no other relevant damage stats. Yeah, I don't need that. All right. 3 pieces. We got a flower. Whoop, I don't know why I didn't show the main stat. I mean, okay. Well. Cool. One more. One more. Hydro bonus. Hydro bonus. Okay. Why do I have so many hydro couples in the set? Okay. Plunge and Duvelet pieces, I guess. HP timepiece, HP timepiece, def timepiece. Lovely. Double crit def percent. Wow. Okie dokie. Bam. One more. Where'd the ZZZ from yesterday? Well, the update was coming out, and then I did sub with friends when I was playing video game with friends. When the update came out, I did pull on Vivian a little bit. Did not get her as an early, so probably not getting her. That's fine. She also feels a little bit weird to play, so I don't feel super compelled. I understand how she works, and you want to do like parries into her and whatever. I don't know. Her floatiness is something I'd have to get used to. She's not problematic like Rina because she doesn't like prevent inputs in the same way. She just feels a little bit off slightly, I would say. Okay. I don't think I need that. Attack Circlet, Impale Flame. Is there ever a reality where I care about that? Is that 3-line piece? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I need this. I mean, only in the reality where it rolls really well into whatever. But I already have like a high HP, high ER piece. Like, I don't know. The chance that rolls relevant at all is like so insanely low. Okay. I didn't realize I had so many double crit flowers in this set. I don't think I need that. I'm never getting Hu Tao. I'll keep that one because it's high roll, I guess. Def percent. Fab stats. Okay, this is the last dump, by the way, because this will give me 2 more artifacts. If I find 1 more piece to throw in, I'm really scrounging here at this point, though. Oh, now we're into crap. Okay, I need 1 more piece. 1 more piece. Yeah, screw it. Don't need that. All right. Okay, I'm down. It doesn't have HP, but ER and crit damage on a 4-line piece. It looks kind of nice at a baseline. You were so close. It almost gave me like you were so close. You just had to have crit damage, or something else. Okay, all right, fine. 1 last shot for me to be really happy with my Frina Tenacity build. 1 last shot. Do I throw those away? It's really my only chance. Yeah, screw it. It's too much of a side grade material for my current tenacity situation. Crit damage ER. Okay. Is this wasting SP? No. Well, we going for an artifact run. The game is forcing me to edge you. It's not my fault. Love your vids. Thanks, Hussein. Okay. 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 Let's see. Whoop. Go here. Doing an artifact. Okay, let's switch to Varessa. Run a little bit faster. Did I fall for Tenacity? I fall for Tenacity for Frina Propaganda because I tested Frina Tenacity many weeks ago and like it noticeably affected clear times in a way I did not expect. And like, I don't know why I continue running in here. And to like, I basically never like the only spot where tenacity Farina basically isn't better is with HP scaling units, which is mostly Nuvulet, and I basically never play Nuvulet, right? And I guess if I'm doing Farina, if I'm doing like Farina, Xiangling, Baiju, Mualani, right, which would require me getting a different Xiangling build going. That is a context as well, where I guess Golden Troop is better, or context where I want to min-max Farina's damage on the team for whatever reason, right? Just for personal enjoyment, because I want to design the team more around Farina's personal damage. And like Farina is doing meaningful personal damage in, you know, DPS, Lanyan team, for example, but I'd rather have the focus be less on Farina in those teams, kind of thing, right? So for me, it's worth farming for how I'm using the character, right? But a lot of people use Farina largely with Farina Nuvulet, and I would let you join Ashen, but I want to make sure I can use all my characters if I run into enemies. I don't think I will. So, unironically, it kind of is worth having as an option, in my opinion. But at the same time, again, it depends on what you're actually using Farina the most. Like, because is Farina, in the context where Farina tenacity is really good, is it so much better that it's worth the, like, is it going to completely change your gameplay experience such that you should switch off of Golden Troop to tenacity anytime you're like playing Farina with an attack scaling DPS on field? Not necessarily, because gearing is a pain in the butt, right? So if you're in the context of like, you tend to usually play, or you fairly often play Farina Nuvulet, but you also sometimes use Farina for Chaska, right? Is it worth using tenacity on Farina, for getting tenacity for Farina for your uses with Chaska? Maybe. But like it's very possible you'll notice the difference if you like when I like how I noticed it. But at the same time, it's possible you won't notice a difference in particular like a unit like Chaska. If 20% attack is not enough to reach a new breakpoint, maybe you won't. The Chaska is a context where it might be harder to see the difference. And the pain in the butt of gearing, with it being meaningfully worse for Nuvulet teams, maybe is like I don't know, right? So it's not universal. It's not universal. Just like Golden Troop isn't technically universal. But the way I'm using Farina as more of a universal support for many units means, and how many different attack scaling units they've released in the game. Did I go over here yet? I don't remember if I did. How many different attack scaling units they've released in the game means that, like, as time is going on, I'm finding more and more reasons, I think, to use tenacity on Farina. And I'd rather have her on tenacity. So, yeah. And with the, yeah, I did. And with how they've been balancing characters lately, the more they, like, just amplify characters' raw multipliers, the more relevant just putting tenacity on Farina is, right? And also, I have C2 Farina, and I feel like having, a, you know, what people perceive of as a worse build on Farina helps balance out that perception from people a little bit. That my Farina, like, oh, the team only works because I have Farina C2 because your Farina is doing omega damage. Well, it's like, well, I have purposely used a build that does way less damage on Farina. So, you know, like, I'm not saying C2 is doing nothing. It obviously is. And it's very possible you could argue that, you know, that C2 Farina, because of having it, makes it that I don't notice having tenacity on Farina as much. Although I think it's actually the case that you will not notice the difference on... I think it's more possible you notice the difference on tenacity Farina versus Golden Troop Farina with a C2 Farina, because the C2 Farina tends to make Farina do more damage, not always, but tends to make Farina do more damage, such that if your Farina's doing a lot more damage, it's more noticeable that you would notice an artifact set that makes her damage a lot worse. Usually. But it you know, it depends. So when your damage is all focused on one attack scaler, not just one attack scaler, like Farina and Escoffier teams. Escoffier really appreciates that 20% attack, and in Escoffier teams, if you're doing full cryo hydro, you don't have many sources of attack. So getting 20% attack for Escoffier, getting 20% attack for Shenhe, which means even more increased damage, that buffs, giving Shenhe more attack buffs the amount that Shenhe is buffing for attack, for cryo units, sorry. So you're double dipping in the value of attack. That's pretty nice. And then you're also getting to go into the on-fielder, your Skirk or your Ayaka. Like, yeah, I don't know. The point is, there's a lot of context where Tenacity Farina can make sense. It's really just primarily Farina Nubilet that stops, and the omnipresence of how many players just default to that as a team, that stops you from stops anyone from saying it's just Farina's best build, right? What's our topper today? Right now we're just doing normal Genshin farming things. See what this artifact ends up like. And we were talking about Escoffier a bunch with Zajef. Which you can rewind if you want to see that whole yap. But, we'll go into Abyss shortly to play around with some different things. Talked about the dev talk. Oh yeah. What did they announce in the dev talks? I know there's the compass. I actually, you know, the compass, all the cumulative compass changes are to the point now, particularly with the next patch, right? So the compass changes, they can target things like the Natlan exploration things, among a couple other things. Like the compass, I think, basically targets everything exploration-wise now, essentially. Like, I'm sure there's some things it's missing. Like, it doesn't target Oculus, I think. But it's now useful enough. Like, I think I might go back to, and it's very good change. I think I might go back to like Mondstadt. I might do a video being like, does the new compass enable me to 100% Mondstadt? Because it's like, it's so low value to 100% this area, right? But like, it theoretically wouldn't take me that long. I just need to do like some exploration here and some exploration here. But I hate using the interactive map. It just isn't fun to me. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see like, okay, how long would it take me? Is it like, okay, now the new compass now enables me to get like 100% in Dragonspine, Starfield Valley, and Bright Crown Mountains in like what? 2 hours? 3 hours? Maybe? Less? More? I don't know. I think it's interesting. You don't play Sethos anymore? No, I play them occasionally. It's just I have found a bunch of other characters I've enjoyed playing lately, and Sethos, I'm not that high skill of a player. Sethos is a character who like rewards you the more you are willing to put time into him. And I tend to like messing around with different new ideas I have more than like I tend to get super focused on one character. So I still enjoy playing him quite a lot. And I purposely have made sure I have some artifacts available, although I have had to shuffle things around a little bit lately. I purposely, though, like to leave some of my TF artifacts available for him in particular. So I would not say I stopped playing Sethos. I just haven't used him nearly as much. I haven't used him in this Abyss yet, actually. I should probably do that. Sethos is, I believe, should be quite good in the first side of this Abyss. Why'd I go to you? Because he can get free additional bloom damage against the Tulpa chambers. Although, in the last against the Tulpa and in the last chamber, he is squishy boy. So, I don't know if it'd be easy, per se. Anyways, where'd I find this artifact route? I made it myself. I don't know. I made it myself because it's like a convenient, easily memorizable, like routinable thing. I've been trying to do it every other day, although I haven't really done it every other day. The fact that artifact, these sparkles don't respawn until there's a 24 hours has to pass before these sparkles respawn. So that means like, if I log in tomorrow at, it's 1 p.m. for me right now. I log in tomorrow at 11 a.m., right? I can't do this artifact route tomorrow at 11 a.m. I have to wait 2 more hours and log in later. And it's just like, which basically ends up causing, functionally, like, if I wanted to do this specific artifact route daily, and this doesn't fully exhaust, because you can pick 100 of these sparkles every day, right? This is not a route that fully exhausts that. It's just a route I did for convenience. I need to go check what Natlan is like to see if I have a convenient line of like, I basically marked things that are convenient enough, relative, like how many artifacts do they give to how close they are to different waypoints, is what I've marked out for ones I like. I was gonna make a video about like trying to actually like mathematically break down what the efficient route is. It's just I couldn't find a good way to do it because there's a weird time factor that messes with things, and I really, really hate the 25-hour timer. So functionally, if you want to do this artifact route daily, you need to have 2 separate artifact routes that do 100 sparkles daily. And what I wanted is like to find an artifact route that was like 10 minutes or less per day, and I don't think that exists. So near the statue in Okanatlan, you talking this one? I can go there. Oh yeah, batch deletion of pins. That was one of the quality of life things, which is actually nice. I think I do have like, how many pins do I have? Yeah, I have 179 sprinkled everywhere. So I don't know. It's not gonna help me immediately, but it will help in the future, probably. So it's a nice change. What are the changes? Oh, this one is an interesting one in the quality of life dev discussion. They said they're gonna have simplified kit descriptions. Which realistically, like, that's not going to benefit people like me who understand, because I already understand like how they phrase like the verbiage of certain things. The main problem, like they're pretty specific in their verbiage in character kits, generally speaking, for what phrasing of things refers to what happens in game. But character kits, particularly like, you know, characters like Varessa have like 500 different states they go into. Like this mess of a character kit to describe what she actually is like in action is like important to have that specificity there, but also it's super messy and quite hard to understand on a text level. Particularly if you're not used to how MiHoYo tends to phrase things in the context of the game for what certain phrasing has for certain effects. So having a simplified kit description is very nice. It ultimately it might be more vague, but more vague might be better if it's simple, like if it's razor speak, right? Like razor speak for Varessa, if there's a button you can press. We don't know exactly what this looks like. The thing they showed in the dev discussion was like you can press on their example was you press on what Night Soul Blessing is, and it does a pop-up that says like what Night Soul Blessing is. I hope it's more than that. And I hope it's like actually like a toggle that's like simplified kit description. How do you simplify Varessa? How do you do like it needs to be like razor speak for Varessa, where like this isn't the way to like do theory crafting that tells you exactly how to like understand the nuances of her kit, but it's a way you can understand the general vibe of like Varessa is press skill, do normal attack, press plunge, and do that again, and then also press her burst, and then do it again. That's like the fundamental baseline of her kit, right? Like press skill, she gets resets on her skill. You do skill, normal attack, plunge, skill, normal attack, plunge. Like that's what the simplified kit description needs to say, right? Skill, normal attack, plunge, skill, normal attack, plunge, burst. Skill, normal attack, plunge, skill, normal attack, plunge, burst. Needs to say something razor speak like that, right? And that would be good for a lot of players, right? Then maybe players can understand character kits better. To gain some kind of better intuitive grasp of character balance and kits in the game for how to use them without having to seek outside resources, right? And I think there was also minor other quality of life in their addition for more like character leveling up assistance. I think there was like things like if you're targeting, you know, rocks or flowers or whatever, there was going to be some counter on the map. To like let you know you've collected all of these without, I think, having to click on it like I did there. I believe is the intention, and a little bit of other menu optimizations in the crafting table, which is all cool. All minor quality of life things that are good. So yeah, nothing crazy though, really. Just minor things. Nothing that seemed like it was actively a downside, like they've done sometimes with the artifact, you know, inventory management lately. I think it was all upside. Thank you. All right. That's my artifact road. Let's see. See what this artifact ends up as. Why don't I go here? So I'm gonna go claim my things over here. Oh, you were. I saw at Solex and I thought that was at Saluna for a second, but the reason it wasn't highlighted because I have my chat open in a Chrome window because the chat updates better in Chrome than Firefox. I'm not logged in on Chrome on my YouTube account. Theater rewards being transient, so it expires as so be it. Oh yeah, the theater rewards. So yeah, another source of elixirs for 9-star. Like an actual incentivization to star theater is good. It has to be. You have to do visionary mode though, which is a lot of characters that have to be leveled for it. I don't know. Theater elixirs aren't so valuable that I would stress about that. To be clear, if elixirs gave more guaranteed value than they did, like if the elixir change they did was not a pity system and instead was like it did actually significantly increase the chance of high value artifacts, not just make sure you got not crap quality artifacts, I would say that it is more valuable and maybe worth progressing towards, but like I wouldn't stress leveling a bunch of units just for one elixir, right? Although over time, to be clear, it's much more than one elixir. Over the course of a year, that's 12 elixirs. That's 4 onset goblets. So like, you know, or sorry, that's 3 onset goblets. I can math. Like it's notable. It's like it's a worthwhile reward to actually care about, which is good. I like it a lot as a non-primogem reward. I think 6 stars was an actual reason to care about performing better in theater rather than just beating it, right? 6 stars was a transient resin, and then I think like 3 stars was some artifact XP, which is fine. But yeah, being transient resin instead of a fragile resin, and like really, it's 60 resin per month, Mahoyo. Like, oh no, oh no, we're gonna give players a resin that can be saved for the future, that can be saved more than 2 weeks. No. Like the stupid thing about it is I'm assuming it's a reward that has to be claimed, by the way. So if you want the, you could, because the transient resin only lasts 2 weeks, right? You could theoretically make that resin last up to a month, or actually no, you could make the resin last up to 6 weeks functionally by waiting to claim the reward. So it'd be so stupid, right? This is why, like, come on, Mahoyo. There's a method to extend how long it lasts anyways. By not claiming the reward, unless they forcibly give you the rewards, just once you get the stars automatically. But I'm assuming you have to claim the rewards, just like you have to claim the rewards normally in theater, right? So if you don't claim the rewards, you can probably just wait until, like, the last day of the month, which I wouldn't recommend doing this because you're going to end up forgetting and losing the rewards by not claiming early. Is a little bit silly. You should just claim it early, right? It's not that big a deal. But if you wanted to min-max the value of the resin, you could wait until the last day to claim the rewards to get longer term value out of the resin if you needed to use it later versus sooner, right? Like if you wanted to, like let's take this example of like, hey, I need some fragile resin for Escoffier right now, right? Because I used too much this patch. Sweet, I could use that transient resin except for, well, actually, I would technically have it available because let's say this was last week, right? There was a new theater last week, and there's still 3 weeks left in the patch. If I claimed the resin last week, that resin would expire, but before the new patch comes, where I could use it for farming the boss materials for Escoffier, right? So I could just purposely not claim it until, like, you know, a couple days from now, and then the resin would last until that patch, right? That would be the reason to do that, which is funny. But like, also, you could have just made it a fragile resin, not a transient resin. It's so silly. Anyways. When you were talking about Siege Queen, what does she do exactly that affects Escoffier? I mean, she doesn't do anything that affects Escoffier. The point of Siege Queen is like, why in the world was Siege Queen like Siege Queen was like an example of like the whole conversation with Frina, where like Frina is only as problematic as to her relationship with how they balance healing in the game. And like it was very clear that like with characters like Siege Queen, Baiju, right? Healing in conjunction with Frina, like compelling team-wide healing in conjunction with Frina, was of significant enough power level to the character kit to make them worse in other aspects, right? Like Siege Queen is not an amazing character. She's not as bad as many people say, but she's not an amazing character. But in the context of Escoffier releasing, where she's doing perfect team-wide healing for Frina, and doing a ton of damage, and doing buffing, what is the purpose of Siege Queen existing, right? Game audio stuttering. Okay, let me do this. Or actually here, I can, wait, okay, so if I do this, is there game audio right now? Or is that muted? I think it's muted because I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Here, let me try this. So I was using game audio cap or the application audio capture in OBS. So if there's some game audio stutters, that's probably because of that. Because it's technically a beta feature forever. We hear your mouse. I mean, that makes sense because there's no game audio. Okay, I did yield the stop streaming, start streaming trick just in case it was a YouTube issue. That sometimes, or other issue, sometimes fixes that. If there's still game audio stuttering, let me know. Because I will... The main reason I added the separate game audio was because when I was recording with Zajef, it's really, really nice to have game audio and Discord audio separated from desktop audio, right? It's fine for you? Okay. So yeah, Siegewind, though, was a conversation like, why is Siegewind balanced the way she is if they're just going to release Escoffier, right? Like, Siegewind should do more than she does. Like, she should have her, like, C2 in her base kit, for example. Siegewind should have Red Shred in her base kit if, in the context of Escoffier releasing. Like, why were they so concerned about balancing healers and the strength of healers if they're just going to release Escoffier? So, I don't know, right? Like, that's where it is. Yeah, I forgot I need a level as artifact. That's the whole reason I was doing that. But in the Siegewind in the although if we're doing Siegewind in the context of Escoffier teams, like using Siegewind, Farina, Escoffier, like doing double hydro, double cryo. Actually, you don't even have to do double cryo. You could do triple hydro, I guess. I don't know. Like Farina, Yelan, Escoffier, Siegewind will be a pretty good, comfortable team. Game. Can you not slap me in the face like that? Spending 20 minutes getting artifacts and then slap me with the worst roll. Like, at least I can cope with an EM roll. Because, like, Farina gets some vaporizers or whatever. Alright, yet another artifact that's, like, not bad, but I don't know. I'm gonna equip it to her, and then we put her on this goblet. And what does her build look like? Am I happier with this? It's the same exact amount of crit damage. My crit damage did not go up. My crit rate went down. Wait. What did I gain from this? I gained ER. I gained nothing from this. Other than ER, I think. Right? 32,694 HP. 87.61, 38,232. I have less HP. And I gained ER. That's the only thing it gave me. It gave me a tiny bit more ER. Okie dokie. Thanks, game. You could have at least given me like one more ER roll or one more crit damage roll. Okay. I guess we'll stick with the 89 crit rate. Yeah, we lost attack. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Well, that was worth the time. Okie dokie. Let's go to Abyss and do some things with. So yeah, I don't know. DPS Siegewind and Escoffier teams. I don't know. Do you guys want to see calcs for that? Or not really real calcs, just like damage calculator calcs, not calculating the whole team DPS or anything. We can check what Siegewind can get in an Escoffier context, because like she'll be able to get some pretty good damage if you want to like min-max Siegewind damage. But like if you're doing Farina, what is the best Nuvilet team now? It's Nuvilet, Escoffier, Farina. Who's the last slot? I'm having a stroke. Sitlali. Oh yeah. I guess we can check Sitlali. Duh. So we could check, you know, like basically it's like, why are you playing Siegewind instead of Nuvilet in that context? Because like, how you make value out of Siegewind, in my opinion, is if you need some field time on someone else. So therefore, you could have like a Nuvilet charge attack and Siegewind's burst, but then you switch to somebody else. right, and do something on field with someone else. In this team context, I don't know who I don't know who you would put in the team that you would want to on field. Like, why would you want to do Escoffier for Venus? Is there a Hydro or Cryo unit you would want to do that you would play Sejuani, Farina, Escoffier with someone else that you on field for a little bit? That would be the reason to do it, because like the healing isn't that important from Sejuani, so it's just like the fact that she does a little bit of buffing and then can you know, have a Nuvolette charge attack in her burst, so she can be a short field time burst DPS unit, right? In this context, who do you put elsewise on field? Yelan? I mean, sure, a C6 Yelan maybe, but Yelan could be off field. That's my point. Like, not an off field unit. It needs to be an on field unit that has some field time presence to get damage out, right? But in a short enough window to make it make sense. So, filter. I think Ayato is too long of field time. I don't have him, but I think he's too long. I mean, Child would maybe be kind of interesting, because Child can kind of be shorter field time, I guess. A DPS Mona. DPS Candace, I guess. I don't know. There's just like Kokomi, 3 healer team. do Kokomi, because Kokomi's build up isn't that high. Kokomi, min-max Kokomi's damage. Do crit Kokomi. Here we go. Crit Kokomi. Oh, wait, if you do crit Kokomi. Oh no, but crit Kokomi kind of needs to be on field to get her crit stacks. Well, I don't know. You'll have enough crit that you can crit from off field with her, I think. Which is funny. You could do crit you could do crit Kokomi, Sejuani on a DPS MH build, Farina Escoffier, all healers crit build. Okay. But anyways, let's just check, you know what? Let's just check the context of Sit Lolly. Because we can check with and without C1 Sit Lolly. Like, you just like Sejuani a lot and you want to min-max Sejuani's damage context. I'm fine with checking this. This shouldn't take that long for doing a simple check. Okay, so GI damage calculator, browser window, Blaps. Okay. So, where's Sejuani? Let's see how much damage she can deal. Let's see. Level 90. We'll give her level 9 talents. Escoffier, Seat Lolly, and Farina. Seat Lolly should be on scroll. Escopier, well, you would not be on a buffing weapon. Or you might be on a buffing weapon if you have a signature. I don't plan to. I will put... I mean, Tenacity on Farina doesn't benefit Sejuani, but... So it's probably not the play in this team, I would say. But I'm going to do it anyways, because why not? I don't know. So mostly just scroll buff is relevant here.
My parents always say.
Okay, I'll check with and without her signature. Obviously, if you... Sejuani's an HP scaler, so this gives... The Silali signature gives value to Sejuani. Whereas TTTS doesn't, right? But... That's a factor to keep in mind. I'm going to assume Aqua on her because it's her best DPS weapon. You could use her signature instead. You could use the HP bow. It'll just be meaningfully worse. Yeah, and if we just turn out, we can see what Kokomi would be for her damage, by the way, in this team. Instead, just by turning off Cryo Resonance and turning off Sit Lolly buff, right? And we'll do a Hydro Gooblet. Okay. Crit damage. From my experience, by the way, you probably want like 140 ER in this team context, just as an FYI. Let's make sure we put custom target and then put them level 95. So main thing we're looking at is going to be the burst damage hit, by the way. Skill damage it technically matters, I guess, but not really. Make sure do the debuffs, Escoffier debuff, and Zenless debuff. Okay. Hydro damage bonus and healing bonus doesn't really matter. We'll turn on C1 Zenless in a second. Farina. We'll check with and without. C1 Farina, of course. Aqua, yes. Starcaller we will not enable quite yet. Do that. Scroll buff, Hydro, Knights of Blessing, yes. Tenacity, sure, doesn't really matter. Okay. And then we'll just do like 7, 20. Although actually let's do like, you know, let's assume you need some ER, so we'll do like 14.8, 14.8, 7, just to like pretend we have to sacrifice some crit for some ER, right? But we need a lot more crit rate. You might end up doing a crit rate circle in this. Oh wait, I didn't enable cryo resonance. So actually, you probably don't. All right, 7, 14.8, and then 7, and then let's say you have like, well, we'll be idealistic. Let's say you have 21% HP.
There's
all right.
a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
So
Watering,
there we go.
weeding, fertilizing the soil,
So
making sure the
without
temperature is right.
without Sitlolly signature weapon, Sitlolly C1 buff up. If we configured everything correctly, we're getting 50k burst hits, so it's not bad. It's not insane by any means. So this is what, and oh yeah, if we remove Sitlolly buff from here, so remove Sitlolly red shredded, and then remove scroll buff, she drops to 40k burst ticks. So like, you know, I'd say Siege Queen DPS is not nothing here, but it's not insane.
My parents
But
always
let's
No matter how
re-enable
busy life gets,
Sitlolly,
you should always sit down and enjoy a
and
proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do,
turn on
step
Starcaller
up
Watch.
that high, then squash it all down.
We jump up to 55k with Starcaller. Turn on C1 Sitlolly. We jump up to 60k. Turn on Sitlolly C1. I'll use what I have in my build, which is an insanely high build, but you know, actually, you know, I'll assume slightly lower than that, 1130. And we jump up to 70k, 78k. Wow, flat buff, go burr. Also makes her skill damage actually do something. So yeah, you can see the difference in Sitlolly C1 there. Sitlolly C1 should be able to buff like all instances of her damage, I think, although it will run out in AoE potentially. So yeah, I don't know. There you go. Is it a compelling way to do DPS Siege Queen? Yeah. It'll be an option. I don't think it fundamentally changes Siege Queen DPS utility though. And again, I think the real value is if you have another unit instead of Sitlolly that can benefit you in some form. Like you have a reason to on-field them. And there's just not really many Hydros or Cryos that have field time that I think work in that dynamic. I don't know. A C6 Yelan, sure, right? But I don't know. I don't know. I guess we can check what a C6 Yelan does for her for the lulz. Let's assume you have two ocular semi-oculars. You have C6 Yelan. You have you lose cryo resonance, which is unfortunate. But C4 Yelan. We'll assume max bust will be idealistic, and let's assume 10 stacks. I don't know. Yeah, 57k with Yelan, not bad. And then you can do C6 Yelan damage. Wow. So I don't know. Yeah, it's something like that. A short field time unit like C6 Yelan or C6 Farina, I guess. I don't know. There's not that many contexts where it makes sense. Like compared to like, you know, how I've done Siege Queen, Farina, Dia, right? Where Dia's short field time requirement and Siege Queen's short field time requirement dynamic works pretty well together. For the conjunction of getting vaporizes on Dia and or vaporizes on Siege Queen a little bit, or Farina, right? So you don't need C6. On fielding Yelan C0 so she can run a better set. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's an interesting context, yeah. Just on field her for running, I don't know. What do you run on Yelan? The better set. I don't know. I don't know what her ER needs drop to. At C0 at least. But that's a fair thing to point out. Good point though. Yeah, you could do MAH for sure. It's just like, but well, I don't know. I guess she's not doing much damage off field because she's not doing much damage off field at all because you're not normal attack during Siege Queen's burst, right? So you're losing some. I don't know. It'd be weird. But yeah, as a method of like weird dynamics like that though, it's something cool. But it's safe to say that Siege Queen I think loses a lot of relevance when in the context of an Escoffier existing. But yeah, MH without Farina. I mean, Farina is on the team. We're doing double Hydra with Farina and with Siege Queen. So, anywho's, let's do a run. Let's do a DPS Lanyan run with Farina on Tenacity and Lanyan now on Scroll, or Lanyan on Lanyan's still on BV. In this Abyss, Lanyan should very much not be on BV, but I don't feel like changing her. Because I like her on my DPS VV build. And it'll be good for Chamber 2 anyways. And then let's do Dia Chevris Yai Eonson. Oh, my Dia needs to change her timepiece, I believe. And I think this. Well, actually, I might not need this, but you know, I'm gonna be a little conservative and push more towards more ER rather than DPS stats, just to make sure I get my burst back more reliably. All right, there's Dia. And my Yai build. Oh, I'll just leave my Yai build as it is. I would actually prefer a slightly different build, but I just don't feel like working with that right now. Using a slightly higher crit damage, slightly lower crit rate build, I think is actually better on average, because you can like not on average, on a spreadsheet level on average, the 99 crit rate build is technically better, but in practice, I have a build that gets more crit damage in sacrificing some crit rate and has a lot more attack, and that additional attack in particular actually allows me to get like a good 10% more damage from my burst and skill when I do crit. And that 10% extra damage when I am critting, and it's still 94% crit rate, is meaningfully better, enough to see like differences in clear times versus the 99 crit rate build that's better on spreadsheet level. I put Fars on the wrong slot. No, I refuse. My brain is too used to having Fars on after Bennett. Oopsies. Blap. Oh, did I fix... Bennett still has his goblet, right? Yeah, okay. I will potentially yoink this goblet for a free net in the future, if the game stops trolling me and gives me a piece that actually makes sense to use for a flower. Okay, Bennett in the far zone. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Dia, Yai, Chevy, Yansan. If your crit rate is 100%, does it mean your attack will crit, or does it have ICD or something? No, your attack will crit if you have 100% crit rate. There's no ICD. The reason I'm talking about having lower crit rate is because I can, in sacrificing 5% crit rate, I can gain enough stats elsewise that, technically I'm sacrificing like 6% crit rate, I think, but I can gain enough stats elsewise that I gain enough damage when I'm critting, and I'm not missing enough crits for it to matter. Like the additional damage gained is more likely when I am critting, is more likely to help me reach a breakpoint of killing enemies in less hits than just critting more consistently, is when I have such a high crit rate already, right? But it's a very, very high investment problem. Generally speaking, right, if you're running like an 80 crit rate build, like this is like a trading going from 80 crit rate to 85 crit rate in exchange for more attack, it's maybe less worthwhile to go down to 80 crit rate. But even 80 crit rate is something you can optimize around theoretically. But especially like a 99 to 94 crit rate build, getting more crit damage and attack stats in exchange for losing a little bit of crit consistency is generally speaking worthwhile for your clear times. I should have bursted after that. I was dumb. Whoopsies. I might have screwed up my burst on the next rotation. Yeah, I did. I'm gonna restart. I don't like bungling that. If you crit every hit anyways, crit rate is useless. Run 5% crit and just reset. That's true. That's true. You can technically do that, but I don't know. It's just a breakpoint impact situation, right? Where killing enemies in less hits is what actually matters. And if you can optimize around killing enemies in less hits without losing your sanity, like, it's great. If I was like using Navia, if Navia had a crit rate ascension and I was like choosing between a Navia 99 crit rate build versus a 94 crit rate build, I probably would actually lean towards a 99 crit rate build on Navia, because missing any crit on Navia feels bad. Plus, it'd be just funny to miss a crit on a 99 crit rate Navia build, but you know. Alright, make sure I do my burst after my first skill. There we go. Okay. Make sure I catch these particles. How did Bennett not have his burst back? Okay. Funnel. I don't need. I'm being concerned about dodging when I don't need to be, because Lanyan's shield is overpowered. Okay, good. Okay, good. We got a Hydro Infusion, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, Brina damage is amazing here. Good, we got Pyro. Not bad. I could do better. Considering it's a Hydro immune enemy, and like, oftentimes Lanya was doing Hydro damage. Like, if I optimize that to make sure Lanyan doesn't get the Hydro damage, and like, you have to delay when you do her skill a little bit, potentially, to help avoid that problem. Because if she has a pyro applied to her from Bennett Burst, you should be able to always get pyro damage from her skill. But I was doing Hydra there sometimes because I didn't have pyro applied when I activated it. So that like significantly like worsened the damage output from Lanya in several of those rotations. But yeah. Yeah, we just need to do Pyro. You stole my energy, you frickin' butthole. I really needed my burst back on Shivers. I should have made sure I avoided to get hit. I might have to redo just because of that. Ah, I hate this enemy so much. Ah, energy sucking mechanics, man. Yep. This is it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to restart this, just because of that. Okay. Oh, that works okay. No, I got Hydro. Dang it.
Dancing in the wind. Dare to mess with me?
Also, did I not have bars on boat? God dang it. Oh, no. He specced me right before I switched to Lanya. I was doing pretty decently. Side switch may have been better. I mean, sure, if you're a coward. Starting with ult should ensure Lanyan gets the attack buff. It might be better in this context. Normally, I don't start with ult on Lanyan because if I burst right away with Lanyan, the damage happens fast enough that it oftentimes doesn't have Bennett buff. I can show you. Because Bennett buff can take a second to apply. Just like the Pyro can take a second to apply, which is a funny problem. Okay, applied. I didn't skill yet. That's another problem, I guess. That's what I've noticed, at least. That's my best guess for why it happens. But I've noticed, like, oh, I'm getting 40k on my Lanyan instead of getting, you know, 65, 70k on her burst hits, right? But against the Talpa here, I think you are correct. We should do that. We should change it a little bit. I did have it there. See, I got freaking Hydra though. I don't know. It still seems weird. Like I don't know. I'd have to look back at the footage, right? To see exactly what's happening here. For why I'm not getting the Pyro infusion. Okay, good. Really? What? Lanyan, your skill went in and targeted the other thing. That's another problem with the Tulpa against Lanyan, I guess, is the skill bouncing to the other enemies is not ideal. Yeah, I got Hydro again. We're just not triggering Vav. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, it was good. Oh man. I wanna. Yeah. Okay. Again, not that good of a. What? Come on. Here we go. Not that good of a clear. But I also was purposely saving stuff for the next rotation that time. Okay, let's try doing this a little bit better. Make sure we don't get hit from the energy sucking when it transitions. I have energy going from... Yeah, not getting any energy from Diaz sucks a lot. It might not be doable to clear just because of not getting energy from Dia, which is a funny problem to have. Okay. Ah, man. I blame Mihoyo and how coordinated attacks don't work against shields, which is stupid. One of the dumbest things in this game. I'd be able to clear if it weren't for that. Lame. Can you make more fun abysses, Mihoyo? I don't want a side switch. We can try side switching, but I don't want. But I don't think it's doable with the shield mechanics here. I don't know. Let's continue a little bit. This thing works because it's shield mechanic. It actually takes damage with its shield, right? No. There we go. Okay, okay. Please get my energy. There we go. Okay. Dang, electro-resistant butthole. I want to see how we do on the next chambers. Okay. Well, I should have just used either verse really earlier. Really? I think I can kill it with the eye. Yep. Anyways, yeah. The electro shield on the Seahorse would not be that impossible with that team. Still problematic because of how much the team's damage is electro damage. But like if it wasn't for the Lecter, I think it'd be actually quite doable. Let's see. This is the more interesting chambers I actually kind of wanted to test. I might have switched Lonnie on there. I didn't get the Pyro for some reason. I didn't get the Pyro either time for some reason. Screw you, game. I didn't get Pyro or Hydro, notably. No, we're fine. Ow. Why my brain? What are you doing? Can I get the Pyro? What is happening with this boss? Why am I not getting the Pyro? On it. Hey, just whatever. Okay, No, no. Oh no, I bungled. I don't have time to do pre-setup. Crap. Was I getting? Oh, I was getting overloaded, so I lost the infusion. Oh, okay, so just annoying timing aspects. Whatever. Well, at least the Farazan ER situation we know for sure. We know the Farazan ER situation is perfectly fine. So I still, even with 180 ER on Farazan, I have good flexibility. Okay, we might try to redo this because I can. We're definitely trying to redo this because I can definitely clear in like a minute and a half. If he would stop consuming my Pyro Aura on myself with the infusion. Ye butthole. Man, Bennett just barely not having his burst back is also incredibly annoying. Okay, got Hydro at least there, which is fine. Okay, Bennett, you need to actually. I'm gonna wait for a second and do an extra E on Bennett. I'm sick of him not having his burst back. I should have swapped before. Oh boy. I should have been... I thought I could be fast enough to do... I don't know, it still actually might work out here.
Everybody stand! Dare to mess with me? Have fun with this gift! Dancing in the wind!
86,000, wow. Okay, I think that actually did work out. That was a good idea.
Dare to mess with me?
Now.
Escoffier. Closing in. Hills be gone.
Ah! Okay. Still a little scuffed. Can you die, please, bro? Okay. Try a Tignari team? What Tignari team?
Emerge. Right now. Right here. Stop right there. Quick as a flash. I'm always watching. Emerge. Right now.
See, that would have killed with the other build. With the 90 for Kure build. Rather than having to do a normal attack. Minor time wastes like that matter.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
I'm not gonna waste burst here.
Right now. Right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Okay, that was just better to use like that.
Right now. Stop right there. Control breathing.
Okay, here, oh, we're fine. Okay.
Emerge right now.
That really makes sense to do. Oh, that didn't make sense to do either. Oh, okay. Whatever, brain. Whatever, brain. Just good job failing to do anything. That's fine. It's fine. Needed to not use my Eon Sun skill at that time, and yeah. Yup. Good job, brain. Good job, brain. Okay. Do this. Wait a second. Do another Bennett E.
Have fun with this gift. Up and away. Swift is the scroll. Yeah. Too late for regret. Aligning, echoing song. Just going in.
Oh.
Hills be gone. Dare to mess with me?
Okay. Please. Brain. There we go. Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Tears of the storm. Closing in.
No. Wasting particles. Oh well.
Up and away. Dare to mess with me?
Okay, copy on you.
Everybody stand back. We'll see about that. Have fun with this gift. Escoffier. Hills be
Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get Hydro or Pyro. Ah, it would have been so close to dead if I did. No, it was a terrible time to miss the infusion. It would be dead now. It would be dead now.
We'll see about that. Up and away.
God dang it. At least like a 5-10 second time loss there. I use DaVinci Resolve for editing.
Final warning. Quick as a flash.
Alright, I'm gonna actually do this. Reason being is I think this might kill it, and then I can save Yai Burst. Yeah, okay. I think this did make sense, even if I'm getting... Yeah, I didn't get Eon Sun buff up. I think it still made sense. Butthole, of course.
Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Let's get it on. Stronger. On point. You're dead meat.
Oh, I didn't refresh Yai. God dang it, brain.
Right now.
Oh, stupid mistakes. Oh my lordy. I do this. Oh, that was badly timed this time. Whatever.
Right now. Buckle up. Ha. Final warning.
Are you serious? Why am I playing so badly? Why am I playing so badly? It's freaking Abyss, man. It's Abyss. Okay. I didn't get any views on the second one. Oh, stupid enemy erasing my auras. Okay. Oop. Yeah. I am so very close to reaching like breakpoints of easily killing this in 8 minutes 30 seconds. It's annoying. It's really annoying. It is likely that Farazan on Golden Troop could, or Elegy theoretically could enable that.
Right here, right now, right here. Stop right there. Quick as a flash. You asked for it.
Okay. Okay. Buff up it for it. Nice. Alright. This. This.
Right now, emerge.
Okay. So I think we do this.
Right now.
Alright, yep. Do it. Ah, I thought I could get. I was greedy. I was greedy. I was gonna try to Dia burst after Eon's on bursting, but I shouldn't have done that. Ah, crap. I think I definitely greeted and it's fuddled this. Frick me, man. Time to get Benny a crit build. Yeah, I should give him a crit build technically in this team. Probably a more crit build, but his healing also matters, so I don't know. Giving Benny a crit build in this team is more like abusing the fact that I have C2 Farina. Abusing the fact that I have C2 Farina a bit too much. I'd rather just keep him on a healing build. Plus it's more comfortable. Or mid-rotation stuff. Oh my god. Oh, I should have swapped Vanya for that. Oh, I might have actually done it. I don't know. And yeah, being minorly unoptimal by the Lanyan energy situation. It's completely screwing me a little bit. I just get that. Oh god damn it! Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god! I need to normal attack for this time. I don't think it would have hit it by the time I did my burst. I was hoping to get my burst back without having to... Oh! This is what I talk about, right? If you're seeing that I'm having to do energy stuff with with Favs, you can understand how like Fav is valuable versus like Elegy here.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Stronger.
Okay, I do think this is the right strat still.
Nothing lasts forever.
I think I got the buff. Yeah, I did. Good.
Emerge. Stop right there. Control breathing. Let's. Right here.
Okay. Ow. Okay. I'm just gonna do this.
Right now. Emerge. Right here. Drop your weapons. Faster. Stronger.
Okay. Good. Oh, we need to wait for
Emerge. Right now.
the Unson skill.
You asked for it. Stop right there.
I maybe could have Dia bursted in that time, I guess.
Sight to behold. Emerge. Right here.
Yeah, we're done. Not bad. Just had to play not stupid. That was a bad clear with Eons on the first side, right? Or with Eons on, with Lanyan on the first side. Hey, ER will be nice. Do. Of course, Bennett problem again. Alright. Blap.
Dare to mess with me? Escoffier. Swift as the swallow. Closing in.
I think we're gonna see some Lanyan AoE struggles here.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Have fun with this gift.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Yeah, why did I... That was dumb.
Didn't.
That was dumb. I should maybe consider doing a...
Mess with me. Ears of the storm. Up and away. Hills
That.
behind.
Nice.
Too late for regret.
Oh, I should have... I didn't get those energies on... whatever. It's like... Whatever. Just focus. Just focus.
Everybody stand back. Dare to mess with me? Truth takes its course.
Oh, okay. Just do this. Oh, I did Hydro. Oh, well.
Just the swallow. Up and away.
Hydro that time. It's better.
We'll see about that. Ears of the storm. Open fire. Hills be gone. Up and away.
God, these things are tanky. Oh, boy. Alright. I think we can kill them. This rotation. No, not without a Pyro Infusion on either of them. Oh, we still got it. Okay. Alright. Honestly, love if you did a Abyss Guide video short form. I don't know. I thought about it in the past. I'm just really bad at giving condensed tips, I feel like. It's like, do this, but. I'm so much a hey, here's this option, but type of person. I don't know. I get lost in the nuance, so I'm not a good, like, summarizing individual, I think. But I'm not against the idea of it. I don't know. Because I certainly have knowledge that can apply to this kind of thing. Obviously, we didn't have Yai's burst available, so I did Dia first here. Okay. Do I do it here? No, I don't think we do. We save the burst. Alright. That's okay. I could have used it there. Actually, I still had to bounce on buff up enough that it was probably worthwhile, but it's fine. This. didn't actually have... Okay, well. Oh, I'm waiting.
Right now,
Okay.
right here. Emerge.
Die, please. Okay. Do this.
Quick as a flash. Start them. Let's get it on. Right here. Emerge.
And apparently should have been a little bit better funneling energy on div. That's fine.
Nothing lasts forever.
That might kill.
Right here. Right now. Right
Nope, I didn't get the buff. Ah, crap.
Drop your weapons. Control breathing. On my...
It's fine. Eon Sun got the kill. No problem. No problem. Wow. Be recommending super conduct teams and Emily Overburn teams. Yeah. I mean, it would just have to be, if I was gonna do guides on it, just had to be focused on like the enemies. Like, here's how the enemy works. Here's how the lineup works. Like, kind of like Zajef did with his recent video, right? Short form versus long form would just be a matter of how do you summarize the tips to the most important things that help the most people. But yeah, short form versus long form is kind of just difference of execution, not the baseline things. So I don't know. It would just be the like how the shield mechanic works here, how the energy draining works on certain hits, yada yada. You know how the strategies against the tulpa, whatever. How like it's mostly just has to be enemy focused on like how the enemy setups work and how to deal with the enemy mechanics, right? And then listing characters that have the ability to help counter whatever gimmicks these have. But also like if I was going to do it, I feel like there's more nuance to it that I'd want to explore rather than just those baseline things. Like, you know, how do you try to handle the Wayab team? Or handle the Wayab transitioning from the pyro whatever butthole into the Wayab with like a burst focus team. So you know, with say Farina on like this is a very burst focus team, right? I used this team when this Abyss first came out. I believe this is the first time I used was on this on the second side. We can do it again. And I did, by the way, the Dia team on the first side. So I've already, if you want to see, I'll use a different team on the first side this time, I think. But if you want to see Dia, Shivers, Yai, Overload on the first side, you can go watch my stream from then. But I believe it was the first name he used. We can try this again now, though, with this team, and then we can do something else on the first side. Trying to think what. You know, can we... Why is this order different now? I'm used to Moika and Emily being over here. Oh, it's because Shanna's level 90 and Cryos. Ugh. Okay, that's annoying. Whatever. Let's try this. Is this gonna work? I don't know. My my Moika has a significantly worse build than she had before. I don't know what she's gonna get for off-field damage. Wait, why are you there? Not you. That was an accident. And Emily is not gonna function here properly. I should probably put Visual instead. Beyond. I could do an aggravate team. Would probably make sense. You know what? Screw it. I want to see how it works. Actually, maybe I think I can clear with Sethos. I can clear with Sethos. I could probably clear with Sethos. Sethos with my new, not necessarily improved, but not really much worse official build. Screw it, we'll try Sethos. I don't know, do we try Codex? Am I using Shalona? I am. You care if I abuse having C2 Shalona? Slightly. I don't know. I kind of want to try Wanderer's Troop build. If that's fine with y'all. Instead of Thundering Fury here. Put the set filter on. I don't know. I might actually want. I don't know. Never mind. I'm changing my own mind mid decision. No, I think I actually am gonna do a. I'm gonna do a Thundering Fury build, but I use an EM timepiece instead. Okay. Which means, what did I just yoink from Ganyu? I have no idea what piece he was on before. Oh well. Use this. Onset Goblet. I mean, with the hyper blooms we're getting right now, I think this Goblet might be better. Put this on. Okay. And then, what's that look like? 79, 163. That's a little bit not ideal of a ratio. But, maybe I do want the higher crit goblet. Yeah, I think I'll use the higher crit goblet. Crit damage. Do I want the ER? Do I want attack? And I can do a different off piece. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this. All right. How does that look? Yeah, it looks a lot nicer. ER is, you know, we'll see. Like I said, you're gonna have to forgive me for abusing having C2 Shalon in here a little bit. And I have C2 Nahida, although the uptime on the Hydra enemies might be a bit sus. I don't know if we're actually going to be triggering Quicken or not. I assume we will, so, you know, point is, a little bit high investment. But also I could use Wanderer's Troop, which would theoretically be better with optimized play. I just want more dynamic play, and we'll see. This is not a build I've tried before on Sethos, so we'll see how that goes. This... Oh, bad.
Wings of darkness. Grow.
Excuse me. Sage's wisdom. Space.
Ow. Okay.
Make yourselves a room. Letting brave names echo.
Beaming. Way ahead. Excuse me. Space.
Okay, do this.
Phantasmagoria.
This.
Temple of Wisdom. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Way ahead. Behind you.
So this is such a fun unit. Oh, Sethos, you're so fun.
Ears of the storm.
Should have bursted there.
The swallow. Up and away.
Wanted. Okay, and we're gonna C6 Bennett to victory, I think, here. Clap. This.
We'll see about that.
Alright, what am I doing? Oh, that was just... What am I doing? I should have had this shield done already. What am I doing? What am I doing? That was just terrible. That was just terrible. Oh, I just died from Farina. Alright, that's funny. I did that here too early. Whoops.
Have fun with this gift. We'll see about
Electro. Okay.
dancing in the wind.
Too big a deal, I guess.
Mess with me. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Everybody stand back. Light it up.
Ah, crap. Okay.
Too late for regret. Grounded. For good.
Okay. I gotta play this better. Gotta play this better. Worst thing I found with Sethos V12 was his inconsistent hyperbloom triggering. Yeah. There's compelling reasons, I think, actually, to trigger the hyperblooms more with his charge attacks than his burst. It's a problem with burst playstyle Sethos, and why I kind of like his charge attack spam playstyle, and why I wish his passive didn't have the limit of buffing 4 charge attacks only. Is because you can use his aimed attacks very easily to control hitting the blooms, whereas his burst, especially with big enemies that are tall, like the Tulpa, he tends to aim upwards and it misses bloom cores. I'm hitting them there. I'm doing dash cancel just because my brain can handle them more. I know while canceling is better, don't worry. No, that made sense to do. It wasn't really that bad. By the way, Shalana's not on scroll here, I just remembered. She's on instructors.
Excuse me?
I switch? Yeah. The E. No, no, no. Okay. Seto's using slingshot. Okay. Yeah, this team's just gonna have to deal with this. What? Stop! I thought I had the shield still. I also thought I was gonna kill it before I landed. God, freaking butthole. Ugh. Ow.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Sage's wisdom. Here's some space.
I want to position over here. Maybe the other dude.
Behind you.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't dash cancel like I was doing. Ugh. Ugh. Too much stamina. Stamina loss, that is.
Let the mountain's veins boil.
Here's some space. Behind you. Where you heading?
Wings of darkness. Commit to memory. Bring it.
Here's some space.
Can I switch?
Where you heading?
I'm just messing around with playing it a little bit differently if it's not obvious.
Everybody stand. Tears of the storm. Up and away. Yeah, closing in.
I probably should have not done that, but it's fine.
Swift as the swallow. We'll see about that.
I didn't really need to do that. That's fine though. Do this. Ow. Gosh.
Have fun with this gift. Everybody stand back.
God dang it. This actually could be good if I can do this properly. Do this. I didn't hit it with the burst. Ah, no, 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 no. No. Can I get it. Gosh. Oh. No, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. Ah. It's very doable. Very doable.
Beam me. Give me some space.
I think I'm not doing enough set those skills.
Excuse me. Where you heading?
Shadow Raven. Commit to memory.
Excuse me.
Midnight, big cat.
Where you heading? Behind you.
Drop.
That was a lot of bloom cores piled up. There's 8 of them, I think.
Have fun with this gift. Just healthy gone. Let's light it up. Dare to mess with me? Let them fly. Teamwork is dreamwork. We'll see about.
God dang it. Okay.
Everybody stand back. Ears to the sword. Closing in. Let them fly. Dancing in the wind. Let's light it up.
It's not halfway yet. It's quite fine. Alright, that's... Oh, it is going up in there. Ah, frick. Okay, no, just wait.
The puzzle is
This enemy is so annoying. I hate this boss. Ugh. Like, I like how this boss has become, this is the cringe thing we need to put in Abyss when we want to push people to use cryo.
committed to memory. Make yourselves at home.
Sage's wisdom. Give me some space. Excuse me.
Okay, I'll try something slightly different this rotation, and that's exactly what I meant. I wanted to try dying. Don't understand what this team is launching your fires on hypercarry. It is not hypercarry either. Hypercarry, in my opinion, is a term you should use to describe when primarily one teammate is doing the vast majority of the team's damage, and like the team is configured around just buffing them. So very little damage contribution from the other units, right? So like the Sethos team is not hypercarry because it's split between Sethos, and like I would count the hyperbloom damage as Sethos, although obviously it's important to have hydro and other damage, right? But, anyways, no, it's Far Zone damage and Lanian damage and Zafrina damage, so it is very not hyper carry. It's just diversified damage. How do I do that? I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna try what I was saying before. I'm gonna try doing Setho's 3 charge attacks instead this time. No, it doesn't quite line up well. Yeah, okay. Okay, I was gonna try bursting, but that's something I can do on the high ER build. Is I can do Setho's 3 charge attacks and then burst, which I like doing. But let's just try not bursting. Should have done a charge attack first before I skilled. Really? Whatever. Why are we triggering a TF? Not probably not. Man, I hate the auto track in this game, man. Like, I just want to hit this thing. I want to hit this thing. I just want to hit this thing. Oh my god. Can't say it's better than doing the burst playstyle I was doing before. I don't know why. Why can I not switch my character properly there? If I have energy for the start of the Seahorse. Jump on me. Yeah, okay. Wait, you're not doing... I thought you were going up in the air. Okay, now you are. Oh my god, dude, why did it take 5 years to go in the other time? So the trigger's going in the air. After way too long. Like, in that instance. Optimizing breaking this pearl is so freaking annoying, especially when I'm missing attacks on it because it floats in the air 2 meters. Or not even 2 meters, it floats in the air like half a meter and then you miss attacks on it. Wretched bastard, yeah. I should go back to doing the burst playstyle. I can probably optimize that better. Try some walk canceling. Don't die.
Empty space.
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked. Sage's wisdom. The sun sets.
I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing there? I love that when you restart Abyss, by the way, you don't get your stamina back.
Space. Excuse me.
Minute to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Way ahead.
Now,
Empty space.
a little bit too much downtime, but I bad with my stamina. That's fine.
Sage's wisdom. Way ahead.
Oh my god.
Still got this. Excuse
What?
me.
Did I die from a electric charge on the ground? I think I did. Or electric charge on me. Oh my god.
Roll. Make yourself a home. Bring it. Let's imagine space
This.
spoil.
Way ahead. As you wish, me. Empty space. Excuse me.
Wings of darkness. Come. This way through. Sharing my knowledge.
Oh, the little guy shut up bubble. I see. Oh boy.
Empty space.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Minute to memory. Bring it.
Way ahead.
Yeah, that was a good clear. It's very hard, but you want to do it. What did you want to do? And I saw you said you were behind. All right. Lanyana is really good against Telpa. Yeah, she is indeed. But yep, she's busy. I was trying to catch those. Oh, I did catch the particles. Nice. Whatever. I just wasted things. It's fine. Do this. Do this. Okay.
Everybody stand back.
You butthole. I hate this. It went too far away, so I didn't even freaking proc Lanyan on it. Okay.
Have fun with this gift. Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Up and away. Too late for regret. Eliminate echoing sound. Teamwork is dreamwork. Dare to mess with me? Closing in.
Get effed. Frick you. Frick you. Stupid butthole. Alright, now let's see how we do without Hydro in this team. Yeah, it's fine. You've done. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Excuse me. Behind you.
Bring it. I summon it.
Way ahead. Move or be moved. The sun sets.
Okay, living's gonna be a bit of an annoyance. All right, I guess what we need to do is we should do dash cancels. Don't even try doing walk cancels. Just do dash cancels, and try to dodge. Oh god. Okay. Here, do this. Start with this. This. This.
Temple of Wisdom.
Way ahead. Excuse me.
Shadow Raven. Grow. Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley.
They need to do that consistently.
Sage's wisdom.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, let's just do it like this.
Wings of darkness. This may freely.
This probably wasn't worth the rotation time. Ugh.
Excuse me.
Shadow Raven. Commit it to memory. Bring it.
Into space. As you wish, me.
Make yourselves a room.
Way ahead. Sage's wisdom. Excuse me. Midnight Venta. Way ahead. Move to Al-Akbar.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Shouldn't you be phasing the boss with Shalonen? That would be using an outline character, and that is against my principles if I don't have to. Look, if I need to clear, I will consider it. I feel like I shouldn't have to clear. Oh my god, really? Oh my god, that perfect awkward ER. Clearly I need more ER on Farina. Extra dependent E. Alright. A lot of wasted rotation time there.
Swift is the swallow.
I'm not gonna waste a skill on you. There we go. That might not have been worthwhile to do, but we'll find out.
Time to shine.
Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. We'll see about that. Have fun with this gift. Yeah. Fly. Dancing in the wind. Up and away.
This. Ah, crap. I meant to switch to Bennett. Oh, no. All the way up, man. Oh boy, are you ready for way up optimization? At the very least, I think if I Bennett bursted, I think it would have been doable. Oh, way up optimization time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, way up optimization. Do I like Pyro Traveler kit? Yes, I do. I will probably make a video on Pyro Traveler with C6 and without C6. It'll be one and done video. One in both video.
Excuse me. Grandfather.
I dashed to dodge that. I mean, clearly I got the timing wrong, but I tried. I did try. You can't say I didn't try.
Bring it.
Way ahead.
Brain. Brain. Okay. Sethos might be the biggest benefit from Nahida's burst. Yeah. Okay. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this.
Temple of Wisdom.
Sage's wisdom. It was all.
Okay. Well, this is a good start to optimizing.
Into space. Way ahead.
Shadow Raven. Just leave freely. Make yourselves a room. Let me brave names echo.
Sage's wisdom. Into space. As you wish, Mainfall.
Commit to memory.
Oops. Man, I wish not hit a bursted damage here. Still try it.
Wisdom. By royal decree.
Way ahead.
Oh crap.
Shadow Raven. Just leave freely.
Sage's wisdom. Into space. The sun sets.
This stream is the most times I've seen Sethos die. Oh, it's not the most times. Well, okay. I'm very used to Sethos dying, so I don't know. Oh boy.
Commit to memory.
Excuse me.
I didn't not hit a burst this time. And he's dead anyway, so it's fine. Okay. Here, let's just try. Let's try. No, I think it's still doing what I was doing before. Do this. Do this. Is fine.
Share my knowledge.
Sage's wisdom. Grandfather.
I'm really struggling to avoid that. Really struggling to avoid that. Oh, grandfather.
Way ahead.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Excuse me.
No. Stamina.
Midnight.
I meant to like switch to, but I couldn't switch out. How did my not hit a not have enough ER, by the way?
Sage's wisdom. It was all.
Heal my boy with Shalona. I know. I've been trying, but I gotta be smart with it when I use it. In this chamber, it really would have been nice with scroll on Shalona. I do not think the EM is doing nearly as much as the scroll damage bonus would.
Excuse me.
Can I switch? There we go.
Yourselves
Okay.
a room.
Grandfather.
Didn't matter if I just. Oh, good lord. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll start with rotation. I want to like have one rotation where I don't use Shalona and burst, but apparently not allowed. Not allowed.
Share my knowledge.
Is Nahid? What weapon is Nahid on, by the way? Can I see your weapon? How do you see your weapon? For God's sake, I want to see your weapon. Stop! How do I see your weapon? Lady, how show your weapon? It's oh frick me. That's the I so badly wish I had prototype Amber on her. I'd be having a better experience if I had prototype Amber on Nahida. I'm not kidding. Her standard weapon is doing nothing here. Okay.
Excuse me.
Let the magic veins boil. Make yourselves a room.
Into space.
Do I hate Sethos? No, I like Sethos. This boss is a bit difficult though, especially when my Nahida does not have enough ER because I'm using her signature weapon for some reason by accident. I've literally never used on her before.
Midnight phantasmical.
Just leave freely.
I almost has a stamina. I'm gonna do this first.
Temple of Wisdom.
This. Okay.
Oz for feet.
Sage's wisdom.
God dang it. why I did that.
Way ahead.
That was bad.
Excuse me.
Probably would have had a dead by now if I had done that mistake.
Way ahead. It was all.
Why not Baiju instead of Nahida? I mean, maybe it would have been preferable at this point. Nahida is theoretically a lot stronger, though. If I put Proto Amber on her, I'd be having a much less annoying time. Because, one, I could probably get away with just Prototype Amber healing, mostly. Like, I would probably be topped up at the start of this chamber at minimum, which would help. Wouldn't have to do the rotation time for Shilon and Brist. And, it would get my energy back properly in Nahida, rather than the awkwardness I'm having. But, no. This...
Grandfather.
I swapped into him just to kill him. Any chance of ZZZ today? I don't know. I think I don't know. I'll think about it.
This is space.
Make yourself some room. Let the mountain flames boil.
Sage's wisdom. Excuse me.
Oh my god. No one showed this footage to Bote. World's worst Sethos gameplay.
As you wish.
I so hate that I don't have Nahid on Prototype Amber right now. Excuse me? Why? There we go.
Midnight
I don't know why I did that instead of skill, whatever.
Excuse me.
I should have done this. Yeah, I lost some obvious damage I could have had there.
As you wish me. Sage's wisdom. Way ahead.
Great dreams echo. Grow. Make yourself some room.
Into space.
Faster go up the things? It is. Whatever. We'll just kill it with this. What? This is what happens when I use Shallonen. Game punishes me for using Shallonen. Okay. We gotta figure out way out optimization a little bit. Thank you. That's exactly what I meant.
Everybody stand. Keep its course. Let's light it up. Up and away. Swift is the swallow.
Burst outside of the way I feel. I mean, I think I kind of need to be near it. I don't think it will make sense to do much outside of it, but I don't know. You might be right. Oh, okay. Really?
Everybody stand back. Trooper keeps its course. Dare to mess with me.
Yeah, I need to clear better on the first side. God dang it. I'm perfectly fine if I do what I did there and clear better on the first side. Okay, way up optimization, not that bad. Zethos optimization, a little worse. That was a perfect second side though. That's exactly what I need to do. I do not know why my Nahida doesn't have Proto Amber, and I hate it right now. Okay. Okay, do this.
Excuse me. echoes of the valley. Sage's wisdom. As you wish, main Fräulein.
Can I? Yep. Okay. Thanks again.
Bring it. Way ahead.
Whatever.
My royal just leave her alone. Make
Oh, you're
yourself at
okay. I
home.
guess that's fine. So we should still have it up for a while. Okay.
Commit it to memory.
Ah. Okay.
Wings of dark.
Move or be moved. Excuse me. Way ahead.
Shadow Raven. Just leave her
Definitely not great.
Share my knowledge.
Honey, great names echo. Excuse me. Sage's wisdom. Way ahead.
I've gotten so scared of that.
Excuse me.
God dang it.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Can I stop? Oh, keep it brain.
Bring it.
Make yourselves at home.
Move or be moved.
Oh.
Way ahead.
We'll make the attempt. Why not? Oh, it's not even dead yet.
Excuse me.
This is not the run, but we'll make it. Yes, prototype Ember, or no, prototype Ember does not have a cooldown. That's why the healer Veresa thing works. Please. Oh my god, having to the like few seconds of wasted time from the energy is so bad. Are you serious? Why even bother? Why even bother with that? Didn't even get the Bennett burst back with the Okay, so I think the strategy in the second side for the energy situation is do like a normal attack on Farazan, trigger Fab on Farazan, swap to Frida, and then Fab trigger on Frida should get the burst back on Frida. I'm like 90% certain. Then I don't have to wait on Frida. Don't know why I did that. That didn't get any energy because I didn't have any Dendro up. Oh, well. Yep.
The sun sets.
Yeah, whatever. I didn't even pick up the automaton clear particle, of course.
My royal
Into space.
share my knowledge.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Okay, this
Wisdom. Excuse me. Into space.
Wings of dark.
Way ahead.
Let the mountains rain spoil.
Move or be moved. Excuse me.
oh god damn it. Okay, shit, I'm gonna do this.
Yourselves at home. Right, roll, roll. Odds repeat.
Why'd I do that? I don't know, whatever, don't worry about it.
Sage's wisdom. Way ahead. Into space. Way ahead.
Just leave her alone.
Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Made some mistakes here. That Shalon and C2. Honestly, Shalon and C2 is just covering for some mistakes I'm making, honestly.
Way ahead.
I think.
Into space.
My royal committed to memory. The temple of wisdom.
Letting great names echo. Move or be moved. Way ahead.
Are you serious? Okay. Well, that was not really that much better, but we can try it. Ugh. Okay. Catch the clear particle. Oh wait. Okay, that's fine, I guess.
Everybody stand.
per se. Maybe it was. I'm not sure. And do this.
Have fun with this gift. Quickly fly. Hills be gone. Up and away. Too late for regret.
Yeah, this is a less ideal situation now. Yeah. Oh well. Yep, he's just being a butthole. Ah, I love this creature into the way up. It's so cringe.
Truth repeats itself. Closing in. Dancing in the way.
Please? Really? Are you serious? I like how it was stuck at the last 10th for 10 minutes for some reason.
Excuse me. Way ahead. Midnight Phantasm.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves a home.
Into space. Move or be moved.
Good job.
Way ahead.
Okay, oh, I'm gonna do it. Okay, good. That was lucky.
Wings of darkness.
Into space. Move to Al-Akbar. Excuse me.
By royal decree. This way for you. Make yourselves a home.
Way ahead. Sage's wisdom.
Oh, I didn't burst on what's her bucket?
As you wish me.
Bring it. Let the magic veins boil.
Move or be moved. Excuse me. Into space.
No, you
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
you actual butthole. I hate this. It did that the worst time possible. It caused a loss of 5 seconds. Just, can I pick this up manually? Oh, I lost it. Oh no, god dang it. Okay.
Swift as the scroll. Closing in. Dare to mess with me. Time to shine. Strike a pop, everybody. Stand back. Too late for regret.
Ah, crap. I went in front of his eye rather than behind it.
Keeps its course. Yeah, up and fly. Yeah. Up and away. Hills be gone. Yeah. Let mine a echoing song. I'm going in. Dare to mess with me.
And no far as on burst, that's fine. Hopefully.
We'll see about that. Too late for regret.
Yep, okay.
Let the world go on. Everybody stand. Ears of the storm. Dare to mess. Dancing in the wind. So, too late for regret.
I'm not redoing the abyss. I'm gonna count that. Screw the freaking. I hate way-ups. I really hate way-ups. I really hate way-ups. I'm not redoing the abyss for that. That you understand. That counts. I just that 5 seconds would have indeed saved me. It so would have saved me. That's so freaking stupid. Literally, that one charge attack hitting could have saved me. Yeah, so for what it's worth, highest HP chamber of all time, a Zethos team, and a DPS Lanyon team. Yes, I have high investment. Like, yes, the C2 Knight is helping here. I also didn't put Scroll, a Chilodon. I didn't, like, Zethos could be on a higher damage build. I could play better with Zethos. Yada yada, right? Like, I think my high investment things are mitigating some skill issue aspects potentially. But, you know, like, it's good that it's still worthwhile. It's still able to clear. These two teams together are able to clear. But, like, my lordy, this is so much harder to do than it was harder to do, like, in previous abysses, right? For the investment level. Oh. Okay, let's see how good this goes. We get Hyper Blooms again. How exciting. And maybe less death. Oh god. Should be a lot more consistent to trigger the blooms against these enemies, by the way. They don't have a tall hitbox that makes them aim upwards. Instructors may be helping with the shield. You're not wrong. The shield, the instructor's buff for the shield is kind of nice. Maybe. I mean, it's only like 200 EM with a level 90 Chilodon. What is? It's probably like a 4,000 HP shield. It's definitely helping. It's making him more tanky. Grip them a little bit, maybe. Okay. Not really grip, but whatever. I didn't catch those particles on Lanyon. It is indeed like 25% HP for Zethos. 25% extra, not 25% HP. There's a difference, actually. Yeah, good. That's a very good Lanyon swap there for those particles. Caught them right before.
We'll see about that.
60,000 exactly. What just happened there? Game, really? 60,000 exactly, though. Come on, get the kill. I think whatever. I wanted Lanyon. No, screw it. I'm gonna redo. I want Lanyon to get the kill. Yes, this Lanyon is C3. C3, I didn't notice a substantial improvement. C1, and C1 is what you want for DPS Lanyon. She does a lot less skill damage without C1. And then she just gains, like, you know, a little bit of value with her constellations. You not be in my face. I tried charge attack playstyle this time. He says as he bursts. Whatever, I'm sorry. The stupid automaton got me in the habit of bursting. Okay, that shield somehow tanked that damage, and that surprises me. She is. For herself, honestly. Alright, ow, good lord. Okay, whatever, just healing units right now.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. I could have probably still killed that, by the way. I guess I don't need to live for the end of this chamber. Yeah, even with C6 Lanyon, sack frags is you don't like C6 Lanyon is an extra skill use. Her skill cooldown is 16 seconds, so unless you're planning to do 32-second rotations, which you should not do, you do not 2 skills per rotation. C6 Lanyon can be good for DPS Lanyon because like when I'm trying to like optimize and get like that last little bit of damage out to like get the way up shield down or kill the enemy before the timer goes to 0, or before the timer goes past 7 minutes, having that extra skill use in the back pocket is nice because like it's functionally like an extra skill or 2, but mostly just 1 extra skill functionally per abyss chamber, and that 1 extra skill per abyss chamber is valuable if you use it right. But you still want to do sack breaks.
There's a lot of
EM is a damage set for her. Lanyon's passive with EM basically makes EM versus attack equivalent on a damage value for her. For her talent damage, like it's very, very close. Technically attack is slightly better still, but it's very close. So the EM substat and then double her skill with all the motion value she gets from her skill is very significant. The only reason not to do sack frags and DPS Lanyon is if you purposely want to spend more field time on like Farazan or something, right? Like if I wanted to min-max Farazan's damage more rather than Farazan, I could technically get more damage with like a Starcaller's Watch, like Sitlolly's weapon, right? I could probably get up to 80k higher, or Widzith, whatever, right? On Lanyon if I do that, but then you're not doing 2 skills per rotation. It's going to be a lot higher energy needs to burst every rotation on Lanyon, kind of thing, right? Okay.
Excuse me?
What? No. No! Okay. Maybe I should have just finished the clear with the second side. It just wasn't satisfying to me. Oh no. I had to die a couple more times to set those. Can you not be a butthole?
Excuse me?
A minute to memory.
As you wish me.
Bring it. Here my knowledge.
Let's try charge attacks.
Space. Midnight Phantasm.
I see everything.
Yeah.
Like the magic flame boil.
Way ahead. Into space.
Yes, I was doing that purposely to dodge through that. I should go and target this dude, by the way, because the other one follows.
Make yourselves a room.
Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Excuse me?
Ow. Nice. Not bad. What did I clear the first time? Was that better? I hope that was better. Oh yeah, I just noticed these things had what? How did I? Did you see that? I shot between them. It doesn't matter that much, but I shot between them. Like, Bahoyo's hitboxes are usually not that precise, so the fact that that happened is really funny to me. Oh, okay. please. Alright.
Closing in.
It might not have been worth doing, because it delays the
See about that.
next Lanyon skill coming back, was fine. Alright. Let's see, one rotation. Should be enough waiting.
Here's the score. Too late for regrets.
Yes, alright, good. And we kill it. I didn't get the pyro! No! No, I didn't get the pyro again. It's unsatisfying again. We're not going to redo it anymore, don't worry. But I will charge attack to kill. Well, at least say Lanyon got the kill. Wow. Crazy. That's functionally a 9-star clear. We ignore what happened in Chamber 2. It's not my fault. Well, it is technically my... Well, it is... No. You know what? No. I'm going to say it's not my fault. Because screw this stupid automaton zooping away at the worst possible moment, causing like a 5-second loss. It just... if I was more ready for it, to be clear, I probably could have like done charge attacks and like I just... Anyways. Huge chakram snipe on the Bishop. Yeah, no, I'm using it's kind of why I want to actually triple counter. Using Lanyon's like chakram charge attack to like get enemies from distance while staying in Bennett buff is actually pretty usable. It does like 30k damage, I think, or something. Usually, it's not nothing, but it's enough when you have a situation like that to definitely kill it and then save your skill, second skill for another enemy. There's all kinds of fun, interesting optimizations to do with DPS Lanyon in that team. It's might be my favorite team in the game right now. I'm not kidding. I quite like it a lot. And I only suspect I'll like it more as I invest more. Now, did I notice a crazy difference in the performance of that team with Farina on Tenacity and Forazon on 4-piece whatevers? Not really. It mostly felt the same. It mostly felt exactly the same. I think it was a little better, but I'd have to do like a more direct comparison, swapping the builds over to get a proper vibe of that. But it's safe to say I don't mind at all doing that kind of build instead on Farina and Farazon. So I'm kind of happy with that. So yeah, triple Crown Lanya was worth the more. I just can't do it right now, unfortunately. Someday. Hey, I have the Suns for it, but not the other things. Not these mostly. So I got a double crowned. What does C4 do? EM? That'll be okay. I guess that gives me more reason after Lanyon uses it. I wonder if this EM buff applies to her burst damage. Hopefully it does. If this EM buff applies to her burst damage, that definitely means the best rotation with C4 usually becomes burst skill. But again, for adaptability purposes, to like leave flexibility for using your burst at different times wouldn't always become that, right? But I don't know, 2 EM rolls when like doesn't seem that good, but that improves Farina's damage when Farina lands a Vaporize. It improves Lanyon's damage because they're passive. I actually like that Constellation. I think it's fine. It's a perfectly okay little minor benefit Constellation. Also, it's more like 3 EM rolls. It's 3 high EM rolls, not 2 EM rolls. And then I almost assuredly notice C5. I think that will take her talent damage to what? I think like 510%. Or am I overestimating that? Let me check. And then C6 will be very noticeable, I think, because of just an optimization of giving at least 1, maybe 2-ish extra skills per chamber in the back pocket to use at certain times smartly. But the build won't fundamentally change. Yeah, I should mess around again with Lanyon on not 4-piece VV and do some, particularly now that I'm using like 4-piece VV with I don't know, it's weird. Like, particularly because I usually get a Pyro Swirl, right? So like getting a Pyro Swirl, it's kind of a similar-ish situation with like Chaska on VV, except for her Pyro damage is like not the majority of her damage, right? It's I think like a third at best. Same thing with the Hydro damage. So if I'm getting Pyro Swirls or Hydro Swirls, I am buffing the Hydro and Pyro damage, right? So there is something lost by not doing 4-piece VV, but then I could gain a little bit by doing something else, right? I could potentially, get a little bit more ER in the worst case scenario, right? But I don't know. My build is good enough that I'm happy with it on VV, so I don't know. Oh yeah, I was gonna check the multipliers. Plap. Lon. Yawn. What am I doing? Skill down level 10. I was almost bang on. I thought so. Yeah. So I'll go from that should take, you know, like what, the 70, not like when the enemy's resistance was lower, but like I'm getting like 70k ish about, right, with the 430% multiplier for every hit. That'll probably take me up to conservatively 75k, right? I think probably more towards 80k. So that'll be nice to have eventually. But yeah, I don't think any of my Lanian constellations are gonna fundamentally change Lanion's performance in the future. But I will definitely get more value from them, and I can almost assure you when she shows up on banner again, I'll probably be wishing for seasons. So wish me luck. You can run Mars say, but it's probably not much better. When I was testing it, like, being that, you know, you oftentimes output your damage quite quickly as soon as you swap into her, and you have to have a little bit of build up time. It depends on when Farina's skill hits, right? When Farina's summons hit, relative to when, if you swap into Lanyan and like if I swap into Lanyan right before the summons are hitting, that's perfect because then I can get the crit stacks, and it's pretty good. But yeah, in my testing, it's not incredibly better, generally speaking, and it's annoyingly inconsistent because of the Farina summons timing. So yeah, her swirls also benefit from the 4-piece and red shred. Yep. So I don't know. I really like the nuance of 4-piece VV on DPS Lanyan. It's minorly worse than like the equivalent stats on a 2-piece, right? But gets additional value from EM stats, and she already has incentivization for EM, and it also allows me to, like, okay, I want to use a normal-ish Lanyan build, and bam, switch to, you know, either this or TTDS. I hear a helicopter outside. Has the war started? I hope that's a joke. It's sad that it's not completely a joke. Anyways, what was it saying? 4-piece DPC. Yeah, I Sylveon tried it, and the fact that Sylveon switched off of 4-piece DPC tells me what I need to know. I think I don't think I'm gonna farm 4-piece Desert Pavilion. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something else. I thought quick, but I forgot. Oh well. I guess I should go do polearms only and weapons only quick. DPC is Desert Pavilion artifacts. It's the Wanderer artifacts, these ones. But yeah, like this, you know, because of the fact that the 4-piece bonus isn't necessarily doing much, and you can make use of some Lanyan charge attacks and whatever, it's possible that this could be better than VV in some circumstances, right? But it's very like, right? So I don't know. What I might mess around with more in the future is Farazan's build, particularly now that I have her on 4-piece scroll. I might try Elegy again, but I don't know. I think as soon as I lose the fat particles, things become a little more sus as far as rotations go. And I don't know. I don't like being constrained to highly specific rotations. I like having the flexibility of with everything that Fab does. It's a meaningful difference maker. So I don't know. I guess what I could mess around with actually more is Farina on instead. Like, I think removing Fab from Farina might be doable, right? Still losing Fab particles, but not as bad as losing the Fab particles from Farazan because of doing the swap from Farazan into Lanyan situation, right? But switching Farina to Key of Caution Suit could be an interesting optimization I could mess with. One, it would increase Farina's damage a little bit, and then 2, increase Lanyan's damage and the swirl damage, whatever, in the team. But yeah, I intend to level 90 Farazan eventually because I'm playing that team so much as well. Elegy giving another 3 EM rolls. I mean, it's really good. It's really good. Like, here, let's just we can do a quick example of the numbers difference you can see. We'll just do against the Tulpa. I will put her on an ER timepiece because I don't want to. If we're gonna have to faff about with funneling particles to Lanyan, I just want to make sure we don't have to worry about it on her. Where? Oops. Oh, there it is. Okay. Lamp. We're gonna ignore that. Don't worry about it. Whatever. It's a little bit scuffed ratio. It's fine. Lost your peak patrol to Skyward Harp? Hey, Skyward Harp or Lost Prayers are the best standard banner weapons to lose to, so I don't know. Hopefully you planned around losing the 50-50 or whatever, 37.5. You can still get peak patrol. If not, I don't know. If you didn't plan around it, don't necessarily spend money for it. It's not don't FOMO yourself that much. It's a good weapon, not necessarily good enough to justify spending a bunch of money. Unless you're enjoying the game enough that you just feel like spending money, you know, don't let me stop you. The game does need to make money to exist. Alright. So, only difference here, LG on Farzone. And LG, and a ER type piece on Farzone. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So you did like a good 10% more damage on Lanyan, essentially. Like a 10% damage increase on Lanyan, and it's more damage, I believe, on Farazon, is meaningful. For sure. But yeah, let's try to do more than one rotation. Didn't crit. Oh, Bennett. Dang it. See, didn't have energy. Didn't have Bennett up there, but you know, you can immediately see the energy issues. Not on Farazon, energy issues on the other characters. So like, I don't know. Fav is great, man. It's just like and when I've tested in previous abysses, not this one, with trying to do full runs through with Elegy versus Farazon and like optimizing different chambers, the flexibility Fav gives for optimization just meant that like it tended to be better. It tended to be better. Which is sad, I think, to some degree at least. But oh well. Frick, what time piece was I using on her before? Oh, I know what it was. It was the Gladiators piece. Yeah, that one. Bam. So, I don't know. I'm almost assuredly not switching off of Fav on Farazon at this point. So, yeah. And I like the overall build balance I got going here for her. Quite happy with it. Could be improved. I could get a little bit more crit stats or whatever. But do I need to? I don't know. I like the balance I got going. Yeah. And then I can keep Oron on Fav. And Oron I very much... Or sorry, Oron on Elegy. And I really like Oron on Elegy. I have almost always noticed meaningful improvements from having him on Elegy, right? And particularly now that I have his C6, it means like him on Elegy compared to like Eon's on. I like him with Plunge EI. So doing, you know, Farina, EI, Cloud Retainer. I actually like him with C6 more than Eon's on C6. Significantly, actually. I think that might not be the case without Elegy, right? But 50% attack bonus, right? So this is 30% attack, plus 50% attack, plus a damage bonus, plus the EM. Like, and then also it just creates for better rotation flexibility for getting Electro Swirls from Cloud Retainer. and then also Auron's providing more damage himself than Eonson. Like, I don't know. I just like the dynamic more. So I also, oh, you know what? It also might be a little bit of the cooldowns lining up better too. I'm not sure, but I haven't like done an investigation on why, but I've done comparisons, and like I get similar enough clear times that I actually prefer Auron over Eonson for plunge AI, which is interesting. So with C6. Without C6, a little different. So yeah, I don't know. Auron, which is good, because one thing I thought that might happen when Eonson releases that Eonson would replace most of the situations I cared about Auron in, but nope, still like him. I'm not gonna do a full run through this, but I want to check real quick. How is this gonna perform? What am I doing? We're gonna do this. Mostly because right now, a side effect of me putting scroll on Varazon is I stole all the scroll artifacts that were on Mawika. So Mawika currently has a Skyward Spine build. I could give her signature back, but she has a Skyward Spine build with like 600 EM. And she still has crit though. She has like 120 crit damage and 600 EM and like 70 something crit rate. So like, I'm just kind of curious how she's gonna do here.
Hunt them down. Into the shadows.
46k? That's still fine. They're fine. I mean, it remains to be seen what this will perform like. I should check how it performs without vaporizing, of course.
Time to testify.
This'll brighten up the place.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine though. Plus extra virgin value. This might become my permanent Mawika build. And I can say Mawika signature weapon for the better characters like Kaniche.
Shoot on sight.
Why Emily? I mean, Emily doesn't provide that much here other than some Dendro reaction value. Okay. You know what? I said I wasn't going to go the full way through, but I want to see what it does against the second chamber. Because Emily enables aggravates for Clorinde. And you can keep up Emily full damage very easily with just some off-field pyro. And yeah, I don't know. She just is really enjoyable to use in this team. I like this team a lot more than official variants. Without Mawika bursting, I find this performs similar to like keep in mind I'm saying this with C2 official. So something like a normal aggravate team, right? Like this with Kazuha or with Shilonen, and keep in mind with Kazuha, I have C2 Kazuha, which does help a little bit. And I have C2 Nahida. I found this team, it gets similar clears. Very, very similar. And generally speaking, better clears. This team gets better clears at lower investment levels for Constellations. Like C1 Mawika isn't doing that much for this team, and I'm not bursting on Mawika. I do have Emily's signature weapon, which matters. Like I have, it's a highly invested team, but more just on like the builds and whatever. So I don't know, right? Like I think it's really fun, but it's more 5-star heavy. I do really like Shalon in this team on instructors. So, and I do have Shalon's signature weapon, which matters. Shalon C2 does barely anything, right? But for this team, because I don't. I mean, if I min-max, I could min-max things actually with Shalon C2, I guess, around her burst, her energy for Clorinde, and do more Clorinde bursting, but I don't. So, anyways, let's do it. I want to see what the automaton is like when I don't have vaporize. I want to see what Mawika's damage is like without. Because I'm very used to what Mawika feels like on a better build, like a build that had her signature weapon and had her on scroll with like a 78 crit rate, 200 crit damage build after her signature weapon gives her the buff. Now she's on what's exactly she's on? Yeah, a little worse, a little bit worse, but honestly, she's probably still fine. Like, she's probably still gonna be fine. I doubt it's going to affect the clear times that much is my point. Oops. You know, I haven't tried. I was going to say I was going to do Ganyu, but never mind. I just want something easy on the second side, but there's nothing easy on the second side for the stupid seahorse. I hate the seahorse. Stupid seahorse. Yeah, here, you know what we can try? We can do some with sucrose. I haven't done this yet. Sucrose. I don't know what was sucrose though. I just sucrose. Just sucrose. No. Arlecchino. Yeah, sure. We can do, you know, we can do Arlecchino. I'll try to do some weird Arlecchino melt with sucrose. Do this. That is not Zilali. So double check Zilali build right now. No, put you on a higher ER build. Where is it? There it is. Bam. Alright, there we go. That 1 ER roll in my experience does matter for Arlecchino. Use cryo to break the shield. I mean, yes. I understand that. Thank you, Asorio. It's about using a cryo team that I wanted to play. Okay, gotta dodge some of those hits. I maybe actually would have been able to get one more skill zoop out. Oh well. I know Tavat has its own laws. No. Okay, by the way, I think this team right now with I think it's because of the Burgeons, I think. I'm pretty sure this team is performing better with Moika on this build than she was on her signature weapon build with way more crit. I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't feel like going and equipping it right now. But at least against the Tulpa, I think it's better. It should be worse when not against a Hydro-infused enemy. But, you know. Alright, yes, do... Charge attack spam time. Could maybe use a burst. It might be optimal to use a burst. I don't know. Oh, I don't have energy. Oops. Whatever. Let's get his shield down. Yeah. You go up in there, please. Thank you. Okay. I want to do this. Oh, I wasn't standing in the right spot. Oopsies. Okay. Okay, well, it's annoying. Whatever. Well. Cryo and Pyro break it equally quickly. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, Moika's getting 7,000 damage off field. Okay, I must admit, that is a lot. I think Moika was getting like 20k damage off field before. So, like, I probably will notice when I'm, like, really optimizing things. You know. But I think it's fine. Alright, do this. Okay. I think this team is strong enough, though, that, like, I, generally speaking, don't have to optimize things, right? So I think I'm fine, because this is the main team context that I thought that I might care about having Moika on the better build, and I think it's perfectly fine still. It doesn't feel that different. The team's damage is diversified enough that making Moika do way less damage doesn't really matter. Like, it probably would have been dead here right now if Muik was on the other build, for what it's worth. Which, like, it does matter. If I'm trying to optimize my clears, I might have to switch Muik's build in the future. But that's fine. Well, I can keep her on this build for now, and then just if I really struggle, oh well. Gearing Impact, redo Abyss. Plus, it's funny to have the additional Burgeon value. Yeah, we just go to town against this thing. Get this Pyro Infusion. Okay, just gonna forgo you. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. Really? This. Kill that. Okay.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Teamwork is dreamwork.
No, terrible. Whatever. Doesn't matter. That's friggin' Arlecchino Mel. It doesn't matter. Alright. Not at my investment level. I hate that you swirl cryo. I mean, I put Sucrose there because I wanted to use Sucrose for knocking down the thing out of the air really quickly. Not because I wanted to think about cryo swirling. I'm well aware that... Or pyro swirling, sorry. I'm well aware that pyro swirling would have been, you know, quite a bit better. Get out there, out there.
Into the shadows. Hunt them down. Light it up.
Reconstitute.
Bring it.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, Muika. I wanted the Muika skill to kill it. Favorite character lore-wise? Oh, boy. Probably Sitlali at this point. Although, I don't know if that counts as lore. When you say lore, my brain just defaulted, like, characterization. Right? Really? There you go, I swirl pyro. Look at that. Big melt. I've done that properly, I could have killed this. Now, this team can be very strong for the quick swap utility and Sucrose doing her swirls at range. Right. Like that front loaded damage utility from Sucrose EM buff just makes Sucrose better than Kazuha in this team. Wow. I just didn't feel the need to play it that well. Shoopa-doop. Alright, let's go into poems really quick. And then I started streaming early. I've been streaming for a while, but I streamed early because of Zajef, of course. Sorry, turtle. Show. I don't know. Anyways, I'm probably gonna have. By the way, I think I'm going to try to edit that video. Maybe today. Maybe edit. Well, I don't actually know. I should wait until Friday when we have the footage, so I can have some B-roll footage. But of Escoffier's kit. I plan to probably have that become an edited video this weekend, I think. I'm just trying to decide if I should record a different video today as well. Though. Maybe. I wanted to get a video out in the middle of this week because I only got one video on the weekend. Last weekend, the Shalona video, because motivation, among other things. Among distractions, whatever. No ZZZ question mark. I don't know. I don't. We can just do some deadly assault maybe. The fact that I streamed earlier, the funny effect of, wow, I woke up and did something earlier in the day, and it feels like I have more time. Even though, like, I just exchanged sleep time for doing more things time. But right now, I'm not feeling the effects of getting 2 hours less sleep. So I'm fine. And it just feels like gaining free time. Wow. Chlorine video? Honestly, yeah. I might do the chlorine video. I know what I want to do with the chlorine video now. It's going to feature that team. Not just that team. It's going to just be, like, talking about how Chlorine has grown and, like, different Chlorine teams I'm enjoying playing, but especially the one Overload team. And just talking about how she's grown in so many different team options, and also like how the event weapon has made her more compelling of a versatile unit that like oh, I kind of wish I got her on her original banner just to have experienced her growth having her from the first banner, and like explaining why I didn't go for her on the first banner, because I still feel the same, like where like her first banner she was not that interesting, but her Chevreuse teams are much more. Her Chevreuse team options are much more interesting now because of new off-field pyro units, both Moika and Pyro Traveler, that have released. And Eonson makes her a little bit more interesting. Not that like you always need to do Eonson with her. Like, I don't think Eonson is amazing with Chlorine, but it's definitely a decent synergy. And yada yada. Point is, like, she's grown to having much more compelling team options than she has in the past. And now has like that new event weapon and whatever. It's just like, wow, who knew? Who knew on-field Fischl would grow that well? Should have predicted that, but oh well. On release, she just felt like a slightly better version of Kaching, restricted to aggravate teams, and it's like, okay, I already have other units I like playing in aggravate, and Sethos released at the same time, remember, and I was enjoying Sethos a lot for aggravate, and I still enjoy Sethos more for aggravate. I'd rather play Sethos aggravate than Chlorine aggravate, generally speaking. But Chlorine has other things like the team I just showed that I like more, so I don't know. Anyways, oh, by the way, I need to mess around with Arlecchino Melt again before Escoffier releases to see if I can make Arlecchino Melt with Eonson work, because before Eonson, Arlecchino Melt didn't really make sense because you could get so much better damage value from just Chevreuse buffing than doing like Arlecchino double cryo, right? Like there's just not enough buffing options for Arlecchino to make melt, forward melt actually make sense. It's almost assuredly going to be really strong with Escoffier. I'm not sure if Arlecchino, Escoffier, Rosaria, Melt, or Shenhe Melt. Shenhe might be better than Rosaria actually, just because Shenhe buffing Escoffier's damage. So I don't know. Double cryo Arlecchino Melt on polearms only should become a very real thing with Escoffier. But I want to test that with Rosaria instead of Escoffier now that Eonson is out, because that's an important comparison, because Eonson is an important reason. Like, without having Eonson as a buffer now, Arlecchino Melt still wouldn't, I think, make that much sense. But now there's actual buffer options to make Arlecchino's damage be amplified outside of Shiver's teams a bit more. So, VV Shao for Melt Arlecchino. I think I did try it in the past, but I'll pass. I kind of right now don't feel like farming. What am I doing? Not that. I don't feel like farming. I don't even have 30 resins. I can't even do a weekly boss. What else? Just, yeah, no characters use them. Okay. I don't feel like farming the plunge set right now. I don't know. You know what? Theoretically, there's improvements I could make for my Escoffier artifact options. Let's farm MH. Why not? Just saying crit rate ascension to be a fab bot is a match made in heaven. I agree. I agree. It's part of why Farina is such a good fab bot. You do her EQ, she hits like 5 times. In short succession while she's on field, so 5 chances to crit, and she has a crit rate ascension. Like, Farina's a good fab holder without any artifact, like any good artifact substats. And I plan on using Fab Escoffier on. I can talk on or melee weapons only. Like Pyro MC is very versatile as a DPS. Their C6 even gives crit damage to plunges. Yep, I agree. They're the one thing holding them back a little bit, I'd say, is they're quite hard to make work and melt. You can, particularly what I have figured. It's kind of interesting for Hu Tao maybe. What I have figured out is that actually no, Hu Tao on MH uses. Wait, no, she doesn't. Wait, oh, is melt Hu Tao gonna work? Can I do like I will find out. Rosaria Escoffiation, huh? Rosaria Escoffiation, huh? Instead of Xiangling, use Hu Tao on field. Hu Tao might, like, I think what might happen is Hu Tao will get a couple melts. But then it'll just transition from Hu Tao getting a couple melts quickly into applying enough pyro for Rosaria and Escoffier to get melts. But that'll still be good. Like, it's possible that Hu Tao might be better than Xiangling. Because, like, I don't know. It's going to be awkward with trying... Well, no, I have C1 Shenhe now, so I don't have to worry about the swapping to Shenhe. Oh, okay. Remind me to... Hopefully I'll remember to test that. Test melt Hu Tao. But, anyways, what I was going to check was HP. On MH... Ah, yes. Attack percent. Perfect. Oh, do I not have one? What? How do I not have... Oh, I was using an off-piece. Dirt. Okay. Well, yeah, then that could be compelling. Nope. Never mind. I mean, it's still maybe compelling, but, you know.
Something you wish to
Raiden. Really?
everlasting as the moon.
FE snapshot? I don't think that's been confirmed. I can give you like a 99% chance she does not snapshot on her E. It's possible her burst snapshots, which probably won't matter that much. Like Yai burst snapshots, for example, which is slightly helpful because like her burst takes a little bit of time to come out fully. So you can, you know, get Yai's buff. Like I was doing earlier, where I had Eonson's buff just barely ended. And then I Yai bursted. That Yai burst had Eonson buff, even though Eonson buff ended after until like the next few hits were hitting. But What's Her Bucket does not have that problem. Effie. She just does her instance of damage after the burst animation, so like her snapshotting shouldn't matter. And I'd be very, very surprised if her skill snapshotted. But if she does, then she just becomes incredibly broken. Like, she goes from already really, really broken to actually absurdly bonkers broken. I think it would be insane of them to make her skill snapshot. If they do, I don't know. I didn't skill before that. Oops. Don't think anyone has snapshot since 1.1. I mean, no, there's random character abilities that have snapshot, but it's weird stuff like Yai burst or whatever. Units that have like full long duration off field, generally speaking, no, they have not snapshot pretty much at all. I'll leave that for tomorrow. In a few months, no one will be talking about Escoffier. Really? You're being real optimistic there, Jason. You know Skirk is coming out, right? And depending on how strong Skirk is, Skirk will be staying in the conversation, and it's going to be Skirk in conjunction with Escoffier. Like, I'm sorry, but expect Escoffier for arena combos to be plaguing the conversation, and like any future cryo unit is going to be like we were talking about earlier. Every future cryo unit is now going to be like, Escoffier, do you have Escoffier? If you don't, well, sorry. Hopefully you have Escoffier. Hopefully you pulled the 5-star. Otherwise, like, half of their team archetypes just don't perform well. Like, you want to do freeze Ganyu. Hopefully if you have Escoffier to make her damage, her team damage contribution keep up with your other options. Like, Ganyu, at least to be clear, has like Melt Ganyu, right? And like Escoffier Ganyu brings Ganyu up about to freeze Ganyu about to what Melt Ganyu does, and that's cool. But yeah, that's kind of the point though. Like, people won't be stopping. Like, yes, we won't be actively talking about her constantly as much as we are, but that's because she's currently the upcoming character coming out in a couple days or a couple weeks. Like, what do you expect? So, like, yes, we're going to talk about her less, but she's going to stay in the conversation. Unless they just release something stronger than her. Hyacine and HSR. Who's Hyacine? I don't even know who Hyacine is. Is that a new character? Use the Fontaine healing set on Escoffier, maybe. That would be funny. But like, to be clear, like I'm gonna embrace her for what she is. And I'm gonna put a decent build on her. I'm probably not gonna level 90 or anything. I'll leave her level 80, I think. I'm gonna fully ascend her because if I don't fully ascend her, my build on my main account is a little my build without that last 5% or 4.8% crit rate becomes a little bit more not as nice looking, right? And I also think I want to take her to level 9 skill, level 6 burst. So I'm probably gonna do 696 for Escoffier's talents on my main account because I also plan to do like on-field Escoffier things. Yeah. Anyways, kind of what happened with Sitlali and Mel teams. Yeah, like Jason, for what it's worth, you honestly think every node car unit will all suck and do nothing? What are you on, dude? In what context was I saying or anyone else saying that node cry units will suck? Are you thinking node cry units are going to be so overpowered that there's literally no relevance to use any character released this year? Because that's what your statement says. If you're saying all node cry units invalidate the reason to use Effie in the future, Escoffier in the future, then you're saying they release a version of Escoffier that's even more overpowered than her. What is node cry? The next region-ish. Because it's not just node cry we're going to. I don't know. Anyways. I'm gonna I'm gonna embrace Escopier for what she is. If I feel like there's a particular team that she's doing too much of damage contribution and it makes it like if I want to do DPS Charlotte and an Escoffier team, and Escoffier's damage in conjunction with Farina's damage feels like it's doing way too much relative to Farina and relative to Charlotte, then yeah, I'll do something like power her down, put her on the healing set for the lulls of buffing Charlotte more, right? I'll absolutely do that. So yeah. Yeah, if Escoffier doesn't survive, very, very few characters would indeed. Like, that is not the reality we want to be in. I don't think it's gotten that bad. I do not think it's gotten that bad. Thankfully. We're not at HSR levels yet. To be clear, I don't know how bad the HSR situation is. I haven't followed the game meaningfully for almost a year now. I stopped playing and stopped following new characters after Firefly. So, anyways, what am I doing here? Did I finish things here? I don't think I did. Oh yeah, I said we could do co-op before, and then I just didn't do the co-op event. If anyone wants to do the co-op event now, maybe that's why someone joined me before. If someone wants to do the co-op event now, I'm down, so that I can avoid doing dailies. You have like 2 minutes. Why am I getting bloops? Who's blooping me? Yeah, sorry, it's not your messages. Blooped by Binge. Binge said he watched my discussion today. I'm going to temporarily mute Binge. Binge, if you're watching still, you can still message me. I'm just going to mute you for a few minutes so you're not going to ding me. Anyways. Yeah, oh yeah, I did hear about them buffing some things, but So, I don't know. We'll see. Hello. Silver Wolf's getting a buff? Really? What buff is it? What are they doing? Are they making her apply her buff in AoE? I feel like that's primarily what she needs, right? Also, probably higher base stats or whatever to bring her up to par, because she probably needs to deal her. Probably needs to implant in AoE. Tweak her RNG garbage a little bit, and then crank her damage up, I imagine, right? That's how you make Silver Wolf better. Jing Liu are getting a buff. That's good. Hey, that's all the characters I have. Yeah, maybe I can like log into HSR after a year and not be completely screwed in all the content. Yay. They took away the RNG and made our AoE? I guess that makes sense. I think the RNG was kind of fun in some level, but alright. I would have rather they kept the RNG and just cranked her damage. Personally. But that's fine. Kafka buff? Is it a Kafka buff? Okay, it does. So does the implant? I don't know how often. Like, it seemed like when I left Star Rail, they were putting weakness implant in a lot more characters. How relevant even is the AoE weakness implant on Silver Wolf? And like, if they took away the RNG, does that mean she guarantees weakness? How does it work? Does she guarantee weakness implant? Like, if you're doing a 4-element team, right? How does her implant work? Does she give weakness for all elements? If so, that's actually insane. That probably makes her really good. But I don't know. Anyways. Alright, I guess just Kay is gonna join, that's fine. Let's do some events. Oh my god, I didn't notice, by the way, there's no things here. I need to do this. Don't let me forget about that. I'm probably gonna forget. Alright.
What could the children be?
She gives it for the team element? What does that mean? What do you mean the team element? You can use multiple different elements in the team, Sylvia. That's what I was asking for. Because like, if Silver Wolf is more mechanically interesting, it might make me want to play a little bit more Star Rail again. A little bit. Weakness will be applied based on everyone in the team at the same time. So it does what I said. She applies weakness to everyone. By the way, I learned that apparently for this event, if there's particular items that are like overpowered, one person can just hold on to it, and if if the one person, so for example the Mualani event holds on to the like AoE effect, nobody else can use it. Also, is this one only have lurker mines though? Dirty fruit? Okay. Which is, I think, a weird design mistake. So like if someone has the missile, like I think there was the missile, nobody else can use the missile. Which is a bit absurd. See, now that I have the missile, I can hold on to it. I think, unless they changed it. They might have changed it. This is what I was informed, though. So the strat, like, is basically hold on to the missile, and collect coins until the end. Hold on to the missile and fire the missile at the very end, right? I'm stuck. There's 2 missiles? Okay. Well, that's a factor, then. Three missiles and then a weaker one? Alright. That one's probably a little bit better of a balance mode then. But yeah, I think they should have leaned into the Mario Kartness of this a little bit more. Just had it be more chaos, whatever. With randomized effects. Oh, goddammit. Of course. Hit by a freaking mine of all things. Yeah, let's see if the strategy works. I'll fire my mine or my missile in a little bit. Oh, yeah. Oops. Okay. I didn't hit anyone. Alright. Well, I think, yep. That didn't work for me this time. I completed the match. I got a participation trophy. Let's go. Let's go. Participation points. Doesn't really matter. Oh, I gotta complete all these anyways, and I think if I get an average of 5 letter per, you get the max rewards. Star Rail's so boring to watch. I don't get how people do it. I mean, you're watching a turn-based game, so if you're not in your own head with like the decisions you're making on a turn-based game, like turn-based games are inherently like, I don't know, if you're not familiar with how they play, they tend to like play like a puzzle game, kind of, right? Where you just work your way through the possible sequences of different things that can happen, right? And there's always RNG elements to them, right? But that's part of the puzzle. So I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. And then in a gacha game like Star Rail, you also just have DPS thresholds to hit and annoying enemy mechanics. Whee! And then you watch big numbers on screen. Yep. I'm not gonna hold my items in this one. Or any future ones. I think it's boring. Get wrecked. Uh oh. No! Ah! Deserved to be fair. I hate how Moika's bike feels. Why does it feel so bad? What? How did that hit me? Oh, I call below me. Also, how did you steal my coin? Oh my god. Alright, the missile. Definitely better to just stay on the edges, and then you can try to run away from the missiles. Feel kind of bad targeting the person that... Oh my god, I have so much. 2 people, apparently. Oop, oop. Oh, they're all targeting me. Yep, yep. Anyways, it's a fun minigame, this event. Oh, can you target it? Oh! My stupid fruit. Don't target me. Why are you targeting me still? Rude. Maybe deserved, but rude. Really? Where's the 300 person? There's no target the 300 person. There we go. Okay. Okay. Hide. No, someone took the lead. Dang it. I lost. Sad. Favorite one was Ikaya because I can knock people off. There's a Kaya one. Only relevant speed turning recently is -1 speed Sunday, but so they've fixed the speed tuning problem in the game with the power creep. Is that a benefit of the power creep? Can that even be considered a benefit? Speed tuning, I think, was a gameplay or design mistake. I do feel, but is that done with dailies? Nope, of course. All right, well, I guess sure. I'll finish the whole event. There's a Kaya one. Nice. Everyone's just to hit 134 speed and you're good at that point. Aside from the set that wants as less speed as possible. All right. That's probably a good thing, although it doesn't fix the fundamental breakpoint issue of, oh, screw you, you got to 132 speed or 133. I think it was a mistake making speed a substat and the rare substat in the game. If it was a main stat, perfectly fine, right?
What's the hurt? Free.
We all just went swimming. Assuming we can spam our skill. Yeah, it's a lot shorter cooldown. Oh, I'm gonna get targeted. Get away. Ow. Oh boy. Oh, I hit someone. Oh, really? Okay, is these hazard? Is that an effect that someone is doing, or I'm assuming not? That's just an environmental thing, stealing coins from us. Stop eating dirty fruit.
What's the hurry?
Oh my god. Is there only 2 items here? Oh, yep, good job me standing in the path of that. Oh my god, I just lost all of my coins. Oh, it's the bombs that explode that... Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. They're Bomberman bombs. I don't know why it took me that long to realize they're Bomberman bombs. Let's see here. That makes this much better, honestly. Oh, what the... Alright, well, I'm terrible at this one. Alright. Nice. To hit this person. Oh crap. I wish you could put them in the water. Oh, come on. The fact that you can get hit in the water but can't put them in the water is a bit rough. Oh my god. I have an enhanced scatter bomb. I am at 60 coins. Oh boy.
What's the hurry?
Wow. Did I get not last place? I don't know. I don't think it shows the score total, does it? I got the most coins in total, but maybe got last place. Wow. Good job, me. You see the new era Lycone? They're busted and adding things should be base good. Nice. Wonderful. Everyone was at 150? Oh, it equalized at the end? Nice. Do. I did that. We can go do this. Alright. One of the 5 things will be randomly selected. Alright, cool. That's fine. I need to get 1,000 points, or do it twice, which is annoying. Okay, I wish I did do better on looking each one then. Dang it. Okay. Wonderful. You would have won if they used Charlotte instead of Kai for this level. True. Yeah. Mualani. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what I have to do. The question is everyone going to be wise to the strat now? This has been a few days. Hold on to this for a little bit while we collect coins. Oh. Okay. Oh. They seem to not know. Oh, I just... Yep, that was bad. Didn't jump up in time. Can I get an item? Oh my god. Stop taking labs. Okay, you know what? Go to this. Oh, it's all over for them. I didn't hit a single person with my thing. Damn it. Ah, frick, they hit me. I did not hit them. Oh, great. They're getting bitter. Hit some of the mine. Nice. Oh! I think I hit everyone. From here I can probably just dodge and win. Oh, they're actually close to overtaking. Oh, don't hit that. Oh, I did not need that. That was undeserved. Oh. Wow. Can't underestimate the power of spamming the Sharky Bite. Not 1,000 points, of course. Classic. All right. I really hope, like, if there's anything that I'm slightly worried. They're not supposedly. We basically have confirmation in Zenless. They're going to have a new. They're going to have a new path in Zenless, equivalent to like HSR. New class of character type. What? What do you mean domain in progress? What? Hello? What? What do you mean domain in progress? I'm the host. And we're not in a domain. So anyways, the new class is concerning in Zenless because of, like, I don't think from what I saw in Star Rail that they did it very well in Star Rail. I don't know if this the character you guys are talking about in chat is this, but like they didn't do a good job from what I saw when I looked into it of increasing the, like, giving a good amount of flexible options for like 4-star pieces. So it just seemed like an awful, like adding new like classes of characters wouldn't be inherently problematic in any form if they, you know, there was one, justification for differentiating it, and two, didn't have weapon banner, right? Or light cone banner, whatever, your Wenjin banner, what do you want to call it, right? Because not having like it's really the equipment problem, right? It's the weapons being restricted to that character class being the problem. And it's just an arbitrary way, in my opinion, to mostly just force people to pull for the gacha weapons, right? On anything outside of the, if it weren't a gacha game that had, you know, gacha weapons, I'd feel like it's not a problem at all. But anyways, can you let me actually do things? No? Okay, well, I'm sorry, Kay. I'm gonna kick you out so I can finish it. Oh, and Eminem. I didn't even realize I had 2 people. What the frick? What? I mean, I appreciate doing a daily for me, I guess. I just wanted to kind of finish the event anyways, which I still want to do. What? Character not on the map? What is happening? Someone random disconnected mid-load? Okay, but they disconnected now. Why can't we do it now? Oh, there we go. Okay, Jesus Christ. Enter a domain and leave. Well, doing this event is entering a domain. I'm assuming if I tried to enter a domain, it would give the same error. Really? Oh, I thought that was Mulan again. No, it's Kaya. Oh boy, I'm gonna be terrible, but it's fine. I only need 100 points. But yeah, we will indeed see this weekend with the beta. It will not surprise me at all if, like, there is a very big difference between the new characters' best options and worst options. And for what it's worth, though, in Zenless, with Seth's engine, they did add Seth's engine to the standard banner pool. It's just there's so many engines in the pool that, like, even if they add a compelling number of them, I don't know. Like, I really hope the craftable options or, like, there's also not there's not a standard banner unit, right? For Zenless. There's no standard banner unit, so there's not going to be anything in the shop for a 5-star one for, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's not, that was good. I just jumped straight at that. I didn't get hit by it though. It's hard to be optimistic because, especially in Zenless, like, they could easily just differentiate the characters. They already are, like, pretty loosey-goosey with the character classes. And, like, the same thing as Star Rail, right? Where it's like, okay, sure, you made a new class of characters that tend to have, I think the new class of characters is summoning is the gimmick, right? The remembrance characters, from my understanding, in Star Rail. And it's like, okay, yeah, so there's normally summons on these characters. But, like, there's all kinds of, like, weird overlap with, like, okay, sure, debuffers, like Nihility was supposed to be like debuff and damage over time effects or whatever. But, like, other units tended to be able, I don't know, right? Like, there's overlap already, is my point. And it's like, if there's already overlap, was there a need for a new class for this other thing? Boy, oh boy. Ah! I think we should be underwater. I avoided it, but it's fine. It'd be fun if you could, like, do a dive into the water and dodge. So I don't know. We'll see what happens in Zenless. Hopefully it's not awful, so awful that I feel the need to protest the new character release and not get them. But maybe I will just protest the new character release and not get them in favor of getting Hugo and what's their bucket?
What's the hurry?
Hugo and Lighter.
Dodge this.
Maybe I'll spend money on Hugo and Lighter and not spend any money at all on their new character with the new path. It's the best signal I can give them. This person who spent money refuses to spend money with their new garbage. We'll see. Maybe they'll offer a really compelling free weapon option and also give a diverse set of different 4-star weapons and 3-star weapons available. That it won't be a problem. Maybe. And the same thing if they ever do that in Genshin would be my hope as well. Although I swear to God, if they like release a new weapon type in Genshin and then don't like offer what was I saying? Offer like favs. If they don't add a new fav, right? Oh my. They better not offer a fav. New 3-star weapons? Yeah. You think 3-star weapons are important? They're extremely important. 1, for new players. 2, sometimes they're good. In Zenless, not as important, to be clear, generally speaking. But I don't like, I think all the 3-star weapons are low investment options mostly in Zenless. But like in Genshin, 100%. Definitely. Right? Alright, thanks for joining, Kay. I don't know. The event was a nice little mini event. Certainly, like, the best that these random events can do is not make me feel like I just, like, this is a waste of time and I wish I didn't have to do it. Like, I didn't hate doing it. I enjoyed it enough that, like, it didn't feel like a waste of time. I'm not going to claim the rest of the things until tomorrow. When does the event end? 8 days? Okay. Some claim dailies. Imagine we got Natlan 3-star weapons from chests. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, 3-star weapons, cheaper to level. Well, actually, I don't know if they're actually cheaper to level in Zenless or Star Rail, but in Genshin they would be. So, like, in Genshin, I think, I strongly feel it'd be important for them to add some interesting options for 3-star weapons. Add craftables, like, add many different options for craftable weapons, not just, like, add one craftable weapon. That is not enough. You need to add, like, you have a craftable for every region. If you're going to add a new weapon type in Genshin, you need a craftable for the new weapon type for every region, right? Not just one for the new area or whatever when you introduce a new weapon type. Like, it won't surprise me at all if they do a new weapon type in Genshin in the future, again, to force people to try to pull more for weapons. And if they don't release a whole shit ton of craftables or 3-star weapons, whatever compelling options, that's extremely cringe, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, they are an HSR, yeah, but HSR is kind of like Zenless, and like I don't know if they matter as much, but yeah. But I think the 3-star weapons are more important in the Genshin context, but like they are important to exist at some level as being easily acquirable for new players at minimum. That's the main design intention, right? It's an obvious thing to do, but where they failed in Star Rail, from what I could tell, is adding compelling options for 4-star weapons. And that's where I could see them failing in Zenless 2 or Genshin. In Genshin in particular, I suspect that if they did it, they would probably basically not have favs in the weapon series, which would be awful. Like they just like not having favs in like a new character weapon type would just inherently make this that new weapon type of character just worse at a baseline. For any supportive utility at all. Like not having a fab build would be awful. Anyways, Fab is just that ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, point is, I think the simple way to do it, if they were going to do it in Genshin, is add a craftable weapon of different smattering of relevant effects for every region. So like, there's how many freaking regions? Are there? 6? Yeah, there's 6 in the game right now. So if they're gonna add a new weapon type in Genshin, they sure as hell better add 6 craftable 4 stars. Then you can add a gotcha 4-star too if you want. That's fine. Just make it more niche. Make the craftables more generalist. And then you have your 5-star be your 5-star, and just make sure it's not like, it better not be 50% better than the craftables. It should be like the standard 5-star formula of like it's 10%-ish better than the second best option. But if you're introducing a new weapon type, it better be 10% better than the 4 stars because you just introduced them, right? At most 20%. Instead, I expect it would probably be like 50% better. 6 new craftables without billet conversion. I mean, they would also have to do something like give a bunch of them for free. Not billets for free. I mean, just get the weapons for free at minimum. Like they did, remember in Natlan, when they gave a bunch of the Natlan weapons for free for that web event? They should do that again. They should do that yearly for sure. Why am I not claiming my dailies?
Add Astra.
But yes.
Thank you for
I'm not saying it would be a perfect solution by any means, but that's like the bare minimum to expect if they were going to do it in Genshin. So, I don't know. Yeah, let's go finish these. Are there weapon types that don't have the class? A lot of the weapon, like of the ones that have like series of like the same styles of passives, there's a lot of weapon types that don't have a full series. Yes, like sacrificial weapons don't have a polearm. But I believe most of the series of weapons don't have complete sets. If I recall. I wonder why. I mean, there's lower reasons why like a sacrificial weapon or sacrificial polearm doesn't exist, for example. But on a gameplay balance level, probably they just didn't want to in order to differentiate the weapon types a little bit more, which is fine.
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Alright. Like, it's fine that, you know, polearms don't have sack weapons available, right? As a differentiator, but I don't know. I'm still annoyed by it because I think it's a little bit of a mistake considering that sacrificial weapons are, you know, supportive weapons. And I think not having the different weapon types have equivalent baseline supportive utility on different characters would be good, but I don't know. There's definitely some polearm units that could be meaningfully better if a sacrificial polearm existed. I didn't Shallonen. Yeah, too scared of 2 Gwobus. Truly would have been awful to have 2 Gwobus. Imagine what we could do. Still no enemy? Okay. How good is Tank Faye? I don't care for it personally. I haven't messed with like a fully invested Tank Faye or anything now. So take my words with a grain of salt. Her energy needs, in conjunction with the fact that you can't really, I don't know, she doesn't really do anything other than the shielding if you're building for Tank Faye mostly, right? If she was a Natlan unit and you could get, you know, 4-piece scroll, maybe a little bit different, but at best, like, you can do like 4-piece noblesse or whatever. There's things you can do with it. It's not useless, and she's a catalyst unit, which is meaningful, but that's part of the problem is like, you could use TDDS, right? But trying to build her to be able to burst consistently and use TDDS is kind of awful. So I don't know. Yeah, you being able to use prototype Amber on her is nice at least. That would be a method, and of some benefit if you're doing Farina with her, of course. I I don't know. I like Toma as far as pyro shielders go. I like Toma's relevance for, you know, doing off-field application. Even if it's not a lot of application, it is off-field application that Yanfei is not doing. So,
Time for
yeah.
takeoff.
Try C6 Pyro Traveler, Farina, Shalona, and Bennett. Could be really good according to your calc, 70k DPS. It sounds believable, yeah. I've done a little bit of stuff with Pyro Traveler already. I'm not going to right at this moment because we've been streaming for a little while. But I plan to have a Pyro Traveler video soon. Soon, DM. Alright, claim. Cool. Any team with Farina, Shalon, and Bennett is good. Yeah, tends to be. Particularly if you can vaporize, but Pyro Traveler has like a meaningful... How much vaporizable motion value do they have? Let me check. Traveler, Pyro. Talents. So let's see. If you crown them, let's assume your Tar's Blammo. Let's assume your Tar's Blammo. We got a fully invested Traveler. So you got a 900% vaporizable hit. And then you have your hold skill, which I believe does 4 instances. That's another, you know, 840%. So at a baseline, without the C6, like without doing normal charge attacks vaporizing, you have the 1800% vaporizable motion value, which is pretty usable. And then, obviously, to be clear, like 70k DPS is nowhere near what Muika does, but that's fine. We're not expecting Pyro Traveler to be Muika. And then, anyways, their normal attacks. What do you get I don't know what the ideal Vaporize normal attack combo is exactly with solo Farina. I feel like there is an easy possibility to accidentally overtake with Pyro application. In the the semi-consistent damage or downtime windows when like Farina doesn't apply Hydro for like several seconds, for like 2.5 seconds, right? And in those windows, if you apply too much Pyro in that time frame, Farina will start vaporizing, but that might be better. So it probably doesn't matter. You probably just do like N2C or N3C maybe. No, it's probably N2C. Yeah, I'd assume it's N2C. So I don't know how many vaporizers you're actually getting on like the charge attack or whatever is my point. But it's probably decent enough. So yeah, if you were calcing with vaporizing, just make sure you were calcing like after testing in practice to see if you can actually keep up your vaporizers and your normal and charge attacks. But maybe you were assuming that Farina does some vaping anyways after. So I don't know. It's interesting. I do like the nuance of Pyro Traveler's kit for DPSing them. They are balanced just good enough to be, I think, a quite usable DPS, but definitely not rocking anyone's world. N3D, N2. Yeah, I'm assuming it's N2. I don't know why I said N3 for a second. For a second I said N3 because my brain was like 100% multiplier. But now, that tiny additional multiplier that does not react does not make sense. That's why I went backwards immediately and said, yeah, N2 charge attack probably makes the most sense. Next theater, remind you to take the theater Abyss challenge where you do Abyss runs using only teams in the theater. Alright, sure. Yeah, remind me that stream. Or after the theater. The stream after I do the theater. Easy for him to take over, but if you pay attention, then PMC won't take over Farina's application. Yeah. That was basically my guess. So that's part of why I like. Oh, I just log on the same account. I did. Good job, Ray. That's why. I don't remember what I was saying. Yeah, don't know where my brain left off, but it's why it's important to be good at playing. I don't know. Brains. Alright, that's probably a sign I should stop streaming. Do I want a Zenless? I feel like my brain is clearly not in it for Zenless right now if I wanted to do Deadly Assault. All I have to do elsewise in Zenless is just dailies. I didn't get Vivian. I'm not going to wish anymore for Vivian. You can't convince me right now. Because right now I'm more interested in Hugo. And I'm definitely not going to do a stream. I'm not doing a 3-hour stream of the story right now, so... I don't know. I think I won't bother with Zenless today. If Osorio is still here, I'm sorry if you were waiting for that, Osorio. I feel like my brain is clearly not in it for doing Deadly Assault optimization. What am I doing on this account? Can I finish you? No, I can. Oh wait, I cannot. I just didn't collect these in the first place. Okay. How many do I need? Really? Okay, I need 7 more. Alrighty. Osorio needed to go. I see. Okay. Oh, was that about shorter streams? Did I say this stream was going to be shorter? I didn't say this stream was going to be shorter.
Add as
I'm going to log on, you can take mine. You know what, sure, if you don't mind. It would be nice to get the Eon Son Final Ascension done. Let's go grab them quick while you log in. Wish Layla was relevant. I mean, she'll be slightly more relevant at low investment for... What's her bucket? Skirk, most likely. Skirk, Escoffier teams. It does benefit normal checks. Okay, this is a flat buff, by the way. So theoretically, a C4 Layla should be in an Escoffier team. Should be an okay budget option. She'll be worse than Lolly significantly, and worse than Shenhe most likely, I would assume. So she's a low investment option, but an option nonetheless. And if C4, slightly better. Doing Abyss after Eon Son? I already spent a bunch of time in Abyss today. I don't think we need to do more Abyss today. Sorry. I think, well, how long have I been streaming for? Since 10:15 a.m. So, you know, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, or over 6 hours. I think that's long enough. Particularly when my brain doesn't seem to be in it anymore. Alright. How many did that give me? I need 2 more. Oh my gosh. Alright. Yep, there's no more. I just didn't get those when I collected them a couple days ago. Alright. So real question is... Alright, so what we should do is... Ow, you butthole.
we deserve a reward for our hard work.
You meant in general on this account? Oh, no. I don't think so. I could try to 3-star, to be clear. I don't think I want to right now, but I might try Abyss again. I don't think just Eon Son on her own is going to make it, like, oh, suddenly easy to 3-star or anything. I think my priorities on this account right now, I think I'll log in for a few more days at least. Continue getting some dailies, because it'd be nice to accrue some Primogems, since I did decide that I would like to get Escoffier in this account. That would make Mount Arlecado teams actually, like, more real. Like, Rosaria can be, you know, fine at enabling that, but I much prefer the idea of doing double cryo with Rosaria and Escoffier. And Escoffier can also be a very just good, because she's broken, good option for like a damage dealer and Hyperplume teams, yada yada. That frees up my Chevreuse team situation more for Raiden, blah blah blah. It won't be perfect, to be clear, but it'll be better. But at this point, you know, I would like the level 90 Raiden. I would honestly like the level 90... all the characters that are being used a lot, like level 90 Raiden, level 90 U. Getting you your constellations would be nice. I should probably work on that. Yeah, this Electrocharge team I actually quite like. Raiden can get like 130k damage in this team with C0 Eon Son. So I certainly wouldn't mind. This is without Eon Son being fully invested, right? So it's just what I've seen so far. No, can't do that today. Okay, I think I need like 2 more of these. So anyways, I think that's my intention. Is I'll farm ley lines for a little bit until the next patch. In preparation, one for Escoffier and also to be able to level 90. These 2 probably as a priority, but then also maybe some other units more. But I literally just like don't have enough Ascension Crystals. Like once I'm gonna have to use like all the Ascension Crystals in the account for leveling up Escoffier, which is funny. I already had to convert some for Eon Son. These I had because I was originally going to use this for Auron, but at this point I think it makes more sense to use for Eon Son. Anyways, it's easy tomorrow, trust, yeah. Doing whatever. Alright, thank you, Sylvain. You can use the collection spot function. I was literally just using the collection spots function, but I had, when I clicked on it, I thought they weren't respawned, and they weren't respawned in my world. It's just that I didn't collect the ones that were in this spot before, right? I think these will be faster.
Sweet dream.
So, I collected these 2 days ago, or yesterday. I don't know, between yesterday and 2 days. It was in the middle of the night. While I was having a conversation with other people, I just went and collected a bunch of stuff for leveling Eons on this account. And I just missed that tunnel before. That was why I didn't had any. There was none left. Alright. There we go. Bam. Not level 9ing her right now. That would be, I think, a bit silly. What's your attack at in this team? Or without double pyro? 2358. That's a little unfortunate. In hindsight, I kind of wish I had gone for C1 Eon Son, because look at energy needs. When you're not doing double electro. And with the Raiden team, it's probably fine. I can switch to an attack timepiece, I think, without a problem, right? But as it currently stands, I don't have enough attack to max out her buff. Which is not ideal. So I need more of these two, so I'll probably wait till next week to try to crown her burst anyways. Yeah, anyways, let's try to think. Do I try to make this work? Like a different off-piece flower? For solo electro use on her, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it that much, because it's probably not that big a deal to lose a little bit of the buff, I mean. Let's put the filter on. Wait, no, that was with the filter off. Oh boy. Okie. I guess I could level that to max. Might get one more attack percent roll. Might help me. Or I could use one of these as an onset piece. Okay. What does that do for me? I have an ER piece that has a bunch of attack percent, but I lose the crit rate.
Think I was born with super strength, but look at me.
I do, but yeah, no crit rate.
Genetics gave me. All my strength comes from consistent training.
Has a whack ton of ER. So it's a whack ton of ER.
Absolutely the same results.
Okay. I'm gonna have this as an off piece, maybe. Okay. I could probably work around that. I'll probably level this up and see what happens. This is technically a usable amount of crit rate, but yeah, triggering Fav is quite important. With a non-Z1 Eons on, so yeah, you do get hit 3 hits. It's not that hard to trigger. So thank you, Sylveon. Appreciate it. What else do I want to do on this account? use my resin, I suppose. I just don't know what on. I think I will just craft it into condensed resin and end it there. Ley lines, yes, but I think I'll just save it because I think yeah, tomorrow I can get the last couple of these materials I need. Oh, I need this is what demotivates me from farming on this account, is like needing crap like this. It's fine. I'll get 1 million of those by doing ley lines in Natlan, right? So I'll just target ley lines in Natlan and I'll be able to get those materials. It's fine. I'll probably get a crown next week. If there's any character that makes sense to crown, it's the buffing units. Well, arguably, I should maybe focus on crowning the DPSs first. But that's fine. I gotta farm ley lines either way to do that. And Arlecchino can be done whenever I just gotta farm the Arlecchino boss a little bit. Yeah, so. And you, do I have the materials for you? No, okay. I don't know. Anyways, there's things to work on and min-max a little bit on this account, obviously. But for now, just trying to log in, build up resources to give me more options.
Thank you
for level 90 characters, because I do think that makes sense to do. My intention isn't to, pull 1 million characters, so I'd rather focus on what we got a little bit, I think. Add you as a friend. The friends list is like full of requests, so you can add me as a friend, but I think it's not going to show up on the list until I decline. Like it will show up in the list after I decline a bunch of people, but I haven't declined a bunch of people. So, well, all the AR-60 people, by the way. It's been kind of funny seeing over the years, like, people that I have randomly on my friends list that are just, they just slowly, everyone gets to AR-60. Like, was there a single non-AR-58 player even? No, yeah. Like, an AR-58 player is at minimum 6 months of play, or like 6 months of like actual logging in, right? I think is approximately what it is. That might be a slight overestimate, but yeah. It's like, hey, here's one person that has not AR-55. Who knows if they've played the game recently even. Eat my leg. Hello. Yeah, so it's just funny, seeing the player base creep up in AR amount. Alright, first almost 7-hour stream in a while where not fell asleep halfway through. Wow. Another benefit of being early is Sylveon can stay awake. And another benefit of being early is that I can end the stream at 4:43 p.m. and have hopefully more time in the day to record a video. So, might have a video coming out tomorrow, depending on what I decide I want to do. Potentially either Gaming, Clorind, or Pyro Traveler is what I'm leaning towards. A lot of people are asking about Pyro Traveler, so I should probably make a Pyro Traveler video, because I think a lot of people are enjoying them. So maybe I'll do Pyro Traveler, but I'll think it over a little bit. I have to check my Pyro Traveler material situation, but I think I can crown them. Or not crown them. Whatever. You're not tired? I mean, I'm tired, but I can take a break. Alright, Roba, what do you need? What do you need? We're ending the stream with Roba tilde 67. Or not. Apparently they're not going to join. Alright, never mind. Guess we're ending the stream with me saying... I missed the button. God dang it. I was gonna end the stream of me saying nothing. Like just saying and then ending. And then I missed the button. Good job. Bye.